The Risk Book 1 of the Mindfu series. Tim Hoover, Chuck Cosby, Nathan Malone, Jeremy Hoyt. So many names left to go. Einstein said, "The weak revenge. The strong forgive. The intelligent ignore." Fuck that. Einstein wasn't always right. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Now that I agree with. It means they forget you're coming for them, and their screams sound so much prettier when the time finally comes. Chapter 1. I love humanity but I hate humans. Albert Einstein. Lana. "You look like you've been stood up," a guy says as I peer up from my phone, discreetly clicking the lock screen into place so he can't see what I'm watching. I arch an eyebrow as I study him. Good looking, mid-20s, arrogant smile, dominant posture. He's definitely barking up the wrong tree though. Actually, I enjoy eating alone, I tell him with a fuck off, sweet smile. He doesn't take the hint, because his eyes narrow with determination. Alphas prefer a challenge. I should have known better. I'm Craig. You're. He lets his words trail off as he rakes his eyes over me, but I say nothing before sipping my coffee. If you don't give me your name, I'll just call you Beauty. How original. His attempt at flattery is overtly untrained and certainly underdeveloped. He's obviously used to getting his way without much of a fuss, which means he never puts forth any effort after catching his prize either. Considering his expensive suit and visible appeal, I'm not surprised. Plenty of women will overlook his arrogance, confusing it for cockiness, possibly even find it charming. But I'm the wrong girl. How about calling me not interested? Because that's the most apartment depiction of me at the moment, I tell him, leaning back in my chair, relaxed and fully in control. Apparently you haven't gotten a good look, he proceeds, leaning back and pretty much posing in a stance that gives me nothing more to look at than an arrogant ass. I've seen more than enough. Still not interested. His look darkens as he takes a step back. Fine. Fuck it. I don't need frostbite on my dick anyway, he says before turning and walking toward a table where another guy is sitting. The sun is not bright today, considering the overcast. We're just a few of the people who opted for the patio instead of the inside of the coffee house, because it looks like it's going to rain. Even though they're several tables away, I can still see his friend laughing and shaking his head as Mr. Arrogant plops down to his seat, surly and dejected. I resume watching the footage on my phone, until I feel eyes on me. Mr. Arrogant's friend doesn't look away when I look up and catch him studying me. He's not leering or even acting interested. I'd say he's trying to read me, just the way I do people. He's also nice looking, but his suit is not as expensive as the other guys. My observation would lead me to believe they're workmates, but why is one dressed better than the other if they do the same job? He doesn't seem submissive or weighted, the way he would if he was working for Mr. Arrogant. Which means they're equals, but not paid the same. Or maybe Mr. Arrogant comes from money, and this guy doesn't. Unconcerned, I return my eyes to my phone, pretending I don't notice his intense scrutiny. After finishing my coffee and my D-Day screening, I ask the waitress for the bill. "It's already been paid," she says with a soft smile and bright eyes. "And you've already left a tip as well," she adds, winking. "A nice one." My eyebrows go up, and she motions back with her head as Mr. Arrogant's friend walks off the patio. Mr. Arrogant is nowhere to be found. "He said to thank you for the entertainment," she proceeds to tell me while fanning herself and watching him walk toward a dark SUV. "Thanks," I tell her, standing up and heading toward the exit as well. No flirting, no leering looks of longing, and no waiting around to see if I would come to him after he paid for my food. I don't like it when people are nice for no reason. Saying I was his entertainment isn't enough. My eyes trail after the silent guy, watching him as he lingers by the SUV, speaking over the phone too quietly for me to hear his words from this distance. I also spot Mr. Arrogant, who is chatting up a pretty girl near the store down the sidewalk. She seems far more interested than I was. Deciding to appease my curiosity, I head over to the silent guy just as he ends his call. His eyes snap up to mine as I approach, and his eyebrows raise as I pull out a 20. "I don't let strange men pay for my food." My mother taught me better, I tell him, waving the 20 in front of him to take. A slow grin crawls across his full lips, completely transforming his face. His dark blonde hair is tousled just enough to be sexy without being bedhead messy. His strong, chiseled jaw is a stark contrast to his soft, blue eyes. He looks fierce and gentle in the same breath, confusing me all the more. I really can't get a read on him. I couldn't get a more entertaining show for so cheap. Trust me, it was worth the small bill, he says with a shrug, pocketing his hands and phone, making a stance that he won't take my money, without using the actual words. But I'm persistent, and I wave the 20 again. I still have my rules. Thanks, but no thanks. His grin only grows. You're always so defensive? He muses. Are you constantly worried about the intentions of others? Or is it an extreme feminist position that keeps you on edge about a man doing something as mediocre as paying for your coffee and muffin? He is reading me. I knew it. The cheap suit suddenly makes sense, along with the dark SUV. You're FBI, I note, taking in the fact Quantico isn't too far away. His grin broadens. What makes you think that? You're profiling me, for one, which would likely put you to be somewhere in that field, given the ride and attire. Your friend has an expensive suit that he wears to impress, but yours is less flashy. Your posture around him and good-natured ribbing towards him leads me to believe you're equals, despite the financial difference. So I'm assuming he comes from money, and you've earned your own way. The SUV isn't a standardized version. The blacked-out windows are too dark to be legally tinted, but I know the FBI are given certain leniencies due to security risks. So am I right? I really hate the way he continues to smile, as though he's only more intrigued instead of freaked out. I wanted to freak him out. You're not a paid profiler, not FBI, and not affiliated with any military unit, he says, confusing me. Your outfit is bohemian chic, meaning you're less worried about your outward appearance and more concerned with comfort. You sit alone by choice, and dismiss any attention sent your way. At first glance, you're too feminist for your own good. At second glance, you're someone who is hard to get close to because trust isn't something you share too often. It keeps you from being hurt by people, but it also keeps you from having anyone in your life. At night, when you close your eyes and allow yourself to be vulnerable. That's the only time you dare to wonder what it'd be like to be with someone. I swallow down the knot in my throat. He's too dead on. I shouldn't be so easily readable. I've trained against it for years. No pets, given the fact there's not any pet hair on you, unless you have those who won't shed. However, I don't see you allowing yourself to become attached to an animal, when you know you'll most likely outlive it and have to deal with the heartbreak of losing said animal. You're detached by necessity, most likely a painful past that pushed you into this direction. A loss, perhaps. Maybe more than one loss. Maybe pushed into solitude by life and staying there by choice? When my heart thumps in my chest and I take a shaky step back, his eyes soften even more. Sorry. I went too far. I apologize, he tells me just as Mr. Arrogant returns. Haven't lost my edge. That chick was just, his words die when he sees me in an eye lock with Mr. Profiler. I feel exposed, vulnerable, and out of my element. I'm not used to that. I've worked so freaking hard to be a fortress of impossible reads. He just unraveled my confidence with one pull on the right thread. Grab a few bottles of water. Long ride, he tells Mr. Arrogant without looking away from me. I don't know if he leaves or not, because I'm too busy staring right into those gentle blue eyes that really do seem remorseful. Life sucks, he says randomly. Then you die. Might as well live while you're still alive, he adds, sounding completely less insightful than earlier. It's enough to break the tension, and an unexpected smile slips free from me. He winks as he leans over. If you ever want help feeling alive, call me. I could use some life as well. When he draws back, I feel something in my hand, though I never felt him placing anything there. He walks around to the other side of the SUV, and I watch with rapt attention as he gets in. My eyes finally fall down to the card in my hand as Mr. Arrogant returns to take the passenger side. Logan Bennett. His number is attached to his name, and sure enough, he's FBI. When my gaze comes up again, he's leaning on the steering wheel, watching me. Mr. Arrogant's window is down, and he looks annoyed. "Call me," Logan says, grinning before pulling away from the curb. Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a persistent one. Albert Einstein said that. My father always quoted Einstein as a way of explaining life when we struggled to understand it. I remember him quoting me that when our lives fell apart, he was hurting the worst, and trying his best to soothe me. Einstein isn't helping me understand how easily I was just read, or how vulnerable and exposed I feel in this moment. My phone buzzes in my hand, and I look down, seeing the alert I set. I have to be cold. I need to be cold. Anything less could fracture the shell in place that I need to execute the plan I've worked too hard on for too long. Shaking off the residual weakness, I blow out a harsh breath and walk to my car. I drive 15 miles, find the house I'm looking for, and drive on by. I wait until I'm parked in an abandoned barn before I put on my gloves, suit, and heavy men's boots. I also strap on the backpacks weighted down with rocks. One on my back and one on my front. Stealthily, I walk toward the house, slip open the door, and silently remove the backpacks, putting them down with careful ease to a chair. My purse has everything I need in it, so I keep it on me. The heavy shoes come off next, and I silently place them on top of my backpack. Movement upstairs draws my attention, and I slowly make my way to the staircase, careful to keep my steps light and silent. I've examined the floors for a month, finding every spot that creaks or groans. I know his routine better than my own. Just like I know in 5 seconds, the water will come on. Sure enough, the old pipes in the house clank as water shoots through them, and that's when I make my way up the stairs, ignoring the way they creak, because he can't hear a thing with that loud shower. When I reach his room, my eyes dart to the bed. I know he's single, but I always worry about stumbling across an unplanned woman. I watched the cameras from my phone, and they showed no woman here, but it's still a thought that always plagues the back of my mind. I breathe out in relief when I see no signs of an overnight guest. Just Ben and his usual messy home. The shower cuts off, and I'm already in position, ready and waiting. Life would be simpler if I could use a taser or sedatives. It really would. Just as he walks through with a towel around his waist, my knife comes down, slicing hard against the Achilles heel. Screams pierce my ears, and I realize that moment of weakness with Mr. Profiler earlier doesn't affect how pretty the screams sound. I've worked too long, too hard, and too endlessly for this. I should have known one man couldn't take away my edge. Ben falls to the floor, crying out in agony, while clutching his foot. The towel flops off, exposing every naked inch of him to my eyes. It makes my stomach roil. But the terror in his eyes? That gets me high. What the fuck? Take whatever you want. He shouts, sobbing as I approach, watching me with those wide, terrified eyes. I get off on the terror. I want him to cry for much, much longer. What I want is for you to know my name, I say quietly, eerily. His eyes grow even wider, and he pales when I hold the bloody knife up and run my finger along the backside of it. Please don't, he begs, trying and failing to stand up. He'll hit me if he gets the chance. I'm not stupid enough to get that close just yet. I pull the wire from my back pocket, and I watch him as he watches me. Don't recognize me, Ben? I ask mockingly, cocking my head. 10 surgeries ago, he might have recognized me immediately. Number. No, he cries. I don't know you. You have the wrong person. I squat down, noticing the way his gaze shifts. He's preparing to attack me now that I'm in this position. He finds it a vulnerable mistake on my part. If he only knew. I was a 16-year-old little girl the last time you saw me, I say with a dark smile. I'm all grown up now. Want to play? The last 3 words are what triggers recognition. I see it in the way his pupils dilate, his nostrils flare, and a sense of understanding washes over his features. "You," he whispers. Number. You look nothing like her. "She died," he adds in the same hushed tone. "I survived," I say back, watching as his fear slowly starts to fade, just as I knew it would. Right now, he's remembering just how weak I was as that horrified, terrified, sobbing little girl. He's remembering how easily he overpowered me. His mind is playing tricks on him that he's still the one in control, despite the precariously deadly situation. "You took 3 turns, I go on, staying poised and ready, but outwardly displaying a weakness I don't truly have, allowing his mind to continue to revert back to that night 10 years ago. That means 3 pounds of flesh over the next 3 days, I go on. I see it happening before he launches himself at me, screaming in pain as he tries to tackle me to the floor. My knife slams into his shoulder, and another blood-curdling scream erupts through the air as I spin on my knees, sliding in behind him as his face plants into the floor. My hand is still holding the knife, and I rip it away in less than a blink, almost simultaneously tossing the wire around his neck, winding it tightly. Then I choke him, reveling in the pained sounds, until he grows limp and unconscious, riding the line of life and death. With the blood loss, he's too weak to fight back. It'd be so easy to kill him right now. But death won't come too soon. I don't believe in mercy. 3 pounds of flesh will be extracted while he's awake. He'll beg and plead. He'll pray to pass out. But he will feel it all. Just like we did. Chapter 2. As a human being, one has been endowed with just enough intelligence to be able to see clearly how utterly inadequate that intelligence is when confronted with what exists. Albert Einstein. Logan. I finish off my croissant while staring at the gory crime scene photos. Blood is smeared across the walls with a paintbrush, just like the other 4 cases we've managed to link together. It's one of the few things that remains consistent. The unsub always paints a wall red with the victim's blood. "How can you eat while seeing that?" Elise asks while wrinkling her nose and sitting down on the edge of my desk. Ignoring her question, I ask, what did they find out about Ben Harris? The ME estimated that he was tortured for at least 3 days. He has parts of him that have been cut off, just like the others. Including the penis, she sighs. That has me cringing, just like any man would. One of these images is supposed to be a dismembered penis? His fingers were all cut off, she goes on, pointing at one picture that was snapped of 10 severed fingers lying on the ground. His chest was slowly pulled off piece by piece. The unsub stopped the bleeding each time by using a barbaric method of cauterization. He wanted the victim alive for those 3 days specifically. His penis seems to be the last thing to have gone. Ligature marks were found again, and chains were hanging from his basement rafters. We think the unsub stayed true to his profile, leaving the victims strung up in their own home. So far, all the men have had isolated homes too far away for any neighbors to overhear or see anything. And he's not devolving either. His strikes are controlled, well planned out, and meticulous in detail, even if we don't understand the details. The unsub should be a female, considering the groin mutilation in all the kills, Craig says, shuddering as he walks up on our conversation. Only a woman could handle cutting off a man's junk. Women serial killers statistically don't torture. They're actually far more efficient and harder to track down because of that, Elise says dismissively. Well, he has to be impotent. Most serial killers are, Alan chimes in, joining us. There's a reason he and Craig are not profilers. I think he's more of a sexual sadist, Elise explains. Impotence likely plays a part, but just calling them impotent isn't a profile. So an impotent sexual sadist? Craig asks, confused. Sexual sadists are often impotent, and they seek out their sexual release through the torture. No signs of rape were found, but it's likely the unsub hasn't evolved and grown the confidence to rape the men yet. So a gay sexual sadist? Craig goes on, still lost. Yes, Elise says, nodding. All of the male victims were straight, according to witnesses. If they were gay, that theory would make more sense, I add. All 5 men were from the same town, Yet no one can think of any man who might want to kill all 5. However, I know we're missing something. Footprints are a size 12 man's shoe made in the dirt on the way to the house. The footprint is solid from heel to toe. Our field expert says that the unsub weighs between 210 and 215, Elise announces. He'd have to be physically fit to be able to overpower these men the way the unsub has. And very built, most likely. The unsub is overpowering them with sheer brute force. Originally he was only killing alphas, which led to the profile being an alpha serial. But Ben, although physically fit and strong, was very submissive in his line of work. It was why he was so successful, because he liked being in the background instead of in charge. Sexual sadism is far more likely, since the last kill. There may be a sexually frustrated trigger, which should narrow down our search. We should also adjust the profile. What else do we know about the victims? These guys were tops of their classes in college, but they were all different ages, from 23 to 28. Victimology only links them through the town and through their isolated homes. They haven't kept in contact, even though they were all friendly when they still lived in town. It's possible the unsub hates the whole town, but why? Is it part vengeance? Possibly, I say more to myself than to Elise. 1 kill in Boston. 1 kill in Denver. 1 kill in Long Island. 1 kill in Maine. And now 1 kill in our own backyard in Virginia. This guy is all over the map, shitting all over a normal hunting ground pattern. It would seem random if we hadn't made the connection to the same hometown. But not the same school. 3 of them went to a private school 2 towns over. So obviously this isn't an old grudge dated back to school ages, especially given the age gap in the victims that would put them in different grades too. No kills have been reported in town, I groan. If it was just 2, I'd call it a coincidence. But it's 5 from that town, yet no deaths within the town limits. What do we know about the town? Small. Very small. 500 is the population. In the past 3 years, nothing of any real interest has made the news, other than a wolf that attacked a man in his cow pasture. A very religious town. Small, religious towns are notorious for making it hard on gay males. Especially small farm towns. You and Leonard head out there and see what you can find out. Ask about a physically fit male over 6 feet tall, aged 20 to 35, who might have been gay or showed interest in men. Given the religious aspect, it's doubtful he came out. Ask if anyone seemed to struggle or demonstrate a nervous tic frequently after having any sort of contact with an attractive male. All the males killed so far have been physically fit, single, attractive, and very promiscuous with women. It's possible the unsub had feelings for them at some point in time, and retaliated for them not returning the same affections. I purse my lips, wondering what we're missing. The profile appears solid, and the evidence lines up to support it, but something just feels off. We should have made the connection sooner, but with all the kills so spread out over state lines, we just got wind of this 2 weeks ago, which was 2 weeks after the 4th victim. Anything else I need to note to the profile before we deliver it to the town's PD? Yeah, I say, sitting up as I study the photos. The unsub managed to enter each home without it looking broken into. Either the victims know the unsub and trust him enough to let him in, or they didn't lock their doors. Tell them this unsub would have had to be social with them in order to establish the trap whore. Also, have we found out what trophy is being taken? The unsub has a personal attachment to these men, and has a sadistic fantasy he's playing out with each kill, though rape doesn't seem to be a part of the fantasy just yet. Obviously he's getting off on the torture alone for now, but given the long gap between kills, he'd need something to hold him over. He'd definitely be taking a trophy. 1 month between each kill? The time frame hasn't been changed, and it doesn't look like the unsub is falling apart anytime soon, if ever. I was hoping for a rapid devolution that would cause him to start slipping up by now. We've checked the bodies over. All the flesh is left behind, and the hair is intact. Also, none of the males were missing jewelry or other personal items, but we can't know for sure, since they all lived alone and had no one to account for their belongings. We're missing something, damn it. And it's driving me crazy. Go home and get some rest. You've been here all night, Elise goes on, placing her hand on my shoulder. A mind works better after some rest. Dig deeper into the town's past. Something has happened there that we don't know about, and, rest, she interrupts. I know how to do my job. You're useless if you don't sleep. Cursing, I stand up and close the file, packing it up as Elise leaves with Leonard to head up north to Delaney Grove. It's an odd town name, and I know I'll have to see it for myself to get any real answers. Just as I reach the door, Craig catches up to me. Did Frostbite Girl ever give you a call? He asks, sounding bored. But I know it still pisses him off that she blew him off and chased me down. Even though he viewed the facts out of context and refused to take in the real process of those events. Again, that's why he sucks at profiling, but he's good at public relations, his place on our team. I open my mouth to tell him no, knowing it will make him feel vindicated and delighted, but my phone rings. My brow furrows when I see the unknown number, and I answer. Bennett here, I answer. You use your last name when answering a phone, as though the person on the other line might not know whom they've just dialed. It's a very impersonal greeting, which makes me wonder if you also struggle with detachment issues, Agent Bennett, a familiar, feminine voice drawls. My smile immediately forms, and I wink at Craig as he watches me, waiting for me to put him out of his nosy misery. So you really waited the standard 3 days to give me a call back? Technically, I waited a non-conventional 4 days. Right. I haven't been to sleep since we found the latest victim yesterday morning. I'm running on caffeine and sugar. Sorry. I've been up all night. It's not another day until I've slept, so I'm still on day 3. Will I have to wait 4 days in between all your calls? Or am I allowed to use this number when I want to? I ask her, watching as Craig groans and huffs, pouting as he moves out of my way. Why have you been up all night? She asks, diverting the question I asked her. It's a typical reaction from someone with detachment issues. My job. I miss a lot of sleep, and spend a lot of time on the road. I guess I need to say that now before asking you out on a date I may or may not have to cancel because of said job. I decide to toss everything out the right away, knowing she's already skittish and leery of trusting. The second I read her, she went from cold to haunted in a blink, and those haunted green eyes have been seared into my memory. With her defenses down, she was lost, almost worried about being hurt just from speaking to me. Call it a hero complex, but I found myself drawn to her right then. Good to know. I miss a lot of things too, and I keep weird hours. My smile only grows, since she's opening up. What do you do? I ask her. She laughs slightly, and it's a damn good laugh to hear. It doesn't fit her. And it's an easy, free laugh, as though she's not even the same girl I spoke to a few days ago. I have an online buy, sell, and trade store. I take a cut from each sell or trade made, and I have to vet some of them if the deal looks too good to be true. For instance, I might have to take a spontaneous trip in the middle of the night if someone in Florida is trying to trade $1 million yacht for $10,000 car. I can't approve a trade like that until I physically inspect the merchandise and see the proper paperwork. For sales, I can just hold the money paid until the property gets transferred. Trades, however, have to be done by the customers. I'm just a third-party arranger who occasionally inspects. Listening to her talk with such ease is a little confusing to the way I had her depicted. I profiled her as detached and defensive, not easy-natured. Maybe I'm off my game because I'm tired and hearing ease when it's really strain. Sounds like fun though, I say lamely. Again, I blame sleep deprivation. Not always. Once I had to go inspect one of those real dolls. You know? The sex dolls that are realistically made, unlike the blow-up dolls. They're worth like $5,000 and the guy was trading it for a small pony. Don't even get me started with the concern there. A laugh escapes me before I can stop it, and I feel her smile. Is that the weirdest thing you've ever inspected? While examining the vagina of a synthetic woman made complete with suction in all holes wasn't the highlight of my career, it surprisingly wasn't the weirdest. Again, I laugh, wondering why her switch has flipped from defensive to charming over the course of 4 days. So what was the weirdest? I ask her. Tit for tat. What's the weirdest case you've ever worked? I think about that as I get in my car. Most of the cases I work are serious, violent, and sadistic. But when I first started, I got recruited while I was in college after taking a test I didn't realize was for the FBI. They decided I needed to come work for them, and I didn't see any reason to argue. Anyway, my first case was a small one in Indiana. It was a perv who was collecting panties. At first glance, the guy was a sexual deviant who would eventually escalate to harder crimes than panty thieving. It's why they called us in, because all these women were terrified of a stalker breaking into their homes and stealing their underwear. But the deeper I delved, the more I realized it was actually a juvenile kid. I still thought he was having sexual fantasies. It wasn't until later we discovered he wasn't stealing the panties for him. He was stealing them for his mother, because she always griped about her cheap underwear riding up into the crack of her ass. You don't even want to know how horrified the mother was when we finally found the kid. He hadn't given her the underwear yet. He was putting them all in a box to give her for Christmas. She gasps then laughs, and I relax in my seat while driving out of Quantico, heading toward my house. Sounds awkward. But at least the kid wasn't a sexual deviant. There's a tense note to her tone, but then she clears her throat while I yawn. You really do sound tired. I'll let you go. I'm driving home. I have 30 minutes of free time. Keep me company. I guess you still want me to be your entertainment. My smile spreads. I'd ask for more than just an amusing phone conversation, but I have to head back in as soon as I get some sleep. We had something new turn up in one of our cases, which means the workload is fresh again. What would you ask for if you were able to ask for it? She asks, sounding like she's flirting now, which negates the defensive stance she held just days ago. I'd ask for dinner. Maybe even a movie if dinner went well and you didn't have any deal-breaking faults. She snickers softly. What faults would those be? Inquiring minds and all that. The usual. Eating boogies. Drinking urine. Strap-on fetish where you'd be the one fucking me. I'm not into any of that. She starts laughing harder this time, and I listen, soaking it in. I don't know why it feels like I've accomplished something by making her laugh. Then again, something tells me she probably doesn't do it too often. Well, I never adopted a booger eating habit. Drinking urine doesn't appeal to me. I'll just have a beer if I'm in the mood to drink something akin to piss. And I'll hide my strap-on until you're a little more comfortable with your sexuality to give it a go. Taking a jab at my sexuality. Nice, I state dryly, listening to her laugh some more as I continue to smile. So how do you profile people? I muse when her laughter tapers off. How do I do it? Or why do I do it? She counters. Both. Well, I do it mostly based on body language in person. And micro-expressions, of course. I pay attention to the wording when it's in writing. I listen to tone and wording over the phone. I do it because I run that online site, and you have to know the bullshitters from the legitimate users. You run the store alone? I ask, hedging for more personal info. I have a business partner. He handles all the tech work, and developed a program to flag potential fake accounts. It cuts out a lot of hands-on work, even though we still sift through the accounts personally. And this male partner is just a friend? I ask, prying farther. She hesitates, but then she sounds amused. If you're asking if I'm single, the answer is yes. Have been for a while. I wouldn't have called you and flirted if I was with someone else. Well, it sucks that I can't take you out tonight before you get tired of waiting on me to have a free second. I'll be working overtime in search of new leads. But if you're up for coffee, I can meet you in the same place we met on my way back into the office in a few hours. Say 5 or so? I prefer coffee in the mornings, but you can buy me a muffin. They have excellent muffins. Coffee in the mornings, I echo, my grin growing. Duly noted. Are you flirting with me, Agent Bennett? Maybe a little. Are you ever going to tell me your name? Oh, that's right. You don't know my name. It's dangerous to talk to strangers, you know. I'm aware. I profile serials for a living. She's a somewhat tiny thing with haunted eyes, yet joking I should be wary of her. I'm sure the fact she knows I have a badge puts her at ease. She assumes all law officials are good souls with clean intentions. That tells me she's never been in trouble with the law or had any issues with them at all. Serials? She asks, her voice hitching a little, reminding me what I've said. Serial offenders. I graduated from serial panty robbers to serial killers. Hope that's not an issue. I've had problems in the past keeping a relationship because of that. She clears her throat. No problem. But shouldn't you keep things like that quiet from strangers? It's not classified. I've been on the news a time or two speaking. And besides, I'd rather we weren't strangers. So what's your name? She pauses for longer than I'd like. I've gotten her wrong and right, but I'm not sure to what degrees on either front. So I don't even bother guessing why she's quiet. It's Lana. Lana Myers. Feel free to investigate me, Mr. Profiler. The light tone is back, and I cut down the final road to lead me home. I'd rather you surprise me, Lana Myers. I only run a non-invasive background check to make sure you're not a felon or fugitive. That could be an issue, given my job, I say, laughing lightly. She laughs as well, then sighs. Coffee later? I ask her. Muffin, remember? Right. Sorry. Sleep deprived. I'll see you later, Agent Bennett. Definitely, I tell her around a yawn as I pull into my house. She hangs up, and I immediately type in her name in a text to Hadley. Hadley, what am I looking for? Me, a criminal record only. Hadley, done and done. She's clean. Me, that was fast. Hadley, that's what she said. Chuckling, I put my phone away, and I walk inside. My mind is tired, but I'm still running facts of the case over in my head, thinking of anything we might be missing. The unsub tortures his victims for days, but not for the same amount of days. 3 days this last time. 2 days apiece on the first 2 victims. 4 days on the third and fourth victims. The lack of consistency doesn't make sense, neither does the targeted skin that is removed. It's always different, except for the damn dick removal. Sometimes all the fingers are cut off. Sometimes they're not. My house is empty, quiet, and somewhat eerie, considering the case I'm working on. All the victims are a reflection of myself. Single. Alone. Physically fit. Living in a secluded area. Workaholics. My closest neighbor is a mile down the road. No one notices the victims missing for days on end. They all call into work. It's a taped recording of a man's voice, from what we can surmise, considering the words are exactly the same. None of the businesses record those calls, obviously, so we're having to trust the person who received the call. The last body was only found because one of his work colleagues came to find out why he didn't come to work on the 4th day and never called in for that day. It's depressing to know that no one outside of work notices them missing. The same would hold true for myself. My eyes scan my house out of habit, looking for anything out of place. Once I feel confident nothing has been disturbed, I take off my gun, set my alarm, and then I drop to the bed. My eyes close, and I expect to see the images of dead bodies like I always do. Instead, I'm lost in a set of haunted green eyes I'll be seeing later. Chapter 3. When you are courting a nice girl, an hour seems like a second. When you sit on red-hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Albert Einstein. Lana. It's after 5 when I start looking at my watch, wondering if I really am being stood up this time. I'm not sure what compelled me to call him, flirt with him, then agree to a date. Maybe it's because I need to feel less like a cold monster and more like a woman. I lived. Others died. I lived, yet I feel dead. Maybe I want to feel alive, considering my time may be limited. I should treasure every moment. When I'm not collecting on an overdue debt. It's not exactly romantic to think of a guy while you're slicing another one to pieces, but Logan was definitely on my mind during the 3 days I spent reaping the debt from Ben. Not in the dark recesses of my mind that are reserved for revenge either. Number. Logan was in the good parts that I thought no longer existed. He awakened a long-gone light as though not all the good inside me had been destroyed. Just as I'm about to text him and find out if he's okay, there's suddenly a body sliding into the seat in front of me, and my eyes pop up to meet a set of soft blues. I could stare at those eyes all day. The rest of him measures up to those perfect eyes too. He's sin and pleasure wrapped in a package I'm tempted to peek at. "So sorry," he groans, motioning a waitress over. "There was a traffic jam. I actually had to abuse my power and hit the lights just to get through." My smile surprises me every time he makes me use it. "It's fine. I was just worried," I lie. "Well, sort of. I was worried about him, and I was worried I'd been stood up." His grin is genuine and instant when he sees I'm not pissed, and the waitress shows up, ending the moment of two idiots grinning at each other. I honestly can't remember a time when my stomach was fluttering around. I was just a teenager when my life was shattered and the illusion of normality forever stayed out of my grasp. This is the most human I've felt in so long. And it's just a coffee drive-by on his way to work. We both order, and the waitress walks away after giving him a quick once-over and winking at me as though she approves. Not that I need her approval. "So, what made you agree to meet me?" he asks, apparently skipping small talk. "I guess that's wise, since our time will be limited. Not to mention he interrogates for a living, so it's only natural to start a date out that way with him." I decide against telling him that he makes me feel like a woman instead of the monster I've had to become, since he'd sort of lock me up and throw away the key. "What made you want to ask me out?" I ask him instead. His grin spreads wider. "You're deflecting, but I'll bite. You've been in my head." "Your turn," he says, leaning up on the table with his elbows. "You've been in my head too." "Ah, see, that's cheating. You can't just parrot my words to keep from disclosing too much. That's a commonly used tool in a detached personality." "Stop profiling me," I say with a teasing smile, but secretly hoping he really does stop. What if he sees too much? What the hell am I thinking? This is the stupidest date I could possibly go on. I finally meet a guy I want to see, perhaps even date, and it has to be the one guy who could see right through me? He's studying me too intensely, but I keep my smile in place, hoping it doesn't seem strained. Occupational hazard. I can't turn it off. I wish I could, but I can't. Great. He continues to await my reaction, and I try to think of how to properly react. How do normal women react? Do they gush and goo over his badge and skills? Do they get offended by his admission of constant profiling, feeling like he won't let them have that privacy? I have no idea. "How much has that affected your dating life?" I ask, deciding not to react at all and keep my expressions masked. He groans while shaking his head and leaning back. "More than I care to admit. Women prefer to tell me how they feel, as opposed to me pointing it out. I've tried to stop, but can't. Consider it a weird personality quirk. I was hopeful with you, you seem to do the same thing." His eyes find mine, and he really does seem hopeful. He's right. I do the same thing. But for completely different reasons. He serves justice the best he can. I serve revenge in the way it needs to be. "What's your dating life like?" he asks, probing once again. "Like a cobweb with a bunch of dead bugs in it." Again, not the most appropriate answer. As the waitress comes and drops off our small order, I try to think of the best answer, waiting until she leaves to respond. "A little dry at the moment." "Ouch," he says, but he grins. "Well, not at this exact moment," I say, feeling that stupid, uncontrollable smile spread again. "So tell me about you." He gestures toward me with one hand while using his other to bring the coffee to his lips. 26. New to the area. Constantly moving. And I have an odd fixation with socks. "You?" He frowns, as though something doesn't sit well with him. "You move a lot?" he asks, not answering my question. "We do that to each other, I guess. Avoid answering questions to ask our own." "Yeah. I've lived in almost 30 states. Growing up was sort of boring. We lived in one town. It was small, and everyone knew everything about everyone. After my parents died, it just got worse. Anyway, I've moved all over, trying to find what feels like home. Any luck here? He asks, clearing his throat. Maybe, I say with a shrug. I barely know him, so telling him he's the first thing that's piqued my interest this much would definitely be coming on too strong. So your parents? He lets the words trail off, seeming reluctant to fully ask what he wants to know. Car accident, I partially lie, forcing a tight smile. Sorry, he says, blowing out a breath. It was years ago. Now, about you? I muse, desperately ready for a subject shift. He flashes me a smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. 29. I own a house on a quiet piece of land. It was my stepdad's, but he left it to me before he died. My mother is living with her newest husband in Miami. So it's just me. What about your birth dad? I realize too late that I shouldn't be prying that deep, when I don't want him prying too. Neither of us gets the chance to pry. His phone chirps, drawing his attention to it, and he sighs in a way that probably means our short and sweet talk is over. Fuck, he says under his breath, causing my lips to twitch. It's just a word, but I was starting to worry that he was a total choir boy. His eyes pop back up to meet mine. I hate to leave this early, but, it's fine, I interrupt, ignoring the small pang of disappointment. He tosses down a 20, which is more than enough to cover the possible $10 bill. I really am sorry, he says, cursing under his breath as he stands. I stand and make things awkward, because I don't know if I should hug him, touch him at all, or wave like an idiot. I wave like an idiot. Sheesh. He smirks, arching an eyebrow at me. I'll call you later? He asks, his smirk turning into a smile. I'm busy feeling like an ass, so I just nod. I really don't trust my mouth to be any less stupid than this incredibly awkward wave that I'm still doing. It's like my hand has lost touch with my brain, and the damn thing is still waving. His phone rings this time, and he turns and walks away before answering. I drop back down to my seat, wondering how planning out a brutal murder is easier than dating. The world is entirely too fucked up. Chapter 4. Force always attracts men of low morality. Albert Einstein. Lana. Logan, steak. I'll be taking you out for steak. Maybe even lobster too. You like red meat and shellfish. I grin when I see the random text from Logan. Yesterday I was awkward, but then he called and made me forget how unversed I am with all this, because he didn't seem to mind. If anything, he seemed more intrigued. Me, yes and yes. I like wine too. Just FYI. Logan, wine, got it. What are you doing today? Any chance you'll be in town for more coffee? Or a muffin, rather? I finish concealing the final camera over the entry of the doorway. Getting inside wasn't easy, considering Tyler or his wife locks the doors immediately when they get home or leave. But I finally managed to slip in and leave a window unlocked for later. No security system. There's only one of my targets planned who has a security system. That'll be on Jake to handle. Jake is a true best friend. How many people do you walk up to, tell them you want revenge, tell them your plan, and then they start helping you keep from getting caught? I grab my phone and text Logan back, finding it oddly calming to have a normal conversation while plotting. Maybe I really am psychotic. Me, not today. I'm on a trade review. I won't be back in until tomorrow. That's not entirely a lie. I did do a trade review. It just happened to be in the same town. Tyler's wife is out of town on a conference for work, which gives me plenty of time to check out his home. The flooring is new, just like the rest of the home. No creaks is a damn good thing. My phone buzzes in my pocket as I make my way through the hallways, checking for anything and everything that might pose a problem. Logan, tomorrow I'll be a few towns over. Juggling a few cases right now. People just can't seem to stop killing other people. Gotta love irony. We're so terribly mismatched that it's not even funny. If he'd seen the evil I've seen, he'd understand why some people deserve to die. Me, have you ever had to kill someone? Pretty sure that's not the best question to ask a guy you've only had one coffee house date with, if you can call that a date. Logan, many times. Not all cases end with the perp in jail, unfortunately. Well, he's killed numerous people the same way with the same methodology and reasoning. So technically he's a serial killer too. It's logically truthful. Other than wearing a badge to find it legally justifiable, we're the same. Well, I torture my victims first, but that's just nitpicking at facts. Logan, does that bother you? I'm laughing before I can stop myself, and I groan while shaking my head, happy that there's no one here to hear me. Morbid humor is probably not going to get me far in this relationship. Me, not at all. I'm sure you had to do it, or you wouldn't have done it at all. Sometimes people don't find justice. Sometimes they have to take it. Want to play, Victoria? You know you do. Ben's breath feels like acid against my forehead, and I manage to slam a knee up, connecting with his side. He curses and turns his head. Hold her down. He yells at Tyler. Or I'll make sure she nails you a few times too. A scream pierces the night, but it's not mine. I refuse to let them hear me scream. You scream pretty, I hear Kyle saying, laughing from somewhere behind us. But I can't see him or what he's doing. And I don't want to see. I don't even want to see what they're doing to me. The memories used to leave me curled in a ball and crying for hours. Now they fuel me. Feed my mission. Drive me forward. Make me a little murderous. Shaking my head, I move through the house quicker, hiding the last camera in the stuffed bear on Tyler's bed. Apparently his wife likes stuffed animals. Or at least I hope it's his wife who likes stuffed animals. I'd hate to know I've trembled in fear over a guy who carries around a stuffed bear. As I enter the last bedroom, I notice it's soundproofed with large amounts of studio padding meant for musicians. This will be the perfect room, since he doesn't have a basement. No windows are in here. No cameras will be added in this room. There are a few guitars lined up, all of them nice and shiny. His whole life is nice and shiny. Just like all of them. I can't wait to paint it red. Chapter 5. The only real valuable thing is intuition. Albert Einstein. Logan. Who's the girl? Elise asks, clearing her throat as she sits down on the edge of my desk. I'm grinning when I put my phone down, but I mask my expression. No clue what you're talking about, I lie, controlling all my micro-expressions. You can lie all you want to, but you give yourself away when you look at your phone. There are two reasons a guy smiles at his phone like that. Porn or a girl. Chuckling, I look away, studying some new evidence on the Boogeyman case. I hate it when the media gives the unsubs a name. It only feeds into their delusions and gives them the attention they crave. Fortunately they haven't gotten wind of our mutilated, tortured victim's case yet. I'd hate to know the name they'd conjure up for that one. We're sending a team to Boston to follow up the new leads for the kills there. We've isolated the comfort zone and have narrowed down the suspect pool. You good with going? I'm staying current on the mutilate and kill case, I say instead of responding to her other comment. She blows out a long breath. Sure. I'll go to Boston. Stop staring at all those pictures though. They're going to give you nightmares, she says, motioning to the shots scattered across my desk. I always have board copies made for my desk. Seeing things from various angles helps you catch what you might otherwise overlook. I need to find the true motive behind these kills. I motion to the latest dead and castrated victim. Sometimes there is no motive. We profiled the unsub to be sexually frustrated, most likely because he's gay and can't accept that. As a result, he's on his way to becoming a sexual sadist once he does accept it. More than likely he was mocked, taunted, or rejected by these men. The local PD are being slow with getting back to us. I don't think they're taking this guy as seriously as they should. I talked to several townies, but they acted like no one there would ever be gay. As though it's blasphemy to even consider. I wanted to flash pictures of my brother and his husband to them just for shock value at one point. My lips twitch. The smaller the town, the more resistant to outsiders they are. They don't like us meddling in their town, and they sure as hell won't want us there uncovering any dirt that might tarnish their reputation. But eventually we'll have to set up there. The unsub will return for his endgame, I say on a heavy breath. She nods as she stands, and she grabs her keys off my desk before staring down at me as I stay seated. Just a friendly reminder. We're all workaholics. It's how we made this team. There are always 3 or more cases going on at once, despite the lovely way TV depicts us as having just one case at a time and free time in between. Dating. Well, it's not so easy. There's a reason we're all single, divorced, or both. Unless you're sneaking around with someone who works here, you never get to see the person waiting at home for you. She turns and walks away, casting a look over her shoulder. I shrug it off. We do have some free time. It's not much, but it's enough. I hope. I'd hate to know my life was only spent chasing the psychotic until I die alone. Me, we really need to see each other again. Texting sucks. Lana, I agree. My fingers are getting cramps. Me, anything going on in 2 days? I have no breakfast plans. Lana, 2 days from now I'll be in West Virginia. What about tomorrow? Me, can't. I have to fly up to Boston for a quick briefing. I'll be back tomorrow night, but I have too much work to finish up with. It'll be well after midnight before I leave. If I leave. Lana, so, texting is fun, huh? I laugh and groan, relaxing in my seat as Craig walks into my office. So the county sheriff from that one-horse town finally called back. Just got off the phone with him. He actually lives there, and apparently thinks he runs all the police departments in the county. Anyway, he said, there are no gays living in his towns. Those are for city folk who forgot how to be men and women. Craig rolls his eyes, and I curse. Repression is a breeding ground for serial killers. Him denying anyone could be something other than who he wants them to be isn't going to help us find this unsub before he strikes again. I said almost the exact same thing. But he didn't budge from his stance. He thinks it's a coincidence those poor boys got killed. He blames it on moving away from home, because the rest of the world is full of evil. Pretty sure he's working with a cult mentality, and I wouldn't be surprised if all the small towns he's sheriff over drink that water. We're going to have to profile the whole town if someone doesn't talk, I grumble. You think the unsub is still a resident there? He asks as he takes a seat in front of my desk. I think it's unlikely but possible. We don't have enough information to use for a more specific profile. He steeples his hands in front of his mouth, his eyes vacantly staring at the top of my desk. The media will spin all sorts of theories if they get a hold of this story before we're ready to deliver a concrete profile, he says absently. Well aware. At least we know the sheriff isn't going to be spreading the story before we're ready. He nods, still staring at nothing in particular. I don't get how you do it, he says, moving his eyes away from one of the photographs. How do you get inside someone's head that is this sick and sadistic? How do you handle 1,001 questions from the media? I ask with a shrug. We all have our strengths. I don't get inside their heads. I crawl into their psyche. It's the only way to understand their delusional mentality, because you can't think like a rational person would. A convoluted mind is one that forms its own reality. That's why I need to know more about these skills. He's not leaving behind enough clues to piece together the puzzle. Chapter 6. I admit that thoughts influence the body. Albert Einstein. Lana. My life has started revolving around the chime of a phone. Well, for the past 5 months, it's been like that, but a different phone. Usually it's the cloned phone that is me leaping and rushing around to grab it. Not my actual phone. Not until Agent Logan Bennett a couple of weeks ago. Logan, Craig just asked if you were gay. Me, who's Craig? Logan, you have no idea how much I enjoy that answer. In fact, I just drew a few curious looks about why I'm laughing. I have no clue why he finds that so funny. Me, seriously, who's Craig? Logan, I really want to see you again. Me, well, let's just both quit our jobs so we can finally have a date. Logan, with the dead ends I'm finding on all my cases, I'm starting to wonder if it isn't time for a career change. Me, if it makes you feel any better, I contemplated a career change too. Met a guy yesterday who was trading all his wife's dildos for a pressure washer. The wife was furious when I showed up to inspect the quality of her toys. At least that's true. I hate the times I have to lie to him. Logan, I just spat coffee all over my desk. Me, how coincidental. She was apparently a spitter too. The husband informed me of that as if I wanted to know. Overshare. Logan, stop. Please stop. Everyone here thinks I'm insane for laughing this hard. Me, it wasn't the most awkward encounter I've had, but it certainly won't make any of my highlight reels either. Logan, so the dildos didn't get traded for the pressure washer? Me, nope. And I learned that she'll need them more than ever, since he won't be touching her for a while, according to her. He wasn't happy when I left. Apparently it was my fault for showing up an hour early, because she would have been gone otherwise. Logan, okay. You win. I can't compete with that. Me, life goals. Logan, do you always go to the coffee shop where I met you? Me, that's an abrupt shift in convo. But yes, I do. I moved here a little over a month ago, and that was the first decent cup I found. Logan, then I wish I had stopped sooner than that day. I had some downtime 2 weeks earlier. We could have been doing this in person then. Me, you don't always go there? Logan, that was my first time. Craig and I went to address some of the higher-ups about some security measures. We only stopped in that day because our regular spot was closed for renovations. Me, oh that's Craig. Logan, you seriously didn't remember his name? Me, I only retain the names of people I like or want to kill. I cringe when I read that back, realizing that's not a good joke, even though it's true, to make to a FBI agent. Logan, hope I'm on the right list. I blow out a breath, then smile at the morbid joke, now that I know he's not taking it seriously. Me, you are. Currently, you're at the top of the right list. It's been a while since I smiled like I do when we talk. Logan, I should have kissed you. My heart thumps in my chest as I read that back. Then I read it again. And again. And again. Each time it causes my stomach to flutter, and I try to process all the weird reactions I have to him. He makes me feel and act like the person I never thought I could be again, and I barely know him. I've only seen him twice. Yet, we don't miss a day speaking. And it's the highlight of my day. Every day. Every time. Every single word. Me, yes. You should have. Then I could have been spared the awkward wave I gave. Logan, but the really awkward wave was cute. Me, funny guy. I see how it is. It's been a while since I tried the dating scene. Actually, it's only been about 7 months. But as always, the interest level died after about a month, because all the feelings I wanted to feel never emerged. There'd be a fraction of the spark I feel with Logan, and I try to force it, desperate to feel anything other than anger, hatred, rage, brokenness. I thought I'd lost that ability. I thought they'd taken it somehow. Then along came exactly what I had been searching for since before I started the kill list. The problem is the fact he's sort of my opposite in the not-so-good way. Meaning, I kill people and he catches killers. And I can't stop. I wish I hadn't met him so early on in my list. There are still many more names on my list. I still have to right so many wrongs. My phone chimes, and I look down, smiling before I can help myself. Logan, then I definitely should have kissed you. Chapter 7. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. Albert Einstein. Logan. We know from the previous 5 killings and the mutilations that sexual frustration and possible rejection were the main motives. Even though I feel like there's a shit ton more to it. Maybe the unsub feels inadequate, possibly from rejection or something even larger that has happened in the past. We need to find a link, and it starts in that town. Leonard and Elise have returned to Delaney Grove, searching for anyone who might speak. For now, the rest of us will remain here where the last killing happened. It's the freshest crime scene, I tell the group. They grab their folders and files, and I head to my office, feeling too tired to think straight. For the past 2 weeks, I've either crashed in my office or driven home for a few hours of sleep. Unlike most serial killers, this one isn't escalating in time scale or risk factor. He's not getting bolder, which means he's staying smarter. Which sucks for us, because he's not making any mistakes. The trail is going to go cold. 1 more week, and there could be another body at our feet. My phone dings, and I look down at the text, smiling when I see who it is. I have no idea why she bothers speaking to me, since all we've done is text or talk over the phone since the day I had to bail on her at the coffee shop. Lana, you know, I always mocked the Netflix and chill notion, but now I see the appeal. Me, I don't even own a TV. Lana, what? Question mark. How? Question mark. Me, I keep meaning to buy one. Lana, Agent Bennett, I'm sorry. This has to end now. Me, at least call me by my first name if you're ending things. Lana, Agent Bennett sounds sexier. That has me smirking. Me, oh? Handcuffs turn you on? Lana, restraint is a hell number. Not my thing. But I wouldn't be opposed to using them on you. If we ever make it to that level, that is. My cock stirs in my pants, and I mentally count the months since the last time I even had time to think about sex. By month 5, I stop counting, because it's just depressing. I'll need a few dates with my hand before I try taking on Lana and embarrassing myself. Me, dinner tomorrow? Lana, you can do dinner? Me, no leads right now on my case, so I have some free time. It won't be much free time, but it has to be better than texting all the time. Lana, I'm not sure about the protocol in this situation. My brow furrows as I read her last text. Me, what protocol? Lana, am I allowed to say yes to a last-minute dinner invite? Or is it frowned upon to seem readily available on such short notice? Smile. That has me smiling and laughing to myself as I sit back and look at the clock. It's after 9, but I really want to see her right now. Me, it'll be a lot of short notices from me, so I hope you're the kind of girl who can be readily available. Hopefully that sounds better aloud. Lana, it sounds. Yeah, number. It doesn't sound good, but I get what you mean. Yes to dinner. Smile. I hope to leave with more than an awkward wave this time. I fist pump the air, then look up to see a few curious eyes on me through my open office door. Feeling like a 14-year-old jackass, I message her again. Me, I won't walk away with just a wave this time. Who knows when I'll see you again, or if you'll continue to deal with my shitty schedule. Lana, my schedule is pretty shitty too. Me, is it wrong that I'm tempted to ask where you live so I can subtly swing by tonight with the excuse I was in the neighborhood and thought I saw someone too close to your house? Lana, is it wrong that I hope you'll break some rules, find my address, and do just that? Groaning, I glance at the time, then at my computer screen. Deciding to totally abuse my privileges, I do look up her address. But that's all I research. Grabbing my phone, I pull up my GPS, grab my go bag from the office, and jog down to my car. Since it's wishful thinking and incredibly presumptuous to bring a bag, I toss it in the back, hoping she doesn't notice it and realize I'm expecting a lot more than I should be. Obviously I'll leave as soon as I get there if she wants me to, but I'm really hoping she doesn't want me to leave. Because Lana Myers has been in my head since the day I met her, and it'd be nice if someone noticed I was missing. Chapter 8. To know the secrets of life, we must first become aware of their existence. Albert Einstein. Lana. I stare at my last text and the empty space below it, because he never messages back. Seriously, I suck at flirting. Groaning, I get up, flicking a gaze over at the monitor on the wall. Tyler walks around in front of the camera in just his boxers, smirking as he texts someone. My secondary phone dings right on cue, and I look down and read the messages he's sending to a girl named Denise. Tyler, what are you wearing? I'm thinking of you. I roll my eyes, hoping Denise tells him to fuck himself. But she doesn't. It's hard to watch them live their lives for a month. I have to watch them loving the freedom they stole from me. The freedom they stole from us. Tyler is the first one who is married, and apparently having an affair. I've been saving him for closer to last, but right now, I can't afford to go home and sprint through so many. And sprint is an accurate depiction of how that time will go, considering it'll be too easy to get caught if I try to space it out as I do now. Jake assured me the feds are investigating our hometown. It was only a matter of time before they linked the kills and made the connection. I'd hoped to have more time before they got on my trail, hence the reason I started the kills outside of town. It's not like they link any of it to me, of course. Lana Myers doesn't exist in that town. Never has. Victoria Evans died 10 years ago. I look nothing like her anymore. They made sure of that. My eyes flick to the small mirror on the wall beside me. Without any makeup, you can see a few faint scars. I spent a lot of money to help make sure there were as few scars as possible. Victoria Evans was a poor girl from Delaney Grove, but Kennedy Carlisle was an heiress who died in a car accident the same night my death certificate was signed. She was so mangled and unrecognizable that Jake had no problem shifting the info around in the computers. Kennedy might have died that night, but the stranger I never met saved my life. I went in as Victoria, left as Kennedy, took on the rich, orphan life, and legally changed her name to Lana Myers to avoid anyone from her past finding me out. It was the easiest way to build a fund to support us and to change my identity. Jake didn't get good at more inventive forms of identity changes until the past couple of years. It took a while to see my scars on my face as marks of survival instead of brutal reminders of that night. The scars on other parts of my body didn't heal as cleanly. But the scars on my soul took the longest to deal with. They say everyone has their own healing process. The first year of mine was spent mourning for my family and suffering from all the trauma. I cried until there was nothing but sand left to fall from my eyes. I curled into a ball and showered 3 times a day, never feeling clean. The second year was spent being angry and seeking outlets. I took on kickboxing first. By the third year, I'd moved on to various other forms of mixed martial arts. Several black belts are mine now. I never want to be anyone else's victim. The fourth year was spent getting stronger, dealing with all my fears, and learning to stand on my own without all the sleepless nights. The fifth year was the first time I could withstand any physical contact. I learned to grow. I learned not to flinch away when someone barely touched me. I learned to be as normal as I could be. The sixth year was when I could finally handle intimacy without wanting to kill the person touching me. It was the year one decided I was no longer their victim. It was the year one took back control over my life and embraced my future before it was destroyed completely. The seventh year was when I decided to get revenge. The planning began. The eighth year was when I started locating them all. I learned all there was to know about them. The ninth year was spent hacking the case files from my father's trial, learning all the police had, searching for the truth instead of the lies. The 10th year. The 10th year is when I decided to start killing one a month. Jake convinced me to be cautious. I'd hate to be caught before I can finish. My life will happen in between kills. I can have both. Because I doubt I'll make it out of this alive. Denise decides to text Tyler back, breaking me out of my reverie, and it's a picture of her in a lace nightie. Unreal. If this is how you're supposed to date, then I really am out of my depth. I'm not spending 30 minutes slipping into something like that just for a picture. My phone buzzes as Tyler and Denise send dirty texts to each other. Those dirty texts will find their way to his wife if needed. She sure as hell can't be home when I collect his debt. My actual phone rings, and I reach over and grab it absently, still reading the latest sick text from Tyler. How does Denise find this sexy? Hello? Hey, it's me, Jake says, clicking away in the background. He's always at the computer, lining everything up for me. Best partner ever. What are you doing? I ask, curious. Just finished writing Olivia her check, and now I'm working on our website. Are you reading this? I ask him, wrinkling my nose when Denise describes a blowjob in detail for him. Unfortunately. What are you doing tonight? I was thinking we'd grab a bite and watch Surveillance together. I've already gotten his entry code. You're getting better angles with the cameras with each install. Idly, I lift my gaze to the monitor, watching as Tyler starts lowering his boxes. Yeah, number. I don't need to see that. Cutting my eyes away, I answer, I learn more with each one. His wife is gone a lot on business. There's a conference 2 days before the planned kill day. She'll be gone all weekend. I can strike then. He's a two-and-done deal. Don't get cocky and strike too soon. When you lose your caution, mistakes happen, and you'll get arrested. True. There's a conference the weekend after. I can always prolong the date as well. That's better than moving it up, but it's best to stick to a consistent schedule if possible. That way you don't lose focus. Snorting derisively, I roll my eyes. No worries on that. My focus can't be derailed. Their taunts no longer haunt me at night. Now I dream peacefully to the sounds of their screams. Which I realize is probably psychotic, but I wasn't born this way. They turn me into this. Karma wasn't finding them. Neither was justice. Destiny seemed content with leaving them on their perfect little paths of love, peace, and blissfulness. Only one person wanted them to suffer. Well, two. Jake wanted them to hurt as much as they hurt me. As much as they hurt, you say that, but you seem to lose more of your anger with each kill. You almost seem a little too peppy these days. For the past few weeks, you've giggled and acted high every time I've talked to you. You getting tired of this? It's not too late to back out. That has nothing to do with the kills. It has everything to do with Agent Bennett. Not that I'll tell Jake that. He'd flip his lid if he knew I was. Well, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with Logan to be honest, besides smiling like a loon every time my phone goes off with a new message from him. If I told Jake I'm interested in an FBI agent who happens to investigate serial killers, and is possibly investigating my case, he'd probably flip the hell out. Because it's stupid. And I should end it. But I can't. When you go so long feeling cold and detached, then a complete stranger ignites the dormant feelings you thought were forever gone. You can't help but be addicted to it. You can't help but revel in the smiles you forgot how to use, or the laughter that sounds unnatural coming from the lips that haven't laughed in years. Whoa. I need to slow down. I'm one fantasy away from tattooing his name on my ass. I can't help but wonder how things might have been if my past hadn't been derailed and clusterfucked to hell and back. I think he would have really liked the old me. I was clever, funny, quick-witted, and slightly dramatic. I also cried if I accidentally killed a bug. Now I'm a 5'4" package of vengeance that no one sees coming. I'm peppy because it feels good. Maybe it's a high from the adrenaline or something, I lie. Really? He asks, sounding confused. I know Jake supports what I'm doing. He was there. He helped me pick up all the pieces and glue them back together the best he could, even though I could barely stand to be around anyone. But he doesn't want the grim details, and I doubt he feels comfortable with me telling him it makes me feel like a goofy grinner, even though it isn't the kills making me a goofy grinner. But I can't give him the true facts. Because World War III and all that. I don't want him to talk me out of Logan, when I've almost done it to myself too many times. Really, I lie again. I really hope I flirted right with Logan. I thought I was following his lead. He often gets called away during the middle of our texting sessions, which means it could be hours before he texts back, so I try not to overthink it. My eyes flick back to where Tyler is already cleaning up. He's just as quick as I remember. 1 more week until kill day. I still think you should nix the castration. If they dig too deep into the town's history, they could eventually unravel it all too soon, Jake says, reminding me he's still on the phone. You remember what they did, right? I want them to feel the worst pain imaginable. I want to remove that last ounce of power. That last shred of dignity. Blowing out a long breath, I listen to him grow silent on the other end. When he continues to hold his tongue, I try to put his mind at ease. Even if they did figure out a ghost rose from the dead, I take plenty of forensic countermeasures. The feds suspect some big, strong guy. I strangle them to render them unconscious, instead of using anything to aid in incapacitating them, the way a woman would normally do. And I do it while they're on the ground so as not to betray my height. I've trained for this for years. Stop worrying. He sighs harshly. I hate you leaving the bodies there for them to find. I'd prefer it if you took them to an isolated, controlled location, then dumped the bodies somewhere they'd never be found. I wanted them found. I wanted them linked together. I just didn't want it to happen this soon. I want them scared when I start dropping lower on the list. By the time I reach Kyle, I want him to be crying in fear. That's why I'm saving him for last. And what happens if he goes to the cops when he figures out the pattern? Eventually this will hit the media, you know? I'm surprised it hasn't already. I knew the risks going in, and Kyle speaking to the feds about a ghost girl killing people who brutalized her 10 years ago isn't one of them. He'd have to explain why someone was picking these guys off. You know none of them will ever do that. A secret like they've kept would eat anyone alive. If they had a conscience. Only they feel they were justified in hurting innocent people. They strived, succeeded, and went on with life like it never happened. Like they didn't leave us there to die. One person did die because of that night. They think it was two. Jake continues to yak in my ear about all the what-ifs in the universe. I continue to shift my thoughts away from it all, because Logan keeps creeping to the forefront of my mind. I'll finally get to see him tomorrow. Tyler lies down for the night, and I flip the monitor over to regular television. Bedtime seems to be 10 consistently so far. In fact, everything he does seems to be scheduled, including his shit breaks. I'm getting off here, Jake. Fine. Fine. Call me back later. Hanging up, I start taking inventory. My knives are in a row, lined up inside my homemade multi-sheath. They're clean and wiped free of fingerprints, as always. I move to the fridge and pour myself a glass of straight vodka. Smiling, I turn on the music, an old vinyl my father used to love. He and my mother danced to this song a lot at night, back before life was derailed in a metaphorical train crash. As I sway with the music, dancing like they used to, I almost miss the sound of heavy pounding against my door. My body jolts when I register the sound, and my heart slams into my throat. No one comes here. Ever. It's a creepy driveway with gargoyles at the end just to make it a little creepier. Then there are several signs warning against trespassing. Not even my mailman dares to venture the half-mile driveway to my house. My packages get left at the end of the driveway. My eyes dart out the window, but I don't see a vehicle in plain view. After flicking off the record player, I push the knives into the drawer closest to me as the knocking persists. I pick up my gun, carrying it as I silently cross the floor to the door. When I peek through the peephole, my eyes widen and my breath rushes out in disbelief. Shit. I hiss, scrambling to toss the gun into the drawer attached to the table beside the door. Come on, pretty girl. Don't tell me you're not home after I broke rules and privacy laws to find you, Logan drawls from the other side of the door. My stomach flutters as that goofy grin starts to spread, and I swing open the door to a smiling FBI agent. His grin broadens as his eyes rake over me, and he looks back up as an eyebrow arches. Best greeting ever. I'm confused for a second, so I glance down my body to see that, yep, I'm not wearing pants. I rarely do when I'm at home. I look back up and shrug, ignoring the way a twinge of heat spreads up my neck. I'm embarrassed? Really? I didn't know I could be embarrassed until this moment. Can I come in before anyone sees you? I'd hate to have to show my jealous side so early on, he deadpans, but he winks as I slowly step back, trying not to say or do anything stupid. Should I run and put on pants? Or will I look like an idiot who forgot to put on pants? Confident girls walk around in a t-shirt and panties all the time, right? Fucking A. My driveway is sort of creepy, and with all the vegetation growth, no one can see me here. I ramble, then zip my lips. As soon as he gets the door shut, he turns and his gaze shifts. Something subtle changes, and the amused glint that melts away for something far more enticing. I start to speak, to explain why I stupidly answered the door without pants, when he's suddenly on me. His hands go to my hair, tilting my head back roughly, and his mouth crashes against mine. I go from surprise to melting within seconds, opening my lips so his tongue can sweep in and steal what small fraction of sanity I have left. I moan into his mouth as one of his hands slides down my body, gripping my waist just enough to pull me to him. Both my hands come up and grab onto his shoulders so that I don't sag to the ground. It feels good. Not awkward or wrong or uncomfortable. It feels so good. The kiss is hungry, almost as though we've both been starved for too long. I realize we're moving too quickly, but I don't give a damn. I give less of a damn when he lifts me and places me on top of the table beside the door, pushing himself between my legs as he devours me. His hands move up and down my sides, back into my hair, then back down again. It's like he can't touch me everywhere at once, even though he wants to. But he's also sticking to safe zones instead of groping me, despite my state of undress. It makes me want him even more. I tug at the front of his shirt and wind his tie around my other hand, pulling him as close as possible. He makes some strange sound before grinding into the V of my thighs, driving me that much crazier. We should slow down, he says against my lips. We really should, I agree, still kissing him and pulling him impossibly closer. Where's your room? He asks, trying and failing to break the kiss. Down the hall and to the right. He lifts me and starts walking, bypassing the stairs to the part of the house he definitely can't see. My legs stay wrapped around him as I try not to think of how dangerous this could be. I never expected him to just show up without warning. And there's an entire murder room upstairs just waiting to be discovered. Mentally, I do a quick worry list over the things he might find in the bedroom, and realize most everything has already been put away. As long as he doesn't accidentally turn on the monitoring system in my living room, we should be good. My back crashes against the wall when he stumbles, and my thoughts flee as the kiss grows more aggressive. Too many times I've tried to feel this passion and never felt an ounce of the fire as what's burning between us. My fingers skate down the front of his shirt until I rip it open, fully opening it and pushing it out of the way as a few buttons skid across the floor, running with their newfound freedom. Firm skin finds my fingertips, and I moan against his lips when he shudders against me like he feels all the flames I do. We'll burn good together. His tongue demands more attention from mine, and I kiss with abandon like I never have before. My hands slide up and tangle in his hair, angling his head so I can devour him properly. He grunts and pushes away from the wall, walking quickly again. Your other right, I say when he starts walking into my guest room on the left where Jake stays when he comes to visit. He changes course and continues to move quickly. I hear the fan humming in my room as we walk in, and anticipation buds in my core, ready to be released. He drops me to the bed in a flurry of motion that surprises me, and I prop up on my elbows, taking in the sight of him as he finishes stripping his ruined shirt off. All tan, lean muscle and smooth skin. A twinge of dread unfurls within me. The scars on my body aren't all hidden. My face was easier to fix than the rest of me. Too fast? He asks, apparently misreading the reason for my hesitation to join him in the getting naked routine. No, I say, forcing my thoughts to blank. The past can't continue to rule me, and I'm supposed to be beyond the worry of what people will think when they see the scars. He looks hesitant now. Lana, I shouldn't have barged in and came at you like a savage. But. His eyes dip to where my thighs are spread wide, nothing but the thin panties hiding the goods from him. He swallows audibly before meeting my gaze again. We can slow down. I promise this isn't why I showed up. A slow smile curves my lips. He's pretty amazing when he's trying to be a good guy. Climbing up to my knees, I crawl toward him, and his pupils dilate. He's turned on, which doesn't take profiling skills to figure out. Slowly, I move toward him, and he remains completely still. When I reach him, I lean forward and flick my tongue against the firm flesh on his ribs. A quiet sound escapes him, and that seems to snap that small thread of control. His hand goes to my hair, and with a hard tug, he forces my head back as he lowers his face and finds my lips again. It's rough and hungry, and completely different from anything I thought I'd ever want. I've been controlling sex since I found it in me to be intimate again. This is the first time I've ever felt comfortable letting a guy lead. "Where the hell have you been?" he says against my lips, causing me to grin against him as he pushes me down, coming down on top of me. I'm not sure what that means, but I love the awe in his tone. My smile dies as I wait for the inevitable panic attack of being pinned down, but it doesn't come. More emotions bud inside of me, and I put all the confusing questions into the back of my mind, deciding to analyze this all later. For now, I just want to feel. And I do. I feel his movements against me as he pushes his pants away. I feel him shift as he slides his hand up my leg, eliciting small shivers from me because of how overloaded my sensory nerves are. I feel when he touches parts of me that shouldn't be so erotic, the bend of my knee, the back of my calf, the top of my foot. I feel everything, and it all feels perfect. He starts pushing my shirt up, and I force myself to allow it. He sucks in a breath when he realizes I'm also not wearing a bra. It's escaped his attention since he's avoided any groping. "Damn," he says under his breath, though it sounds like praise. He leans back as though he's going to take it all in. Which gives me a second to fully appreciate him, since he's down to his black boxers that ask training to keep certain parts of his body restrained. I'm confident, until his gaze shifts and zeroes in on what I was worried about. "What happened?" he asks, not sounding overly concerned or nosy, just curious. He runs his fingers over two of the scars, and I catch his wrist, stopping him. I can't stand them being touched. He meets my eyes again, and the concern that was lacking begins to form. He's too perceptive, so it'd be stupid to give too much away with my expressions. "Car accident," I tell him weakly. It's a lie, but I'm damn good at lying. "The same as your parents?" he asks. If he ever looked into it and found the name I stole, then he'd know that girl was not in the same accident as her parents. Number. "Can we not talk about this right now though?" I ask, my voice teasing now as I slide his hand up to cover my breast. The heat in his eyes is instantly back, the concern washing away when he sees I'm okay. With slow prowess, he slides down on top of me, and his lips claim mine again. Nothing else matters in this moment. We kiss until we're both grinding against each other, desperate for more. I need zero help getting ready, because I've never been so turned on in all my life. He groans against me before finally lifting away from me again. "Tell me to stop and I will," he says softly, brushing his lips against mine again. Just that bit of comfort means more than he knows, because I believe it coming from his lips. When you read people like I do, you learn who's honest and who isn't. You learn to smell intentions. "I don't want to stop," I say quietly, refusing to break the spell. He leans over, grabbing his discarded jeans, and I grin when I hear the familiar rattling sound of a wrapper. "Just so you know, I've had this thing in my wallet for a while. I really didn't come with expectations, with hopes, yes, but not expectations," he says, grinning when he sees my smile. I arch an eyebrow playfully, and he kisses me again, getting readjusted on top of me. His hands move between us as he lifts his hips, and I resist the urge to look down and watch. It's sad to say that seeing him roll on a condom would probably send me spiraling into a premature orgasm. It's surreal. I love this feeling. I want to bottle it and save it for rainy days. When he leans up, I'm forced to watch, and I squirm as that take grows more pronounced, more insistent. Fairly sure that take is named Desire. He's definitely not a small guy, but he's also not freakishly endowed. Perfect. I'm licking my lips before I can stop myself as he starts tugging my panties down. His eyes fall on the bare skin when he removes them completely and he leans down. The second I feel his breath hit me, my hips jerk up, and I tug his hair, forcing him up my body. If you do that, I'll be ruined. I need more, I say just as my lips find his again. I could seriously kiss him all day, as long as we're also doing more. Without any further begging, he pushes inside me in one swift thrust that has me breaking my lips away to gasp for air. He rocks his hips, and I realize there's more there than I initially thought, because he goes deeper, filling me fuller. He stares down at me, lust and longing oozing from his eyes as he keeps eye contact. No words are exchanged as he rocks his hips again, finding a spot inside me that I thought had died. Sensory overload is a legit thing. Everything on me is strung tight, just waiting to break. The more he moves over me, the tighter the strings get. My nails dig into his shoulders as he continues to watch the myriad of expressions I must be giving him as he unravels me thrust by thrust. Then it hits. It hits hard. Those strings break, and euphoria crackles across my body like a bomb that detonates in my core and explodes outward. It rolls across me, curling my toes, flashing behind my eyelids that shut at some point, and licks across my skin like hot, incredible flames. When I cry out and thrash beneath him wildly, his rhythm changes, becoming more urgent. I hold on as he drags out my orgasm in a way I didn't know was possible, and then he grunts, his hips jerking against me as he finds his own little version of heaven. At least I hope he feels this good. Boneless and spent, my arms fall away from him as he drops to my body and kisses a trail down my neck. Definitely moving too fast, but I don't care. We're doomed anyway. The monster never gets the prince. It's always the sweet and innocent princess who wins. My hands come up, and my fingers twist in his hair, enjoying this feeling while it lasts. I plan on a round 2, but I'm not Superman. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll make sure you want to do this a lot more, he says against my neck, still nipping and kissing the flesh. A smile curves my lips, and I sigh happily under him. I want to do this all the time. He chuckles against me, and I find myself hugging him, even though I don't know when it started. He holds me to him, hugging me back. Good, he says against me. Because that was fucking perfect. It is perfect. Which is why I need to kill the monitoring channel in the living room so that it doesn't work, lock my murder room, and make sure all my weapons stay in there from now on. Chapter 9. I never came upon any of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking. Albert Einstein. Logan. You got laid, Craig says as I walk in, holding my coffee that I barely managed to get in time this morning. I forgot what it was like to lose myself in a girl. And I know I've never lost myself in someone so much as I did last night and this morning. Lana is the most unexpected surprise of my life. I keep waiting to find a flaw, but can't seem to find one. No one can be that perfect. Not that I want to jinx it. I also don't want to find out she's married or something. So I'm close to doing the unthinkable, because she has my head all kinds of fucked up. Maybe, I tell him, smirking when he groans. The Ice Princess took you but not me? He asks as I drop to my desk chair and pull up the databases I need. It drives you that crazy she didn't eat up your charm, I drawl. There's a reason I'm the face of this department, and it isn't because I'm the best looking, though we both know I am. The point is, girls eat me up. Women, mothers, daughters, aunts, sisters, nieces. We fuck up, and I explain it away with a charming smile and in a shucks sort of attitude while throwing in a deep sense of remorse. Anything and everything will be forgiven if you have the right face. It's the truth. Humans are shallow, all of us. Pardon me for finding it a little suspect that she literally had zero interest in me, yet turns around and fucks you. I think Logan is way hotter than you, Hadley chimes in, coming to prop up beside me as Craig scowls at her. And despite what you think, not all women are that shallow. Most of us find someone attractive if they have the right qualities. Bullshit, Craig scoffs. I've done plenty of research on the matter. I'm not just talking out my ass. I roll my eyes as they continue to bicker, and I start my search. No marriage certificate. No divorce. No children, not that I'd mind, but I'd still like to know. No living relatives. Shit. No one? She has no one at all? I already know she doesn't have any personal social media. Just her business profiles, even though there's no mention of her partner on any of them. I don't dig any deeper than that. I feel like I've invaded her privacy enough. Everything else needs to be things she tells me when she's ready, like the car accident that scarred her. It must have been a bad wreck, considering one scar travels from her left hip to her right breast. Another one is on her right side, jagged and large. They're old. I could tell from looking at them. I should have shown her my scars, but I was too busy exploring her body the rest of the night to give her time to explore mine. Every time she tried, I lost control. Feeling her hands on me seemed to turn me into a horny teenager all over again. You have serious trust issues, Hadley says, drawing me out of my own head. I notice Craig is gone, but Hadley is reading the latest search over my shoulder. I close out of it and shrug. You had me research her background for Prius, and now you're checking her facts? She cocks an eyebrow at me. Ever met someone too good to be true? I was almost late for work this morning because I couldn't seem to pry myself away from her. She literally has no flaws. She's beautiful, smart, sassy, whimsical, and on board with my hectic schedule, even though most girls immediately have an issue with it. She hasn't once gotten annoyed with me having to cancel things. I showed up at her place unannounced, and she was twice as perfect as I thought possible. So yeah, I can't help but be worried, because a guy can fall fast for a girl like that. She rolls her eyes and the mocks a gag, so I flip her off and start pulling up the latest case files. Everyone has flaws. You're just in the honeymoon phase. Eventually she will get annoyed with cancellations and unavailability. Just like you'll eventually start noticing things she does that irritate you. Right now is the shiny happy part that everyone loves. It's why so many people get married after barely knowing each other. It's also why they get divorced when they do know each other. She laughs, and I lean back, mulling that over. I don't remember the honeymoon phase being this damn good in the past. I'm overanalyzing this, I say on a sigh. It's your nature. It's what makes you good at this job. But I'm telling you, right now the girl could fart out toxic waste that had you pulling on a mask, and you'd think it was cute. It's part of the phase. She claps me on the shoulder as she laughs and walks away, and I look down as I get a text. Lana, your boxers are comfortable. Me, you're wearing them? Didn't know I left them behind. Lana, I figured you did it on purpose. So you'd have a reason to come back. Me, already got a reason to come back. Lana, now you have two. There's a picture attached to the last message of her from the waist down, definitely wearing my boxers. I run a hand through my hair, hating the fact I don't want to be at work for the first time ever. I've always loved the job, yet a girl I barely know has me tempted to take my first ever sick day. Me, keep them on. I'll be back tonight, and I want to see them in person. Lana, lucky for you I have no plans. And I'll just be wearing these when you get here. Groaning in frustration, I put my phone away, and I hurry through some of the slim new leads. The hotline tips get more ridiculous every day. The Boogeyman case is getting about as cold as my murder, mutilation case. Several other cases are on the back burner, since no new murders have popped out. The ones that kill once or twice a year are twice as hard to find. Our only hot case is a murder, robbery serial. I work, looking through some of the leads, examining the same photos as always. After 2 hours, I'm at the murder board, still trying to piece together what makes these women the targets. None of them are overtly rich. They all have different family backgrounds, different ethnicities, different hair colors. Though they were all attractive, there was no rape as incentive. Impotence is a possible in our profile, but there's something else that is driving him. There's a reason why he selects and stalks these particular women. My eyes look to their eyes, then their noses, then their mouths. Something clicks, and my heartbeat picks up. Just as Hadley walks by, I grab her wrist, stopping her as my eyes narrow on one piece of evidence we haven't been able to figure out. The lab analyzed that clay you found in the apartment, right? I ask, lost in thought. She nods. Yeah. Nothing special about it. You could buy it at any arts and crafts store. And no one knows why it was there. It wasn't found on the victim or anywhere else in the apartment. They think the unsubber brought it in on his shoes or clothes. And the faces had all been thoroughly cleaned then bleached. The hair had also been shaven off and the head was clean then bleached, I state, still doing the math. Yes. Why? I look past her to where Donnie is. Donnie, look up art galleries in the area of the robberies, murders. He looks perplexed, but starts typing. Hadley, I need you to get on all the art sites you can find and see if anyone is selling bronze sculptures of faces. Narrow them down to the ones who started in the past 4 months, when the killings started. I go on, walking toward Donnie's desk. I turn to see her still standing there, confused. Now, I urge her, and she scrambles to her desk. Donnie is typing furiously when I come up behind him. 4 in the area. None are selling bronze sculptures of faces, he says, frowning. Or was I supposed to be looking for something different than Hadley? Call each one and ask if anyone tried to sell them the bronze sculptures. It'll be faces only. He picks up his phone to do as I ask, and I go back to my computer, pulling up the program I need. I place all the victims' pictures in the spots, and after a few keystrokes, my suspicions are confirmed. Symmetry, I say on a long breath. What? Craig asks, coming to look over my shoulder. He's choosing them because of the symmetry of their faces. Perfect symmetry, which is supposed to be very rare, if not impossible. He's choosing them because they have it, and he's using their faces to mold art. He's probably trying to sell it, and he's fixated on anyone who has a symmetrical face. Women in particular. He may have a Da Vinci fixation as well. My eyes scan the room, and I spot Lisa clipping her fingernails. Lisa, look at anyone in the comfort zone who might have ordered a lot of Leonardo da Vinci prints, or books on Da Vinci. Focus primarily on anything revolving around the Vitruvian Man. The unsub would most likely be obsessed with that work. And you think this because? Craig asks, confused. Call it a gut feeling. We've solved a lot of cases with my gut. Yeah, that's why you keep getting promoted. But how the hell do you fit Da Vinci in with clay, robberies, and shaved heads with bleach poured on them? The bleach is a forensic countermeasure, just as shaving and removing all the hair then bleaching the head. He's removing all traces of the clay from the body. The hair is probably being saved for the sculpture too. Not all artists can paint or draw. I'm lost, Craig goes on. Da Vinci wasn't just famous for his intellect or paintings. There were large sculptures he created that have historians buzzing too. He drew it first, then he molded it from clay or beeswax, depends on which version of the story you hear. From there, he cast it in bronze to create another masterpiece. A man who is fixated on him and symmetry, but can't draw or create art from nothing? That's who we're looking for. Nothing, Hadley says, looking frustrated. Several molds are made from numerous things, but no bronze. Does it have to be bronze? She asks. Yes, I say, convinced this is the right lead to chase. It explains the robberies. He'd sell the valuables he stole to buy the amount of bronze he needs. It's not cheap. We've scoured pawn shops and internet sites looking for anyone selling that stuff though, Donnie interjects. The right shady pawn dealer wouldn't give a damn if we were asking about it, and would like to keep from turning it over and losing that profit. If this guy is using forensic countermeasures, then he's done his homework on where to sell. Donnie resumes his phone calls, and I do something that probably won't help. I pull up the buy, sell, and trade site that Lana runs. She mentioned last night that she leaves things up for a month after they sell with a sold sign on it to keep people from asking what happened to it. I scroll through the jewelry section, since that's what was mostly stolen. But nothing is on there. Maybe I was just looking for an excuse to speak to her. Because I've got it bad and it's pathetic. Got something? Donnie says, drawing all of our attention as he returns to the conversation he's having on the phone. Yes. Did he leave a number or an address to reach him? He scribbles something down as we all stand. I put my jacket on and holster my gun. Looks like I'm going to need my go bag again. Fortunately it has several pairs of clothes. He hangs up and holds up the paper. They've got a guy who has come into 2 of the 4 places trying to sell them a growing set of bronze heads. Looks like we're flying to New York, Craig says, eyeing me like I'm a weird fucking unicorn. And I guess we're getting the damn chopper since the department jet is already out on call. Why can't we get our own private jet like they have in the movies and stuff? Haley snorts, and they all talk amongst themselves as I pull out my phone and make a call that actually sucks. Yes, I'm still wearing the boxers. And eating ice cream, Lana says, sounding bright and fucking giddy. I hate my timing now. Usually I'm a hell of a lot more excited about a break in a case than this. I wish I could be there to see it, I say on a long breath as I grab my vest and other necessities, shoving them into my bag. You have to cancel, she says simply, her voice devoid of any emotion for me to read. I'm sorry. I have a feeling I'll get used to saying those 2 words if she sticks around long enough to hear them time after time. We got a break in the case today. At least I hope so. I'm on my way out of town right now. Don't be sorry, Logan. You have a job, an important one. I admire you and what you do. You put monsters away, and I believe you're actually looking for the right man instead of just another merit on your resume. That's a weird thing to say. I definitely look for the right man. What do you mean by that? It's just that I studied a lot of old cases when I went to college. I took criminology classes. It seemed like a lot of arrests were rushed just to close a case and add another gold star to a stellar reputation. If the killings would stop, people would assume the killers were locked up. If the killings reoccurred, they'd call it a copycat instead of owning the possibility they closed the case with the wrong suspect behind bars. I'm not sure what cases she studied. They don't tarnish the reputation of the FBI in those classes. If anything, they sing praises to our guys. So you took criminology? But you didn't join law enforcement? Decided I didn't have the stomach for it, she says dryly. Blood and guts churn it. I definitely don't picture her as someone who could handle the shit I've seen if she has a weak stomach. Will you be able to text or call when you're gone? She asks hopefully. Definitely. I'll probably text you from the chopper to apologize again. Seriously, don't apologize. Ever. You make a difference. I'd have to be a selfish bitch to expect you to be at my side when someone needs saving. Go be awesome and text when you can. I stop and lean against the wall of the stairwell, smiling at nothing. Have I told you lately that you're perfect? She laughs then coughs to smother the laugh. Trust me when I say I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum from perfection. Oh? Will I see these flaws of yours one day? She grows quiet for so long that I check to make sure the line hasn't gone dead. Finally, she answers. I pray that day never comes, she says quietly. Now go catch a bad guy. Is it safe to tell me the town so I can watch the news for you? I know you said you were sometimes on the news. If it's against the rules, then don't tell me, because I'd never ask you. I'll be in New York. I'm sure it'll be on all the major channels if this pans out. It's rare to get a break this big, but it could all be wrong. I'm going on a profile that I built myself just a few moments ago. For the record, I'm not supposed to tell anyone. Then why did you tell me? She scolds. Because I want you to be someone one day. I don't tell her that I've thoroughly checked her out to make sure she wasn't any type of law-breaking heathen or anything. Best if this trust thing starts now. Well, someday, I hope I am someone. Until then, don't tell me things you're not supposed to. Why? I ask, amused that she's so angry about this. Because I respect you. And I never want you to think I expect more than I should. This is about us. Not your job. Please. Promise me you won't ever tell me things you're not supposed to. Yeah. Told you she's fucking perfect. Deal, pretty girl. Keep my boxers warm. I'll text you or call you later. Logan? Yeah? Come back in one piece no matter what you have to do in order to make that happen. That's the only thing I'll ever expect. Survive. A slow smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. That I can promise. Chapter 10. Truth is what stands the test of experience. Albert Einstein. Lana. You're dating a fucking FBI agent? Jake blares over the phone, and I groan, pulling it away from my ear as I park at the restaurant across the street from where Tyler is. I'm starving, and we can't get a visual inside this office, so I'll stalk from here, since this is where he has reservations. Right now, this blonde wig is itching the crap out of me, and this red lipstick is definitely causing me to stake out. Add both in with the dark sunglasses and skin-tight dress that I'm wearing, and I look nothing like Lana Myers, just in case. I already explained how it happened, I tell Jake, wishing I had just kept the confession out of it. And you're in New York, where he also happens to be. Tyler is here, which is why I'm here. He took an unscheduled trip up here, so I got worried he was coming to see one of the others, since Lawrence is the next target and he's also here. He has lunch reservations for two, Jake. He blows out a heavy breath. New York is a long way from West Virginia. What's he doing there? I don't know. He went into the same office where Lawrence works. The media hasn't gotten a hold of the story. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they haven't heard several of their friends died recently. He grows quiet, and I stare out at the restaurant. Tyler has reservations for two here at lunch. That much I found out from the cloned phone. But he hasn't been texting Lawrence. I'm not sure who he's texting. Jake? You still there? No, he says, sounding muffled. I'm right beside you. I look out my window to find a guy with a goatee, dark glasses, and a stick. I'm not sure what it's called, but it looks suspiciously like the stick the seeing impaired would use to feel their way around. His hair has also been bleached blonde. I guess we're both incognito. I climb out of the car, arching an eyebrow at him. Cowabunga? He snorts, but then his lips thin. So you decided to come to New York City without telling me? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. He shrugs carelessly. Same thing you essentially did. I have the same phone you do, remember? I knew you'd be heading out. He points a finger at me. Don't think you're off the hook over this FBI boyfriend thing. That conversation is paused, not over. I groan, and he smirks as he holds his arm out for me to take. He looks all classy in his suit. With the way I'm dressed, I look like his high-paid hooker. You look good, by the way, he whispers as he guides me down the sidewalk. High praise coming from a man who's supposed to be blind, I say with a sweet smile. He restrains a smile as we walk inside. Reservation for DeMarco, I tell the hostess. We requested the terrace, since it's so beautiful outside today. Just like Tyler requested. She beams at me, treating me like I don't resemble a cool girl with her John. Of course. Right this way, she says, refraining from calling me Mrs. DeMarco in case it's the name of my date. So I guess they're used to this sort of thing. You're making me look like a hooker, I hiss under my breath. Jake covers a laugh with a forced cough, and I stop myself from kicking him with my stiletto heel. Pretty sure you did that all by yourself. Trying to stand out? Trying to look the opposite of me, I whisper. Good job. Ha, I grumble as the sweet hostess seats us. She flashes all of her beautifully white teeth at us in the best genuine smile I've seen. Maybe she's just a friendly little perky thing. Your waiter will be with you momentarily. Enjoy your lunch, she says, still not using names. As she glides away, I turn my attention on Jake. His glasses have tinted sides that cover his eyes completely, allowing him to look wherever he wants without people noticing where his eyes are directed from the side. Clever, I note in a mock, deep southern drawl, and he grins. Thought you'd appreciate it, he says, adjusting his glasses for emphasis. Our table is private enough to speak without anyone overhearing, but I look around for any cameras that might overhear. Two above us, Jake says, not having to guess about why I'm looking around. I can hear those birds like I can hear an alarm going off. So talk in code or type a text. Got it. They must have audio if he's hinting for me to be silent. You're right. 2 birds are up there. I'll never understand how you do that, I tell him, keeping with the southern accent I've accidentally committed to. I still love your accent, he tells me, grinning. Arsehole. I look over just as Tyler walks in, and my stomach hits my toes when I see Lawrence with him. They get seated 2 tables over, and Jake hands me something under the table. I feel it and know exactly what it is. With subtlety, I pretend as though my earring is loose, and lift my hand to pretend to fix it under the long mane of blonde hair that hides my ears perfectly. Instead of touching the earring, I put in the small earpiece that Jake just gave me. I pat Jake's hand like an affectionate little hooker, and pretend to devote all my attention to him. I assume you'll tell me all about your day after we eat? He asks, sticking with code speak. You know it, darling. He barely stops himself from laughing, but my smile falls away when I hear Tyler and Lawrence speaking quietly to each other. The earpiece amplifies their words as long as it's facing what I want to hear, so I keep my head angled toward Jake like I'm staring at him affectionately. It has to be Dev, man. There's no one else who'd want to do something to us for that night, Tyler is saying. So they are meeting about me. I guess the cat's out of the bag. There's no way, Lawrence scoffs dismissively. He had a breakdown 2 nights later and said we took it too far. He fucking cried, dude. Cried like a little bitch. Said we were sick for what we did to them. It's him. That fucker has finally cracked and now he's doing this. He thinks he's innocent since he didn't get his dick dirty that night, and now he's picking us off one by one. From the corner of my eye, I notice Lawrence shaking his head. I run my hand up and down Jake's arm, pretending to be lost in thought as I read the menu aloud to him, but really all my attention is caught up in the conversation across from us. Number. It's not him. I talked to his sister, and she said he's been in Mexico for the past 2 months on a church mission thing. Dev is the only one I'm not sure what to do with, to be honest. He's the only one who showed remorse, and they did essentially force him to be there that night. He wasn't a victim, by any means. He could have spoken up and said something. Anything. Currently, he's not on my kill list. But he is in the 10 fingers column. Jake gets tired of not hearing, so he discreetly lifts his hand and places another sound amplifier in his ear. It's small enough to not be seen as long as no one stares directly into his ear. Even then, they might assume it's a hearing aid instead of a listening device. I'm telling you it's not him. Trust me. I doubt he's even heard anything about this, and Melissa sent me pictures of him from the church mission he's on. He's been texting her daily with updates and such, Lawrence argues. Think Melissa is just covering for him? She is his fucking sister. She's had a crush on me since we were kids. Trust me, she'd be over that crush if she had any idea what we did, unless she's into that sort of thing. In which case she'd be outing her brother to us if it was him. Either way, she's not covering for him. I think it's him. There's no one else it could be. Lawrence looks around, letting his gaze linger on our table for a fleeting second. And then his gaze moves on, taking in the few people out on the terrace before settling his attention back on Tyler. It's not him. The night he freaked out, who do you think got him back in line? Tyler looks confused. Our waitress has dropped off some bread, and Jake is ordering for us, so it's harder to hear with so many people so close speaking at once. I strain, making sure I don't miss anything as I force myself to chew on a piece of bread, finding my appetite to be sorely lacking. What did you do? I hear Tyler ask. I told him the same thing that happened to Victoria would happen to Melissa if he ever said a word. After that, they left town, and he started preaching the gospel. That's how he sought penance. He's not out killing people, for fuck's sake, Lawrence hisses. He may have just saved Dev 10 fingers. And a tongue. His tongue was going to be gone too. It was a special column I was going to draw up just for him. Then who else is there? I think that's pretty obvious, don't you? No. Lawrence slaps his head like he's exasperated. They're acting like this is normal terrace conversation for a late lunch. I assume it's why they picked a restaurant that doesn't have a lot of terrace traffic. Lawrence has a roommate. Tyler has a wife. I get why they didn't meet up at their homes to discuss this, but why not do it over the phone? The entire town hated them after what their father did. Think of the one person who didn't hate them. Here's a hint, his father was their father's lawyer. Tyler shakes his head immediately. Number. I saw Jacob 2 years ago. Ran into him at a company thing, and he fist bumped me. Even told me to call and hang out sometime. If he'd known, he would have at least taken a swing. I'm sure they both died before he ever heard the truth. And he left town after that, so it's not like he was around for the rumors. Lawrence sits back, now looking confused. Jake squeezes my hand a little too hard. I remember that run-in. Jake does freelance computer work, and Tyler was working closer to where Jake lives now at that time. It was all Jake could do not to kill him, but he knew he had a plan, and he knew this revenge was mine. He knew he had a part to play, but his part was to be the brains. My part was to be their worst nightmare. Besides, Tyler goes on, he's in a wheelchair these days. Some motorcycle wreck put him in the chair a few years ago. Jake nudges my foot with his, a calculated grin on his lips. We've thought of everything. Then I don't know anyone else who would be enraged over a rapist's whore daughter and fag son, Lawrence says coldly. My stomach churns hearing the way he refers to my brother. My good, honest, strong, loving, incredible brother who never deserved to be mutilated, and so much happened that he never deserved. Because of them, I was left without anyone. Because of them, the best man who has ever walked the face of the earth died before he could light the world with his smile. And they think it's okay because he was gay. They think it's okay because I'd had sex with 2 guys before that night. They think it makes it alright to punish us so brutally for loving our father. Jake clears his throat, and I realize that it's my grip that is too tight now. My nails are cutting into his hand. Loosening my grip, I continue to listen, wondering how much more I can take before I slice both of their throats right now. Lawrence may die sooner than I planned. I may tie him up with Tyler and let them cry to each other while I cut them both to pieces. Maybe it's not even related, Lawrence says with a shrug. Just don't let anyone in your house for a while, and tell your wife to do the same. I'm getting a security system installed in my apartment. You should too. Not that it matters. According to Dad, they're being let in, because there's no sign of a break-in. Fuck, Tyler hisses. Fine. I'll get something installed. Keyless entry locks are my best friends. It's easy to catch the code being punched in on camera. It's also easy to grab a set of keys and have a copy made if they use traditional locks. It just looks like I'm being invited in. One more thing to keep them off a dead girl's trail. He grabs a bite of his bread, and I find myself dizzy. It's the first time I haven't heard them begging for forgiveness when this subject gets brought up. Usually it's not brought up until I have a knife pressed to their skin. They don't have the balls to say this kind of shit when I'm the one making them cry for mercy, beg for forgiveness, and plead for their lives. I've never been more eager to get to the fun part. Their conversation shifts to the best security systems to get, and I try to calm myself down before I slit both their throats and dicks in the middle of a restaurant. I think we should probably consider getting 2 birds for the new house. What do you think? Jake asks, apparently thinking the same damn thing I am. Think we could do it on such short notice? I ask him, smiling sweetly even though the taste of vengeance is potent on my tongue. I think so. Maybe an extra week at most. Could probably find a better place for them too, just to be safe. There's a storm shelter behind Tyler's old house that is still up for sale. I could put them both in there, and Jake could do something to keep any realtors from walking in on me while I'm busy killing 2 boys at once. I'm not as hungry as I thought I was, dearest, Jake tells me when the waitress drops off our food. Me neither, I say, stabbing my steak much harder than necessary. Tyler and Lawrence never say anything else worth hearing again. Mostly I hear a few people around them taking bets on if I'm really a hooker or not. Just as Tyler starts to leave, Lawrence stops him. Get a burner phone like I did. Anything else comes up, call me from that phone. No more personal phone calls. Got it? So he got a burner phone? How'd we miss that? Tyler nods, and Jake and I exchange a look. If we find out who it is, we don't need anything linking it back to us when we take matters into our own hands. Understood? Lawrence asks. I'd love to see them fucking try, Jake whispers. My lips twitch. I've never been this excited to kill someone. We let Tyler be gone for a while before we stand. As we walk past Lawrence's table, his hand shoots up, grabbing my wrist. My stomach roils and my heart hammers in my chest as I fight all my instincts not to rip his throat out here and now. I look down, glaring at him. The bastard winks up at me and hands me a card that I take, trying to get away from him. Call me sometime, sweetheart. A girl who looks like you need someone to appreciate all those sights. I give him a dazzling smile, wink at him, and start walking again, gently brushing his hand away. Oh, I'll give him something to look at. I'll paint the walls with his and Tyler's blood, and I'll let them bleed out as they watch. It'll be so pretty. Just as we reach the sidewalk, I stumble over my own feet, watching in disbelief as a SUV rolls up to the curb. Hissing out a breath, I step closer to Jake, practically crawling against his side as Logan hops out. New York City is way too freaking big for this to be happening. There's food truck on the curb, and he and the Mr. Arrogant guy get out to go over the, both smiling like it's a great day. They're in street clothes, jeans and t-shirts. Not their typical suits or anything else. Did I miss something? What? Jake whispers, looking at them then me. Boyfriend, I whisper back. He wheezes out a breath before cursing, and he tugs me along to my car, which is not registered in my name or anything, that is parked way too close to them. It's one of my many burner cars. The universe is trying to send me mixed signals. First it saves Dev's fingers and tongue. Then it condemns two men to a more brutal death after I discover more than I thought possible from one late lunch. Now it's tossing me directly in front of the man of my dreams? You're going to end up running the FBI. That was absolutely amazing, Mr. Arrogant says, genuine awe in his tone as he speaks to Logan. That's not what I'm after. I'm just glad we provoked the damn confession. Makes getting home happen that much quicker. Mr. Arrogant groans while Jake continues to try and draw me toward the car. My earpiece is still in, making their conversation very easy to follow despite the noises on the street. Well, as long as I keep it directed solely at them, which has me walking with my head cocked. Back home to the Ice Queen? The guy says, a touch of snark in his tone. I bet that's Carter. Or was it Chris? Craig? I can't remember. Logan's smile is so damn beautiful. Yeah. Don't be jealous. C-name guy rolls his eyes, and I watch like a swooning girl on the sidewalk as I drag my feet in my stilettos. My heart was ripped out moments ago, but just seeing Logan is soothing the burn. When are you going back? C-name guy asks. As soon as we know for sure the evidence has followed proper chains of command and is being sealed tight. I don't want this one to ever get away. Fucking Da Vinci. The shit in your head is scary. I have no idea what that means. You haven't seen half the shit in my head, Craig. I need to call my girl, so order me a burger. Shit. I push my phone to silent, hating that I have to let it go to voicemail as Jake opens the door to my car. I get in, remove the earpiece, and let my heart sink when Logan calls. Sighing, I toss my phone aside as I stare up at Jake, who is glaring down at me. We'll talk about this later. My place as soon as you can make it. Nodding, I let him shut my door, and I crank my car. I have 2 kills to plan, a boyfriend to see, and a best friend to unpiss off. And not in that order. I'm just the typical American woman. Or is it the typical American psycho? Chapter 11. The only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once. Albert Einstein. Logan. So your girl is like totally loaded, Hadley says, plopping down beside me. You're looking into her financials? I ask incredulously. That's an invasion of privacy. I just peeked. She's not a suspect or anything, so I'm not breaking any big rules. Just the law, I state dryly. She grins. I was recruited for my mad skills with computers and shutting down websites that shouldn't be open. I was placed up here for my forensics expertise. Never once was I wanted for my pristine moral compass. And it was just a little peek. Honestly. But seriously, she's like majorly rich. What's her house like? Groaning, I shake my head. Hadley definitely isn't FBI because she's a saint with a badge. She's FBI because it was prison or work with us. Don't tell anyone else you did this, I mumble, finishing up the last of the case file that is now ready for the DA. Duh, she says, smirking. So what's her house like? I really want to know. Nothing flashy. It's a 2-story white home that looks nice enough. She hasn't lived there long, so there's no art or anything on the walls. Floors are hardwood throughout, but no marble statues or gold banisters, if that's what you're asking. And her driveway looks like something out of Sleepy Hollow that doesn't at all match the sweet house at the end. She frowns like she's disappointed. I wanted mansions and swans in a lake. Damn. Why have all that money if you don't have a nice home? Some people are humble, Hadley. I wouldn't have even known she was rich. Talking about Lana gets me thinking about her again after I've just stopped. I'm worried I'm demonstrating obsessive behaviors. Which I don't know if I like or not. She hasn't answered my calls all day, and my texts haven't been responded to either. So I'm surprised when I finally get an answer. Lana, sorry. My work got in the way this time. Been crazy busy and only had my business phone with me. Just got back into town a few minutes ago. I didn't know she had a business phone or that she went on a business meeting. But I'm relieved to know I haven't been blown off. Is that her? Hadley asks, reminding me she's still lurking. Go away, Hadley. She doesn't have swans in a lake. She mutters something about a waist before sulking and walking off. I start to text her, but decide I'd rather hear her voice instead, so I call as I head out to my car. Hey. She answers, sounding a little out of breath. Again, I'm sorry. I was really busy earlier, and like I said, I didn't have my phone, and, don't apologize. Just wondering when I can see you again. I'm back home. A case is closed, so I'll have a couple of days off as a reward. Why do you sound out of breath? Just finished a necessary workout. And I happen to have exactly 2 days off as well. My business partner is reworking some things so that we can squeeze in a little extra business this month. She never talks about her business, and now Hadley has put it into my mind. If she's so wealthy, why does she do so much legwork herself? Why not hire people? So we have 2 days with each other? I muse, putting a few of the unsolved files in my bag. Yes. And I still have your boxes. In fact, as soon as I finish showering, I'm going to put them on. Any chance I can come over? That was me inviting you over, she says dryly. I really suck at this subtlety thing, huh? Grinning, I get in my car and start backing out, ready to have some time to unwind. I'd like to get some fresh clothes from my house, but that would take longer. Wait. I just thought of something. What if I come to your house? You've seen mine. Show me yours. Well, that solves that problem. It's nothing special, but I'd love for you to see my bedroom. She laughs under her breath. I might leave my panties behind as a reason to return. I'm not wearing them and eating ice cream, I say, loving the way that makes her laugh. Good to know. If you'll give me the address, I'll shower and meet you there. Are you home now? I'm just leaving the office. Okay. Then I'll hurry and get ready. Send me the address, Agent Bennett. Back to Agent Bennett? I'll call you Logan later on tonight, she quips, causing an immediate reaction from the wayward appendage that has forgotten I'm closer to 30 than 18. See you soon. I hang up and shoot her a text with the address. I probably need a shower too, so at least I'll have time. I also decide to stop and pick up something to cook so that we don't have to leave to go anywhere. We have 2 solid days, and all I want to do is spend every second getting this addiction under control. I hurry through the motions of buying groceries, load down my back hatch, and rush home. My phone is ringing as soon as I step through the door of my house. I groan when I see it's Craig. Please don't tell me we already have to come back in. Well, hello to you, SSA Logan Bennett. I guess that pussy is golden if the company man himself doesn't want to come back to work. Craig, if you want to remain pretty in front of the cameras, I'd suggest refraining from speaking about Lana's pussy anymore. Right. Got it. Anyway, you told me to call if any new leads came in. Hadley finally figured out the type of knife used by the boogeyman in his kills. I'm forwarding you a picture. Thanks, I grumble, not feeling as appreciative as I should. No worries, Logan. No one expects you to come back in tonight or even tomorrow. You closed a major case and just in time to save a girl's life. And hell, you pretty much did it on your own today. No one else would have fucking pieced together a Da Vinci fixation from finding clay. There were other factors, I point out. Yes. Symmetry, he says flatly. And more. I'll let you get back to your 2 days of peace. He hangs up just as a text comes through from Lana. Lana, my GPS says I should be there in 30 minutes. I'm going to see if I can shave a few minutes off that. A smile spreads as I text her back. Me, no texting while driving. Lana, threatening to arrest me? Laughing, I put my phone away. Lana is not the girl I first pegged as detached. Lonely, perhaps. But not detached. I've come to realize she's just like me. Solitary but not devoid of possibilities. After putting all my groceries where they belong, I start removing my shirt, then grimace when I smell the exhaust fumes from the chopper all over me. How did I not realize how bad I reek? I start to head to the shower, but my phone chimes with a message. Craig has delivered the picture he promised, and the knife is nothing special. But at least we know the model and type to tell the police to search for if the time ever comes. Not if. When. I will catch this bastard. Studying the photo of the supposed murder weapon has me restudying the case for so long that I don't even realize how much time has passed until there's a knock on my door. Fuck me. It's already been 30 minutes, and I've been staring at a case instead of showering off the day's stench. I jog to the door, internally cursing myself the whole time. When I swing open the door, a flurry of dark hair is all I glimpse before Lana is on me, her lips crashing against mine. I sure as hell don't protest as I drink her in, tasting her, smelling how incredible. Ah hell. Reluctantly, I break the kiss, and she steps back, grinning at me. I love that smile and how freely she gives it. I smell like shit. She laughs while shaking her head. You smell like... I don't know what that smell is to be honest. Helicopter. I'll run through the shower, and we will pick this back up where we left off. Make yourself comfortable. I won't take long. I don't mind the smell, she says, biting that damn lower lip that has my cock protesting my hygienic needs. 5 minutes. That's all I'll take. She bats those long lashes, her grin spreading as she looks around my house, taking in all the sights. My gun is on top of the living room table, and she sidesteps it like it makes her uncomfortable. Safety is on, I tell her, winking before I jog to my bathroom and hurry through the motions of showering. I toss on a pair of boxers after I finish drying off, and I head back out to find Lana at the kitchen island, looking over the boogeyman case. This is brutal, she says, looking up at me with a frown. Is this the guy you caught? That's my fault. I shouldn't have left that out. You're not supposed to see that. She frowns. Closed case files aren't as classified. Or at least that's what I've read. Old closed cases aren't classified. Recent ones are. But this isn't even a closed case. It's an active investigation that I should handle with more care than just leaving haphazardly lying around. Her lips tense as she takes a long step away. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I just saw it and I shouldn't have just started reading it. Sorry. I shrug, pulling her to me by the waist, just needing to touch her. I had no idea how much I needed to touch her until she got here. Like I said, that's my fault. But since you've seen it, How about giving me your opinion? Her eyebrows go up. My opinion? My opinion is that guy is sick. Women being raped and left to bleed out slowly by multiple stab wounds is vicious and... Anyway. That's my opinion. I meant your opinion about the type of suspect we might be looking for. She purses her lips. I barely glimpsed it. I pull her over to the file, and I spread out the sheets, including the new picture on my phone that I show her. You noted that he let them bleed out instead of saying he stabbed them to death. That's actually important to the profile. Now tell me your opinion. I don't want to get you into trouble, Logan. Don't show me things you're not supposed to, and stop telling me things you shouldn't. She eyes me, scowling a little. Right now, there's not a lot they'd do to me if they found out I was sharing details with my girl. I'm a badass. Just read it and give me your thoughts. A smile spreads over her lips for some reason, but she tucks her hair behind her ear and ducks her head before she begins reading over the files. That excites you? I muse, remembering she said this stuff makes her stomach churn. You called me your girl, she says quietly. My grin spreads as I lean over, brushing a kiss over her bare shoulder since she's wearing a camisole. As far as I'm concerned, you are. She clears her throat, and I lean back, enjoying the hell out of the way she blushes. Her face turns serious as she studies the file, taking in the details, and reading over it pretty damn quickly. At first glance, it looks like overkill because of all the stab wounds. But they're all shallow and not lethal on their own. He most likely does it while he rapes them, pushing the tip of the blade in just enough to draw blood. They get deeper as he goes, because it's part of the high he gets. Rape is usually about power. It's almost always about power, I amend. Contrary to popular belief, there are very few sexual assault cases that have anything to do with sexual desires. She nods absently, but I notice a distant look in her eyes. He's a sadist. Relative to the case, he's most likely unable to orgasm without the life-threatening pain he inflicts. Impotence was probably a factor in his psychotic break. Maybe he stumbled upon this feeling of euphoria by mistake, and he's escalated now to actually killing women. He gets high on the power, and gets off on the pain. She blows out a breath as her hands tremble, and I start to apologize. She really can't handle seeing this shit, and it was stupid of me to even involve a civilian who hasn't been desensitized to the point of seeing them as dead bodies and facts instead of people in merciless assaults. But she speaks before I can. He'd be unnoticeable to the world. Probably a blue-collared worker who doesn't draw any outward attention. He'd likely be unsocial, given the struggle he's had with impotence. It would have left him withdrawn because he'd have felt like he was lacking, emasculated even. Now he enjoys the shadows where he's dwelled because it allows him to hunt without being noticed. Damn, she's good. She flips another page. In the beginning, there was a lot of rage, again, that stems from the impotence. Now there's a controlled method to his psychosis. He'll develop an immortal complex where he feels as though he's untouchable. I'd say a white male between the ages of 25 and 40. He's right-handed, and he has the ability to blend in with the unremarkable. Possibly in the custodial field. My eyebrows pinch together. You were dead on until the custodial field. We guessed someone in law enforcement or security, due to the fact he has been able to gain access to homes with no effort, and the cameras to the apartment buildings have been disabled each time. She shakes her head. He may have an understanding of security measures, but most custodial workers do. They come in after hours, spend long amounts of time talking with night shift guards or behind-the-scenes issues that no one else sees. I narrow my eyes at her, studying her features as she looks up to meet my gaze. What makes you so sure you're right? She smirks before sliding a page in front of me. How he cleaned up after himself. He shined the murder rooms up. Forensic countermeasure, I point out. Most seasoned killers always clean up after themselves. She nods. I said how he cleaned up after himself. He didn't just clean. The room was spotless, and each surface was cleaned with an appropriate cleaner. She points to a line. Window cleaner for windows. No streaks left behind either, whereas it's noted the rest of the windows were dingy. She points to another line. Hardwood floors were cleaned with hardwood cleaner. No streaks. She points to another line. The tables were all shined with wood safe cleanser. No streaks. As my head wraps around the facts I should have already caught, she goes on. My father was friends with a janitor when I was younger. It's a habit, almost a compulsion, to use the appropriate cleaners for surfaces after so many years of training the mind to use those. If I were you, I'd look for custodial services in the area and check to see if these apartment buildings ever outsource to individual cleaning companies. I slide the paper closer, my eyes moving over all the facts. We interviewed all employees and did background checks, I say absently. And we considered the cleaning so thoroughly bit to be a case of OCD but ruled it out based on the fact there were different amounts of stab wounds, and they didn't clean anything other than the kill room. A lot of custodial services pay cash under the table because it's hard to keep workers. Some of them have a don't ask, don't tell policy because they have to hire whatever walks in needing a job. The company keeps the majority of the money. Workers make crumbs in comparison. So cash under the table that isn't taxed is a big way to draw in more workers, and also keep from having to supply benefits to said employees. It's likely they never mentioned them because they didn't want to have to tell you that. You're a fucking genius, I groan. I grab her face in both my hands and kiss her hard, even though I also want to throttle her at the same time. But now I have a call to make, I grumble, feeling her smile against my lips. Make your call. Catch a bad guy. Maybe the lead is solid and you can catch him before he kills again. Reluctantly, I pull up my phone, and dial Hadley. She's going to fucking kill me. Chapter 12. We have to do the best we can. This is our sacred human responsibility. Albert Einstein. Lana. I won't lie and say it's not hypocritical to hope he catches the sicko who raped and killed all these women. It's hypocritical because I'm also hoping he never catches me for torturing and killing a string of men. But it also feels good to listen to him animatedly tell someone this amazing new lead. I'm worried and shocked when he tells Hadley it's me who inspired this new lead. He shouldn't tell them he let his girl give him that info on a case I was never supposed to see. Maybe the fact he called me his anything has the butterflies stirring. It's definitely something. The fact he sounds proud of me also makes me feel good. That word again. My phone rings as he continues to talk to someone else, and I head outside to answer it when I see it's Jake. My eyes stay on the window, keeping up with Logan. Hey. Any luck? Lots of luck. I hate rushing this date the way we're going to, but I'm going to help you on these. My eyebrows go up in surprise. Like in person? You're going to do this too? Just this once, and only for the securing part. Number. You can't. You threw up when I tried to give you details, Jake. You have no idea how much I wish I had your ability to kill without hesitance, he says quietly, an edge to his tone. But you don't, I remind him, still watching to make sure Logan can't overhear me. Doesn't matter. I can't risk you taking on something like this alone. I can't talk about this right now, I say on almost a whisper when I see Logan hanging up his phone and running a hand through his hair. Shit. You're with him? That's still a discussion we need to have. I moved my murder room in that secret room you built me years ago. You think that's enough to keep a profiler from figuring out you're slowly killing off a list of people? He asks dryly. I heave out a heavy breath as I continue to watch Logan through the window. He looks around, then moves to grab a glass. You know how it's easy for me to do what I do? Because of what they did to you too, he says, his voice barely above a broken whisper. No, Jake. It's because there's nothing but hatred inside of me that's been driving me since I was able to do something other than curl in a corner in fear of them finding me again. I never thought anything else would drive me. I thought after this was over. I had nothing to look forward to after I killed them all. Now there's hope. I never realized the power of hope until he suddenly appeared in my life as though the universe was giving me a gift at the wrong time. He exhales harshly, and I sag backwards a little. I'm glad to hear you have hope, Lana. Really. I am. Just. Just couldn't you have found it with someone who couldn't toss your ass in prison? His tone ends on a joking note, but the seriousness of the situation is still present. We'll cross that bridge when we have to. Trust me to be cautious. If anything ever feels off, if he ever asks you questions, just listen to the questions he asks you. You know what to look for. Promise me you'll get the hell out of there if that ever happens. Promise, I tell him, grinning. You're going to make me go bald with worry, he groans, as I start walking back inside. I'll call you later. As I hang up and make it back to where Logan is in just a pair of boxers and working diligently on making some type of drink in the blender, I lean against the island, soaking in the sight of him. He turns and catches me ogling him, and he waggles his eyebrows. Do you have to leave? I ask him, desperately trying to keep any neediness out of my tone. Not tonight. Possibly tomorrow, but not tonight. I smile, even though it's masking a certain level of disappointment. I wanted at least 2 days, but I'll take what I can get, since it's more than I thought this cruel life would ever allow me to have. You're incredible, you know? He asks, coming closer. The blender gets forgotten as he reaches me, and I tilt my head back, giving him access just as he bends forward and kisses me long and hard and deep and. There aren't enough words to explain how each kiss gets closer to touching my soul. I almost think it can knock away some of the blackness there, maybe even spread around some light. His arms come around me, pinning me to him as he lifts me, giving him a better angle on my mouth instead of having to bend over so far. The guy is just too tall and I'm just too short. I grin against his lips as my legs come up to wrap around his waist. The only reason I break the kiss is to absorb some of the normalcy of the situation, revel in each second of it. So we've made it to the level where you just walk around in your boxers in front of me? He winks while sliding me onto a countertop, and I frown as I release him with my legs as he backs away. When he turns around to put his back to me, I take notice of some scars I never noticed the last time I had him naked. What are these? I ask before I think about it. My fingers immediately dart out to touch one semicircular scar near his shoulder, and I grimace. I hate for people to touch my scars, and here I am touching his. He doesn't flinch away the way I do as my finger skims over the marred surface. Bullet did that 2 years ago. Just barely missed the damn vest. Half an inch over, and I'd have had a bruise instead of having a bullet removed. A rookie cleared the scene and missed a guy who had a gun, hiding in a closet. He shot through the door, and I was one of the ones hit. Another scar is jagged and long, moving from his other shoulder blade to his spine. When my fingers skate across it, he backs into my touch. I wish I could let him touch mine. Maybe he could pull away the painful memories laced inside the scar tissue. That one is from a knife. That answer has me swallowing down a painful knot. It was when I was fresh in the field and the guy I was arresting had a friend that came out of nowhere. He caught me off guard. They only get you when you can't see them coming, I say quietly, feeling a twinge of pride. Because you're too strong for them. He chuckles while turning back around. My breath hitches when he grabs my hips and jerks me against him, standing firmly between my legs as all our best parts line up. I like that you think that way, he says, grinning as he toys with the hem of my shorts. I run my hands over the muscles in his arms. He flexes on purpose, and I roll my eyes playfully while looking back into his eyes. You are strong. You're intimidating. People don't see you as weak, so they strike when you're most vulnerable. The guy shooting from the closet was shooting blindly, he points out. So you're not big and strong? I ask, then burst out laughing when he lifts me up and starts walking with me. Strong enough to handle you, he quips, then slaps my ass with one hand. I bet I could take you, I say jokingly, but wondering if I really could or not. I'll let you show me your fighting skills later, he says before kissing me again and then moving toward a room. I decide I don't want to know if I can take him or not. I just want to pretend like I'm a normal girl with a normal guy in our normal relationship for one normal night. The sun is creeping up, and I've laughed so much my sides hurt. Neither of us had slept. We've eaten a couple of times, had a lot of sex, and laughed more than I've ever laughed, but sleep hasn't been high on the list of priorities. I think we're both afraid to close our eyes and lose this fleeting moment of perfection. Now I'm sprawled across the couch as he tells me about his very happy childhood that isn't filled with dark memories. My eyes flit around the room, taking in all the pictures of this alleged family he only speaks about in the past tense. So what happened? Or is that none of my business? I ask him, lifting my head up to peer at him. His smile slowly falls, and I hate myself for asking. Never mind. I shouldn't have. It's okay, Lana. Stop apologizing for trying to get to know me, he says, grinning again. He brushes my hair away from my face before resting his hand on my shoulder. I like you wanting to know more about me than my condom reference. I snort. Actually snort. Kill me now. It just makes him laugh again. Shaking my head, I shrug. I know I can't seem to tell you much about my past, so it's not fair for me to ask about yours, I say on a sad sigh, killing the light moment again. His face grows serious, and his hand starts running up and down my back as I lay my head down on his chest. Tell me what you want to when you're ready, he finally says, kissing the top of my head. I get that not all pasts are as easy as mine was. As for my parents, my mom got a little wild in her mid-30s, and she divorced a good man in pursuit of wild sex and rich men. Things were fine until then. I never actually knew my real dad, other than knowing he was in the military. He sent a few pictures to me with letters, as though I wanted to see his face. My stepdad was always my true father, in my opinion. He came into the picture when I was 2 and raised me like his own. I run my fingers along his chest. Any exes I should be worried about? He strangles on air before laughing. Number. Not at all. All the relationships have ended on really bad terms. I sort of suck at being a boyfriend since I'm married to my job. He groans while running his hand through my hair, and I lift my head, staring into his eyes. Just don't let me fuck this up, because I kinda like you, he says, smirking at me. Gah. All I do is grin like an idiot no matter what he says. I kinda like you too. He thumbs my lower lip, settling in more comfortably while pulling me over on top of him completely. Despite the firm body, he's surprisingly comfortable. What about you? Any exes I should worry about? He asks, studying my face. He studies all my expressions. Fortunately I've trained against them. But this is one question I can answer honestly. I've only ever had one truly serious relationship, and I would rather set him on fire than speak to him ever again. Other than that, nothing serious since then, and that was over 10 years ago. The rest have been experiments. Okay, I need to shut my mouth because I'm talking too much. Experiments? He asks, reminding me to learn when to stop. Wrong word. Hopeless and pointless attempts at having something, then learning no spark was there. Good recovery, Lana. There's a spark here, he says reverently, still running his hands over my bare back. Smiling, I nod. There's definitely a spark. He pulls me forward, running his lips along mine. Just as I decide to deepen the kiss, he gets a call. Cursing, he snatches his phone from the floor. It's stayed in whatever room we've been in all night. Bennett here. The phone is so loud that I hear the woman on the other end. Hey, we have a list of people to look into, but a couple of guys popped. There was one custodial service outsourced to all the apartment buildings. While we looked into them, we dismissed them quickly. When I called them and asked for a list of all payroll employees, I reminded them they were impeding a federal investigation if they didn't also include the occasional under-the-table gigs. The list miraculously got a lot longer. 2 names have priors that make these guys look good for it. So I might have been right? We'll meet up in 2 hours and make a trip out to Boston. Bring all the names on that list, and we'll go through them on the flight over. And that's all the time we have. I can see by the look in his eyes that he hates this too. He covers the mouth of the phone as the girl curses him for being too good at his job. If I get him, we'll have more time together for a little while, he says, frowning as he studies my face. Apparently I'm wearing some disappointment, So I mask my expressions and curl into him, kissing his jaw. Go catch more bad guys. The girl on the other end goes silent. Logan presses his lips to my forehead, and I soak in his scent one last time before he's gone. Last time was a brief trip. Maybe I'll get lucky and things will go that smoothly again. You with your profiling girlfriend who helped bring up this lead? The girl on the line asks. I really hope she isn't secretly in love with him, because I detect an edge to her tone that I hope I'm overanalyzing. Yeah. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Don't forget to keep that between us. You know it, boss man. I just hope it helps us get this bastard before another woman is hurt. I breathe out in relief, because that edge is gone. Apparently I was definitely reading into it. He hangs up, and his arms come around me in one of those awesome hugs I love so much. As soon as I get back, I swear to take you on that damn date I promised so long ago. You're better than a sexathin with whatever food I burn. He totally burns pizza. But it was sweet for him to attempt to cook. It might have gone better if we hadn't forgotten it was in the oven and ended up in the bedroom. I'll eat burned food every single day that I get to have you to myself. I'd rather not waste time having to go out in public and lose all our privacy. He chuckles. But I'm not kidding. I'm greedy. I want him all to myself. He hurries through the motions of getting ready, and I kiss him much longer than necessary before he leaves. Since he's going to be gone, there's no time like the present to get back to work and skip the second day of the break. As I climb into my car, I pull out my phone and call Jake. You still with him? I'm on my way to grab Lawrence. You can handle Tyler. He's cursing as I hang up, and I smirk as I start the long drive to New York. I haven't studied him in his daily life. But fuck it. I'm stronger than all of them. Chapter 13. We cannot despair of humanity, since we ourselves are human beings. Albert Einstein. Lana. New York isn't prepared for me when I arrive. It's dark when I finally set about the task of planning my ambush. My sweatshirt is on, my head is covered, and I prop up in an alleyway. This place gets dangerous in dark alleyways. But after slamming a guy's face into the brick wall hard enough to knock him out, most of the regular thugs give me a wide berth for the rest of the time that I wait. Hey, sweetheart, says another stupid thug who is holding a knife at me as he grins a rotten tooth grin. I say nothing. I guess he missed my earlier demonstrations, unfortunately for him. He takes a step closer, and that's when I smirk at him. He looks confused for a split second before my hand darts out, colliding with his throat. A pained wheeze escapes him, and he swings the knife. Midair, I catch his wrist, spin under his arm, and listen with pleasure as a satisfying cry pierces the night. The knife falls to the ground, and I slam my foot into his spine, still wrenching his arm behind him so tightly that I feel it when the bone crunches in my hand. A shudder of pleasure ripples through me, listening to the way he screams and begs for mercy. It's not as satisfying as it is to hear as the ones I want dead, but it's still a high to punish someone like him who preys on the weak, or who he thinks is weak. With a hard thrust, the knife slices through his back, the skin tearing, and his screams grow louder. People scatter by us, pretending they don't see anything in typical City alley fashion. As he starts gurgling on blood, I release the knife with my gloved hand, and let him sink to the ground with a hard thud. Right beside the dumpster, all that's visible from the streets are his feet. The city is too loud for the sidewalk dwellers to overhear him. Even if they did hear, they'd keep walking. That's what people do. They tell themselves they'll just die too. They tell themselves their life is more precious than the person dying close to their feet. They just don't give a fuck, in short. A dark smile curves my lips as he stares up at me in surprised horror. He came into this alley as the predator. He'll die as the prey. I tug the sweatshirt over my head, careful not to disturb my blonde wig from its careful placement on my head. I toss it into the dumpster, then shrug out of my sweatpants, revealing the dress I had concealed, and tug on my heels. It's time to do what I came to do and quit fucking with the scum in the dark that people try to run from. The monsters in here can't compare to the monster I am. A few eyes swing toward me, but I'm not concerned as I strut by them. No one will talk about the blonde hooker that just killed a man with very little effort. They'll pretend they never saw a thing. Even the groups of guys scatter away, stumbling over their feet in their haste. A gun is tucked into the backs of most of their jeans, but they just saw me gut a guy with his own knife. I'm sure they're not feeling too confident the same won't happen to them. True story, most people are more terrified when they see a knife than when they see a gun. It's a psychological thing, but it works out in my favor at the moment. I turn the corner, emerging from the long alleyway onto the busy sidewalk. No one even bats an eye or notices me through the hustle and bustle as I toss the bloody gloves into my purse. The darkness helps. I smirk as I see Lawrence stepping out of the building, and I cross the street and slow my pace, letting him get behind me. Lawrence is predictable. He's also a pervert. A sick feeling and the taste of bile rises in my throat when the predictable happens. A warm hand is suddenly on my ass, and I whip my head round, trying to act surprised. "You," he says, grinning. "Thought that was you. No blind date tonight?" He grins like his joke is hilarious. I bat my lashes at him, and start tugging on his tie, even though my stomach is ready to explode with disgust. "No date tonight? You trying to pick me up, pretty boy?" I ask with that fake southern drawl I used the last time I was dressed like this. "I think you must have wanted me to pick you up. New York is too big to run into each other by chance twice," he says smugly, smirking down at me. "Maybe it's just fate." His smirk bleeds into a leering grin. "Your place or mine? Well, that was easy enough." I arch an eyebrow, leading him by his tie as I start guiding him to a parking garage. "Where are we going?" "My car is just around the block," I say sweetly. "Parked in a parking garage with no cameras." I leave that juicy morsel out of the conversation. "You're the kind of girl that makes a guy do something dangerous like get into a car with a stranger," he says, though there's a hint of teasing in his tone, as though he finds me too weak to be of any danger to him. "You can back out," I say, moving to the right. I release his tie, but he speeds up his steps, still following me into the parking garage. "I'm not worried. I think I can handle you." I hold back the snort of derision. "Baby, I can promise you that you won't survive a girl like me." Chapter 14. I do not believe in the immorality of the individual, and I consider ethics to be an exclusively human concern without any superhuman authority behind it. Albert Einstein. Lana. "Hush little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring." The song flows through the underground cellar, and I walk toward the side as Lawrence slowly rouses from his unconscious state. I watch with rapt fascination from the shadows as a myriad of emotions flicker across his face in sequence. Confusion. Surprise. Recognition. And my favorite, panic. He struggles against the chains that are holding his hands and arms out wide, keeping him bound and suspended mid-air. It's a lovely position to die in. It also leaves you feeling weak and defenseless to be spread out and immobile. I should know. The song changes, and Ring Around the Rosie starts playing in that creepy kid voice it's in. I love fucking with their heads. "Who the fuck are you?" he shouts, struggling as I remain tucked in the dark corner. The light overhead casts a circular glow beneath it, illuminating him and the chains dangling loosely in front of him as I await our second prisoner's arrival. As soon as I got him to my car, I slammed his head into the side door twice, making sure he was out cold before tossing his heavy ass into my car. He's solid muscle, and I didn't plan on him being quite so heavy as dead weight. The struggle was worth it. The bruises are forming nicely around his eyes and forehead. I'm sure the concussion kept him out longer than a usual cold cock. "Where are you? Where the fuck am I?" he barks, struggling in vain, making the chains rattle their unrelenting warning. He jerks his head from side to side, trying to see something other than the light above him. It's just 4 stone walls in a semi-large square of a cellar. It's every creepy nightmare there is. I should have started finding creepier places to kill them long ago, because I love the way his body is seizing in terror just from the surroundings. I'm dressed in all black now. The red lipstick is gone, along with the blonde wig I was donning. The heels have been traded in for boots, the men's boots I wear with a special toe piece Jake designed for me to leave behind heel-to-toe impressions. My backpack isn't on, but it's not necessary for this part, since there's no dirt around. The stone floor under my feet will soon be painted with 2 shades of red. Then I'll paint all 4 walls. Someone fucking answer me. Help! He roars, only to be met with silence. Tyler's old home is in the middle of nowhere. These are the easy kills. Lawrence would have been difficult to kill in his apartment that he shares with a roommate. Tyler's wife is out of town right now, after having a fight over the text messages I helped her stumble upon, anonymously of course. Tyler thinks Denise got jealous and sabotaged him. His wife thinks he's a dick weasel, her words, and left in a fit of rage. I'm currently tracking her cell phone with the clone phone I had made of Tyler's. Lawrence continues to scream and shout as the wheels on the bus plays now, drowning out most of his pleads. His voice is almost hoarse a few hours later when he finally pisses on himself, losing his bladder. It's step 1 of humiliation. It's step 1 of stripping their dignity. They always piss and shit themselves. A smile curves my lips. He curses as the first tear falls from his eye. He's trussed up and strung out, unable to wipe it away. I want all his tears. I want all his misery and terror. I want him degraded to the point he has nothing but indignation and humiliation left. Then I want his screams. Just an hour after that, he breaks, sobbing fiercely as he loses control of his bladder again. His jeans darken, and the smell wafts over me. It's the smell of revenge. Well, it's the smell of piss, but you get the idea. He's shirtless, and I can see the goosebumps that have pebbled on his skin from the cold. The colder the room, the worse the pain is when the strikes are received. The bitch is crying, Morgan says, laughing under his breath as one solitary tear rolls down my cheek. I'm restrained, unable to wipe it away, as I try to retreat into my mind and block out all the pain. Those tears won't save you, whore, Lawrence says close to my ear. Beg me to stop. Please stop, I hear my brother crying. We have one begging. I hear Tyler announce, laughing like a hyena. My arms wiggle free from Tyler's loosened grip, and I scream out as I slam my fist into the side of Lawrence's face. You fucking cunt. He continues to straddle me as he shoves my hands back down into place. Hold this fucking bitch down, or I'll let her claw your eyes out when it's your turn. Tyler spits out a curse, and slams my hands back into the pavement. I cry out as my hands find the unforgiving surface, and feel the blood trickling. I focus on it and not on what Lawrence is doing to the rest of me. Those tears won't save you, whore, I say, causing Lawrence to jerk his head over to my corner as he squints into the darkness, trying to find me. Who the fuck are you? I take 3 steps, slowly letting the light filter across me until his brow pinches in confusion. Fury sweeps across his face, but the chains hold him steady. What the fucking hell do you want, bitch? Beg me to stop. He starts to speak, but the door above us opens, and Tyler comes rolling down the stairs, crying out in agony as Jake takes the steps one at a time. Jake moves with grace, enjoying the fact revenge is finally finding these sons of bitches after the conversation we witnessed. Tyler already looks half beaten to death. Did I forget to mention that Jake has been taking all the same classes I have? Our mixed martial arts list only grows, as does our black belt count. Obviously we took the classes in another town with another name, but that part isn't important right now. You! Lawrence shouts, glaring at Jake. Jake taps his legs. They work just fine, by the way. Tyler is a tangle of limbs, still lying on the ground. Did you leave anything for me? I ask Jake as he grabs Tyler's wrist, dragging him to the chains. Who the fuck are you? Lawrence demands again, as though he has any control. There's plenty left. It'll just hurt worse when you extract the debt. Smirking as Lawrence continues to berate us from his vulnerable position, I help Jake lock Tyler into place. We spread him out like Lawrence, suspending him with the chains. They're right across from each other now. You want to know who I am? I ask Lawrence as Tyler shakes with fear, his eyes wide and his body trembling. Tears are feverishly pouring from Tyler's eyes, causing me to give a quick appraisal to the state of his body. His legs are definitely broken. Jake must have gotten out a lot of aggression. Good for him. He needed it. You're a crazy bitch. Lawrence shouts. I grin, facing him now. I'm a pissed off crazy bitch. You knew me when I was younger. You knew my brother too. A smirk graces my lips as the color starts draining from his eyes. Those tears won't save you, whore, I repeat, though this time I can see him realizing why I'm saying those words. Beg me to stop. He turns as white as the ghost he thinks I am, and I face Tyler again as he tries to piece it all together. Play nice, Victoria. It'll hurt a lot less if you just play nice. Don't cry, Victoria. Don't let them see they've broken you. But I do break. I break hard. I break to the sounds of my brother's screams from behind me as he begs and begs and begs. And they just laugh. As through the sounds are music to their ears. I want those ears to bleed. Play nice, Tyler. It'll hurt a lot less if you just play nice, I taunt, watching as the same wave of realization washes over him. His eyes widen to the point of being painful, and Jake grins as he takes it all in. He always has to miss this part. I may have a new kind of partner if he can stomach the rest. I'd like for him to be a part of it. It's just as much his revenge as it is mine. We both loved Marcus. And they took him away. I move in front of Lawrence, and Jake hands me my favorite knife. It's dull. It's brutal. And it hurts like hell when I finally get the skin to tear apart. You're dead, the prick wheezes, watching me in disbelief. You're supposed to be dead. I stare up at him, moving the blade over his thigh, feeling his tremble. You should have killed me deader, I say just as the blade digs into the yielding flesh. He cries out in pain when the flesh finally splits, and I take my time. I'll need a sharp one for his ears, I tell Jake as Tyler vomits to the sounds of Lawrence's screams. Then I continue, shifting to Tyler, letting them watch each other slowly be killed. Hope you boys aren't sleepy. I changed my mind about your death days. It's going to be a long week. Chapter 15. You cannot simultaneously prevent and prepare for war. Albert Einstein. Logan. I glanced down at my phone, reading the latest text from Lana. Lana, I'll call you tonight if you're free. Sorry I missed your call earlier. It's been a crazy few days. 3. Oh, heart emoji. Shit's getting real, Craig says over my shoulder, earning an elbow to his gut. Rolling my eyes as he grunts and coughs, I text her back. Me, tonight should work, as long as no one calls in with any leads. We know who the killer is, and we've been blasting his face all over the news. You were right. It's definitely one of the paid under-the-table custodial workers. He managed to escape though, so there's a city-wide manhunt underway. Lana, be careful. He's always been overlooked, and with the new bout of attention, he's likely to enjoy the thrill of notoriety. He may crave more attention and come after you if the buzz wears off too soon. Killing the lead FBI agent who ran the hunt against him will give him even more attention. I've never wanted to date a profiler, simply because work and sex don't mix well together in my experience. Lisa, for example, is a thorn in my side since things ended years ago, and now she's under my command. It's awkward. It's frustrating. And she uses our past against me every chance she gets. Lana, however, is the perfect woman. Someone who understands what I do without being right at my side while I'm doing it. It's literally the best of both worlds. Which is why I'm still worried she's too good to be true. Me, it's a slim chance he'll come after me. And if he does, it'll save me the trouble of trying to track him down. Lana, I'm serious, Logan. Guys like him could fixate on someone like you. Me, he's a rapist. A serial rapist. He needs a female to relieve his urges. He's more than just a serial killer, which makes the likelihood of him coming after me very slim. Lana, anyone who has always lived in the shadows and suddenly gets brought into the light is going to get the high. Especially someone like him. Sexual sadists thrive on the power. It gets them off. Power over you could become an easy surrogate for the power he holds over his female victims. Me, I like that you care so much. Lana, I like my orgasms. I want more. That has me laughing, and I put my phone away as Craig comes up, filling me in on the latest information. It was supposed to be an easy bust, but someone tipped him off. Had to. Or else he has tabs on the police station somehow. But the guy reads like an open book of our profile. Now finding him is getting harder. He got paid in cash and never had a checking account. His apartment was a cash weekly sort of arrangement. His entire life is paperless, tied to no electronic sort trails. Even his power bill was included in his rent, furthermore concealing any trails he might have. He left his phone behind. He took his clothes. He's in the wind, and it could be months before he resurfaces if we don't find him now. 4 days later, there are still no leads, and I groan as I load up with my team to come back home. Gerald Plemons. That's the name of the boogeyman. Putting a face on him has helped alleviate the fears of some of the city, but he's still out there. One day, he'll kill again. Unfortunately, until he does, we may not be able to find him. As soon as I step off the jet, I haul ass to my SUV and drive like hell to Lana's house. She's not expecting me, and I can't reach her on her phone. It keeps going straight to voicemail, so I hope I don't piss her off by just showing up. It seems to take forever to get there, but when I finally do, I pound on the door with purpose. The sound of hurried footsteps puts me at ease. I don't see her Mustang here, so I'm happy to hear her talking through the door. I'm not so happy to hear what she's saying. You have a key. Use it, Jake. Stop making me walk all through the house. Her words die when she swings open the door. In a towel. Still mostly wet. Logan. She says, shocked as her eyes widen. I don't give her time to think before I'm kissing her, pushing the door shut behind me with my foot. Her hands go to my hair, and I lift her, groaning when I feel her bare ass against my hands. The towel falls loose and gets stuck between our bodies as I continue to kiss her and carry her back to her room. She kisses me just as fiercely, letting me know she doesn't mind the fact I've shown up unannounced. It's been a week. A solid week since I've seen her. My hand slides down the curve of her ass, moving until I find what I really want. My fingers skate across her slick pussy, feeling her wet and ready for me. As much as I love foreplay, it'll be skipped tonight. Maybe after I get a little bit of this addiction tempered, we can slow things down, and I can give her body the attention it truly deserves. I take it you missed me? She asks against my lips, tightening her legs on my waist as I finally make it to her room. Very much. I don't even give her time to think before I drop her to the bed, and start undressing. She watches me, scooting her naked body up on the bed as she tosses the towel away. When she bites down on that bottom lip, I finish stripping and grab her ankles, jerking her down the bed. A small squeal of surprise escapes her, but I roll on the condom, adjusting myself between her legs on her very high bed. As soon as I'm lined up, I thrust in, feeling her walls squeeze against the abrupt intrusion. She moans and arches her back, looking like every fantasy I've ever had. Gripping her hips, I set a harsh rhythm, fucking her with abandon, letting her moans and gasps fuel me and guide me. When she goes stiff and her pussy clamps down on me, heat spreads through my spine, and an electric current rolls over me in the form of pleasure. Her mouth parts as she grips the sheet beneath her, her fists twisting in the soft fabric on the messy bed. My pumps grow lazy until my hips still completely, and she pants while grinning up at me. "Hi," she says, laughing lightly. I laugh too before dropping to her. "Hi." Rolling over, I toss the condom into the trash can beside the bed, then face her again, running my finger along her cheek. She forces me to move up more comfortably on the bed when she moves, making sure she can lie down. "Who's Jake? And why does he have a key?" Her smile spreads like she's enjoying a private joke. "Jealous much?" I narrow my eyes, and she sniggers while tossing a leg over my hip and pillowing her head on my bicep. "He's my business partner." He just left a few minutes ago, and I thought he might have forgotten something. He thinks it's funny to make me jog through the house instead of using his key. He acts like I'm going to confuse him for a robber and accidentally stab him or something. I don't like Jake having a key to her house, especially since I don't know him. What's his last name? I ask, fully prepared to do a complete background check on this guy, and see what he looks like. I really am jealous. Fuck. He's a silent partner, and it's in our agreement that I don't give out his surname. Sorry, but that's how it is. Our latest business thing took a few days longer than expected, but we decided to be thorough. Besides, we've known each other forever. He's like a brother to me. Don't worry. I can assure you nothing sexual is going on. Is he gay? I ask hopefully. She grins broadly. He's bisexual, but he tends to lean toward men more than women. It'd be better if he was gay. When she laughs, it's a cute sound, so carefree again. I swear she seems lighter and happier every time I see her. I frown when my fingers come back red from the side of her head. Are you bleeding? I ask, worried as I try to inspect her hair. How fucking rough was I? Her eyes widen as she stares at my fingers. Number. That's from some painting I was doing with Jake. I guess I missed some. I rub the red substance between my fingers. It's definitely blood. Don't lie to me, I say, trying to look, but she angles her head away and jumps out of bed. Fine. It's blood, she groans. Jake's blood. Not mine. He cut his finger, and I guess it got on me. I thought I got it all out in the shower. She goes to the bathroom, and I follow her in, watching as she starts washing out her hair. A little stream of red flows out, but to my relief, it stops, which means she's really not bleeding. Why wouldn't you just say that? She shrugs, not looking at me. You're all freaked out about Jake. I thought not mentioning him anymore would be a good idea. I blow out a breath, and her eyes meet mine in the mirror. Sorry. I don't mean to sound like a jealous ass. She gives me a tight smile. I have no right to lie to you and make you feel guilty about it. Sorry, she says, sighing as she looks down at the ground. Tilting her face up, I bend down, brushing my lips over hers. Looks like we're both still figuring out how to do this thing. It's a learning experience, I tell her, smiling when she groans and presses her head into my chest. You're so good, she says quietly. I'm afraid I'm going to ruin all the best parts about you. Not possible. You're good too, Lana. She tenses against me, and I get worried when her grip tightens around my waist. I'm not sure what happened in the past 5 minutes, and she's become impossible to read. Instead of probing her with questions, I just hold her until she finally sighs against my chest. I've missed you too, she finally says after a long spell of silence. Then let me take you out on that date. She peers up, arching an eyebrow. Lobster and wine? I nod. She grins. Then orgasms. I laugh as she skips out of the bathroom, her good mood back. She's an enigma, and I think that's half of her appeal. Chapter 16. Great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. Albert Einstein. Lana. Dinner? Perfect. Lobster? Loved it. Wine? Amazing. Logan? Too good for me. I lied to him. Then I lied to recover from my lie because I couldn't tell him I was wearing my latest 2 victims' blood in my hair. The guilt he had on his face made me hate myself. He apologized. I realized in that moment how wrong this all is. Logan is incredible. He's everything I never even hoped to dream about. Because someone so good couldn't exist. Yet he's here. Well, not at this exact moment. He's currently at his house getting more clothes. He's taking a few days off, since their cases have gone cold. Which means they haven't found my latest bodies yet. Or it could mean that he's not on that case. Yesterday was a damn close call. 10 minutes earlier and he'd have found me covered in blood as I tossed all my clothes into the burn pile behind my house. I burned those clothes as soon as he left earlier. My floors are so dark that he didn't notice the drips of blood on them. I could have lied my way out of that too, but I couldn't have lied my way around my murder shoes or murder bag. Fortunately all that was upstairs. I'll never let my phone die again. He tried calling me numerous times, but I was finally at the endgame with Tyler and Lawrence, and didn't pause to put my phone on the charger. The smart thing to do would have been to charge it on my way home, but it was tucked inside my murder bag. That I threw into the closet. And couldn't find until it finally dawned on me. Jake spent forever puking in a bucket inside his car during the really gory stuff. It's not like he could risk puking inside the cellar and leaving behind all that yummy DNA. Being a monster doesn't agree with his stomach. As I sift through the next file on my next victim, looking through the notes of his life, my phone rings. I answer immediately when I see it's Jake. You find him? His name is Gerald Clemens, at least according to the news. The manhunt is still coming up short. And by the way, Boogeyman? Really? I snort out a laugh. I hope they come up with something cleverer for you. I shudder just thinking about the names they may don me with. Then Logan will only know me by that name if he ever discovers the truth. He'll hate the woman he cares for because he'll see the monster lurking within. Have you found him, though? I already knew his name. I go on, refusing to go down that road just yet. He's in DC. My heart thumps in my chest. You're sure? Dropped a body a few minutes ago, he answers. He's off-grid as far as any paper trails go. However, he made one hell of a statement announcing his current whereabouts. This time, instead of finding the body in an apartment, he hung her out a window for all to see. And instead of it being a low-profile girl, he killed a judge's wife. Raped her brutally, and there was a lot of overkill. Normally overkill means rage, I say quietly, trying to process it all. I think the overkill was more of a statement than rage. I think he wanted to make a fuck you statement to the FBI. You're right about him enjoying the attention. He's going to want more of it, since he's becoming an exhibitionist. And he's going to go after Logan. Yes and no. What does that mean? I ask, moving toward the back of my kitchen to look out the window, paranoid that I've just heard a car. There's more. The body he hung out the window was naked. She also had Boogeyman carved into her chest. And one other name. Logan Bennett. My chest tries to collapse, and I sink to my chair. I knew he'd do this. I knew he'd target Logan. They're sure it's him? Not a copycat. Some of the things not released to the public have been verified. This time he even left his DNA behind just to let them know for sure it was him, and now he's laying claim to his work. And now he's targeting Logan. We have to find him before he can. That's the part I'm getting to. He'll go after your agent, but he'll use a proxy to do it. He'll want to taunt and torment Logan. A few more bodies will drop with that calling card before he makes his big move. What would a sexual sadist go after to really hurt a man? It takes me a second to catch up to his train of thought, but when I do, a dark smile plays with my lips. His girlfriend. Exactly. You sure you can handle a guy like this? He's not like the guys you've been going after, Lana. This guy is the real deal with zero mercy. If the guys I kill aren't angels, Jake. You know that. They'd kill me if they knew I was still alive, or if they got half a chance when I'm there for them. And yeah, I can handle the Boogeyman. Even a monster has nightmares. I'll be his. He exhales heavily, weighing the gravity of the situation. His mo is breaking into a home. He immediately attacks the woman, using brute force to establish dominance. He'll hit them, then he chokes them until they're on the verge of passing out. I'm aware, I tell him. He blindsides them, Lana. Your guard will need to be up at all times. I want him to get a couple of hits in, I say as I pour some fruits into my juicer. Gotta make it believable. This is too fucking risky. I think I should probably set up surveillance on your house. Number. Don't you dare. If anyone ever tapped into that, right? Fuck. Then let me come stay with you? And how would I explain you if Logan shows up unexpectedly again? You know what's eventually coming, right? There's a reason you've been riding in a wheelchair for 3 years, riding it in and out of your home and in your town. He groans, and I turn on the juicer, peering out my window again. As if Logan hears me talking about him, a text comes through as Jake speaks. Right. Then I'll come up with something else. Logan, boogeyman problem. I'll call later. Me, okay. Please be careful. Logan, always, pretty girl. Are you texting while I'm on the phone? Jake asks, annoyed. Maybe a little. I look out the window again, and this time I catch sight of a car and a flicker of red before I lose sight of whoever is here. Gotta go, I whisper to Jake, hanging up before he can say anything. I cut my phone off and toss it to the counter before pulling out one of my guns, clicking the safety off as I slowly make my way to the door. Someone knocks, and I blow out a breath. I doubt the boogeyman would politely knock before barging in to slit my throat. I check the people, confused when I see a pretty redhead on my steps. Tossing on a pair of jeans that I grab from the back of my couch, I check the mirror. Then I tuck the gun into the back of my jeans and open the door, leaning against it to impede any thoughts of her coming in. If you're here to witness, then you have your work cut out for you. If you're here to sell me something, go ahead and leave. I shop online. If you're here to, I'm Hadley Grace, she says, interrupting me. Her name sounds vaguely familiar, though I'm not sure why. Okay. I shrug, letting her know that name holds no importance. Logan Bennett is my boss. That apostrophe S. Surprising. Shouldn't you be in DC? Heard the boogeyman dropped another body. Her eyes light up in surprise, and she jerks her phone out from her pocket, cursing when she reads something. I'll make this quick, she tells me, holding up the file. She thrusts it at me, and my blood pumps quickly through my veins as I flip it open to see my worst fears starting to come to life. Actually, you make this quick, she says flatly. Tell me why the hell you stole the identity of a dead girl. End of Book 1. Sidetracked Book 2 of the Mindfuck series. Tim Hoover, Chuck Cosby, Nathan Malone, Jeremy Hoyt, Ben Harris, Tyler Shea, Lawrence Martin, Random Ali Guy. Getting Closer. Chapter 1. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Confucius. Lana. My mother was a Confucius woman when she needed some motivational words. My father was an Einstein man when everything was crashing down on him. Neither of the dead wise men are helping me out right now. Neither are my parents and all their words of wisdom. To be fair, they probably never would have condoned me stealing another girl's identity, taking her inheritance, and using it to get some very disturbing revenge on all the men who scarred me for life. 5 minutes ago, my world was just fine. Well, for me it was fine. Then Hadley showed up at my front door. I never should have opened the door. I'm Hadley Grace. Her name sounds vaguely familiar, though I'm not sure why. Okay. I shrug, letting her know that name holds no importance. Logan Bennett is my boss. That apostrophe S. Surprising. Shouldn't you be in DC? Heard the boogeyman dropped another body. Her eyes light up in surprise, and she jerks her phone out from her pocket, cursing when she reads something. I'll make this quick, she tells me, holding up the file. She thrusts it at me, and my blood pumps quickly through my veins as I flip it open to see my worst fears starting to come to life. Actually, you make this quick, she says flatly. Tell me why the hell you stole the identity of a dead girl. My mind races through 1,000 scenarios, wondering how much she knows. I know without a doubt my inner panic isn't showing on the surface. I'm the picture of composure. I've prepared for this, just not to this extent and with someone close to Logan. You're always so thoroughly invasive with a friend's girlfriend, or am I just special? I ask the girl in front of me, keeping my tone cool and aloof. You really want to play this off? Fine. I'll just call Logan. Tell him some lying bitch has been playing him like a fiddle. Feel free to call him. As for stealing a dead girl's identity, that's a false accusation. But by all means, go ahead and make yourself look like a crazy jealous girl. I start to shut the door, but she slams her foot in the crack and stops it from shutting. Got her. Slowly, I open it back up, arching an eyebrow. 10 years ago, Kennedy Carlisle was in a car accident because she was high as a kite. Her wounds were ruled as fatal, but she miraculously survived. Now how'd she manage that? She's purposely referring to Kennedy as a separate person from me. She's trying to make me slip up. 10 years ago, I was a different person. My name was legally changed, and I got sober, made some real-life decisions. I was a 16-year-old kid back then, angry without a cause. New name, new life, new choices, and a healthier mentality. It was a miracle I survived, and I didn't take it for granted. That's the shit I've been rehearsing, preparing for the day when someone called me out. She snorts derisively. You don't even resemble her. And I've run facial recognition software, not even close. Okay, so when I was rehearsing all this, never did I plan to face down the FBI. Did you happen upon my medical charts while you were invading my privacy and breaking the law to do so? I broke no laws, including hacking your medical files. Yet knew my injuries from the car accident were so fatal that I should have died. I turned the tables, calling her out on her lies now. Her eyes narrowed to slits, and I tug my shirt up, surprising her. Her eyes land on the jagged scars. She hasn't even seen the ones on my back. Logan hasn't even mentioned them since I froze up about the two long and nasty ones on my torso. You're right. I barely survived. It works that Kennedy was sliced and diced almost like me. I have the proof. I can always remove my makeup and show you some of the faint scars on my face. I was lucky there. 10 facial reconstruction surgeries by one hell of a plastic surgeon saved my face from looking as horrendous as these two scars. She backs down a little, her lips tensing. The eyes never lie in facial recognition. Unless you have your face so smashed in that it's 90% metal plates in there. But it should match now. Jake fixed all that a long time ago, so she may just be bluffing. My face was the worst of the damage. You'll see that on my medical reports. It was so smashed in that it was practically rebuilt. So yeah, it's miraculous I survived. Feel free to dig into my plastic surgeon's file on me. His name is Dr. Calvin Morose. I'm sure you'll offer your apology to Logan when you're finished. I start to slam the door again, but her foot catches it one more time. This time when I open it back up, I'm glaring daggers at her, trying to seem offended more than sick at my stomach. Kennedy Carlisle was barely a D student. Yet suddenly she turns her life around after the accident, finishes school with a nice GPA, and manages to go to college as well. Also, she now profiles serials as well as a FBI-trained profiler. So this is all because of that damn boogeyman. I really want to kill that fucker. I pointed out the fact he cleaned like someone in the custodial line of work. That's hardly profiling. Rich kids spend more time with maids than they do their parents. You told Logan your father was friends with a janitor, she says, smirking like she's catching me in another lie. Just how fucking close are they? Why is she so hell-bent on finding dirt on me? Do I need to kill her? Number. I can't kill her. Not unless she's a rapist. Any chance she's a rapist? I look over her slim body, her puny stature, and wonder. After all, looks are deceiving where I'm concerned. Same could be true for her. I've officially lost my damn mind. My father was friends with numerous janitors. He called them butlers. Sorry, I didn't want to tell my boyfriend that I was a rich brat from a privileged household who concentrated too much on bad things before I almost died. I had a wake-up call. As for withholding all this from him, Logan and I have only recently started dating. Vomiting my past into his lap is never a good way to start a relationship. And going psycho-crazy jealous and invasively tearing into his girlfriend's past is no way to steal him away. Now kindly fuck off. And if I show this to Logan? She threatens. Then I guess I'll show him all the plastic surgeon reports and things done. Then I'll end things with him if he makes me feel as violated as you have. I slam the door in her face, ignoring the trembling in my hand as I lean against the door. Fuckity fuck. My past is solid. Jake has made sure of it. Kennedy Carlisle's records have all been adjusted to match me. Her scars. Her injuries. Her blood type. Her fucking DNA. He's covered every single trail there is. I am Kennedy Carlisle. Well, actually I'm Lana Myers. Victoria Evans and Kennedy both died, and Lana was born. It's a wonder I don't have an identity crisis. As soon as I grab my phone, I turn it back on and dial Jake back. What the hell? He barks. Why do you hang up and turn your phone off? Find out every dark detail on a girl named Hadley Grace. What? Why? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for his inevitable rant. Because she just became a problem. Chapter 2. The superior man is aware of righteousness, the inferior man is aware of advantage. Confucius. Logan. Where the fuck is Hadley? She should already be leading the forensics investigation by now, I snap, looking over at Elise. I've called her several times. She just sent a text saying she's on her way. I run a weary hand through my hair as they finally get the poor woman's body pulled back inside. That bastard is here. He's taunting me. He's calling me out. He put my name on a dead woman's body, as if stating it was all my fault he was here. I want every surveillance camera footage for a 5-block radius. I want to know where he came from and where he went. I bark at Elise, and she nods before running off to do as ordered. I've never been so pissed. In the 7 years I've been working for the FBI, I've never been called out. I've never had a serial killer go so far as to carve a personalized message on the chest of a woman. My stomach churns with fury as I stalk through the throngs of people. I will find him. Lana was right. He wants more attention. He's shifted his fixation onto taunting me with his kills now. I need to stay away from Lana until this is all over with. Until that bastard is behind bars, she's not safe. A sexual sadist won't come after me personally, he'll go after the woman I care about. Not that I pointed that out to her. Then again, I never thought he'd crave this attention. She saw this coming before I did. Until now, he's shown no signs of needing this sort of attention. I blasted his face and name all over the news, and instead of lying low, he kills a woman near my front door. Donnie looks as furious as I feel as he comes toward me. The weight of this is bearing down on us, and everyone is ready to point fingers in our direction, as though we created the monster. He's developing a narcissistic personality that will clash with his sexual sadist. We just got a lead, Lisa says, interrupting Donnie. Gerald Blemons was spotted downtown half an hour ago. I'm already loading into my SUV. Lisa and Donnie join me, and we peel out toward the newest lead. Director called. We have the shoot-to-kill order, I tell both of them. It's one time that I don't mind that order. You think? Lisa snips from the passenger seat. This guy went and made it personal. He's a sexual sadist displaying narcissistic tendencies, and I'm your ex. I think it'd be wise for me to stay with someone. He won't focus on you, Donnie chimes in from the back seat. He'll be more focused on Lana. My grip tightens on the steering wheel as Donnie echoes my own worries from earlier. Who is Lana? Lisa asks, confused. I'm going to send 2 black and whites to her house until this is over. Let's not assume he's just fixating on me though. He could be fixating on the whole team. I haven't had a relationship with anyone but my hand in over a few years, Donnie goes on. Who's Lana? Lisa asks again. Elise, Lisa, and Hadley are the only females on the team. We should set up patrol for them as well, I tell him, still ignoring Lisa as she huffs out an annoyed breath of air. I don't even hesitate to call in the protective detail as I drive toward the lead. That probably won't help. This guy is too smart to stay put for too long. He knows I'm coming for him. Chapter 3. Life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. Confucius. Lana. 2 cops are sitting outside my house, guarding me, keeping me safe from the boogeyman. Yes, I hear how ridiculous that sounds as well. I have an entire hidden room with tons of information and surveillance shots of all my next victims. That hidden room is where I am now, as 2 guys hang out in their cruiser, being all kinds of conspicuous. Do they not know how to keep a low profile? and their windows are down. Have they never seen a horror movie? Windows down equal throats slashed. I'm watching through my own surveillance cameras from my murder room, since this room has no windows. The cameras are only on the outside, and I put them up today for the purpose of keeping an eye on the cops. Logan is pissing me off, not listening to reason. I don't want cops here. Cops hinder my plan. Not that I can tell him that. He's determined to keep me safe. I'm determined to slice and dice a serial killer who may or may not get spooked by the blues outside. I also check out the monitor that is watching Anthony, my next victim. I've only been able to get 2 of my cameras installed so far. I'm going closer to home for him. It's getting close to sprint time. I'll have to get creative to continue torturing once I reach that sick, twisted town. The FBI will be all over me. And my boyfriend has the cops watching my house. The house where I have all my murder supplies that I have to use. Cops that follow me to the store when I get milk. Obviously they can't follow me and guard my kill zone for days on end while I torture people. Stupid boogeyman. I wish I could castrate him. I wish I could dole out the true justice deserved by the ones he's hurt. But I have to make it look like a stroke of luck. Sighing, I head out of the secret room, move the empty bookcase back where it belongs to cover the hidden door. Then I lock the door to the actual room, concealing the room inside a room. It's all cloak and dagger right now. That's what happens when you're a serial killer dating an FBI profiler who hunts serial killers. Somehow, my simple life got very complicated. After about 30 minutes, I see a familiar SUV pull up, and I grin when Logan steps out, talking to the policeman nearest to the house. What I don't like is the fact he has a guy and a girl with him. Because that means he's not staying. Walking out the front door, I measure the 2 unknowns, regarding them. The guy smiles genuinely at me, even offering me a small wave so much less awkward than the wave I gave Logan once upon a time. The girl, however, doesn't look too happy with what she sees. At least I'm wearing pants. I decided until the boogeyman is gone, pants are a good idea. Apparently all the girls on his team seem to have an issue with me, especially since this is the second one I've met and she's regarding me with a scowl. Don't these women know that it's dangerous to piss off a highly trained killer? Turning my gaze away from her, I refocus my attention on Logan as he walks toward me, his expression grim. His hair looks blonder in contrast to the standard black suit he wears on duty. As soon as he reaches me, his hands are in my hair, surprising me as his lips come down on mine. I forget about the audience in my yard as I kiss him back, leaning against him as he slides a hand down my back, pulling me closer. It's not until a loud whistle sounds out that he breaks the kiss. The man he came with chuckles before whistling again and heads toward us as Logan sighs. "Can we come in?" he asks. I just nod, and he laces his fingers with mine as the whistler and the staring bitch come into my house and shut the door behind them. The girl looks around, as though she's trying to get a read on me based on my minimum decorations. "I'm so fucking sorry about this," Logan says against my forehead as he places another kiss there. "I think I'll be fine, Logan. The cops are overkill, and very annoying. They park in plain sight, so it's not like they're doing much good. He'll avoid law enforcement," the unknown guy chirps. He wants to be free and able to taunt right now. He can't risk being caught. He doesn't know if there's another cop inside or not. "Which is why I'm here," Logan adds, looking down at me with a grimace. "No," I say adamantly. "I don't want anyone in the house. Unless you're volunteering. Show some gratitude," the girl chimes in, earning a glower from Logan. "These cops are here for your protection. Having someone in bed down the hall would be safer, and they're going out of their way to provide that. I really don't like her. Can I cut her? Just a little? Lisa, go sit in the car if you can't shut your mouth," Logan tells her, a bite to his tone that I haven't heard before. She glares at him, and I slowly put the pieces together. Bitterness. Lots of bitterness in her look. It's not hard to recognize a woman scorned. Logan talks to her like he would an ex he was frustrated with, not normal co-worker. I really don't like this situation right now. And I might actually cut her. More than a little. She drops to a chair instead of leaving, much to my disappointment, and Logan takes my hand, pulling me down the hallway to my bedroom. As soon as he shuts the door, I turn to face him, trying not to go all jealous crazy girl on him. You never mentioned you dated someone from your team, I say calmly, like a total rational girl and not a cutting psycho. It was over a year ago, and completely unimportant. She's jealous. His eyes spark with humor. So are you. Glad to see I'm not the only one losing my mind in this relationship. His lips twitch, and I stifle my own stupid grin that tries to form in response. He can do that, dissolve my anger with barely any effort at all. No one else has ever been able to accomplish that. I toss my arms around the back of his neck, and he wraps his arms around my waist. Let someone sleep inside the house. I'd feel better knowing I had every angle covered. I'm going to be sleeping in my office for a few hours at a time at most. This case is priority above all else right now to my department, but you're my priority. No, I say simply. No way am I risking a cop getting nosy in my house. I don't feel comfortable with a random stranger sleeping in my house. A badge doesn't make him noble. His smile falters, and he cocks his head, confused. What? I prompt. Nothing. It's just one time I made a mental note that you seemed trusting of me because I had a badge. I profiled you as not having an issue with law enforcement, meaning you'd never had any bad experiences with them. And now I'm throwing you off? I muse, then smile, trying to mask the flurry of emotions I don't want him to accidentally see. One day, I'll tell you all there is about me. But number. I don't trust men because they have a badge. Where I grew up, badges just meant people got away with more. It was a corrupt town. He brushes his hand over my cheek, and I lean into it, hating that I've said too much about my life as Victoria instead of Lana or Kennedy. Sorry. I'll try to get some free time to come sleep here for an hour or two with you. Maybe you can tell me some of those past experiences soon. I shake my head, gripping his wrists. Do your job. I'm a big girl. I stopped being scared of the boogeyman by age 5. I smile to lighten the morbid joke, but he frowns. This is serious, Lana. If he got his hands on you, I've had self-defense training. I have 2 guns. I also plan to run out the back door instead of up the stairs. We're good. I can handle this. If he gets his hands on you, there's nothing you'll be able to do. I can tell he's getting nauseated just thinking of such an outcome. Little does he know. Okay, I say, just to appease him. Someone can stay inside. Someone you trust. I'm sure you're friends with the local PD. The relief that washes over his face makes it worth all the 1,000,001 things that can go wrong. He genuinely cares about me. He's terrified for me right now because a merciless killer might be after me. The irony isn't lost on me. Not friends, but I know several reputable guys who are definitely trustworthy, he says on a quiet breath. I'd never leave anyone inside I didn't feel I could trust. I don't tell him I'd just castrate them and nail their dicks to the wall if they tried anything. Instead, I let him feel as though I'm weak and need protection. Because right now, that's how he needs to feel. The truth is just too dark to overcome. And I wonder what will happen if the truth ever comes to light. He kisses me, tugging me to his body as he melts away all the concerns lingering in the back of my mind. For now, this is worth losing it all. It's almost worth losing my revenge. But the revenge isn't just for me. Souls beyond the grave beg for a reckoning as well. Those souls need their peace. It's too soon when Logan pulls away, and I hold back the frustrated groan. Be safe. I'll be in and out as I can. I'll need to see you with my own eyes to believe you're really safe. I won't object to seeing you, but do your job. Don't let him hurt someone else because you're so focused on me. That's what he wants. He thumbs my lower lip, staring at it for a moment. Have I told you today that you're perfect? I smile against his touch, even though it feels weighted. Perfection. He thinks I'm perfect. It's so far from the truth, but I've told him that before. That girl? I ask, deciding to get some answers before he leaves. His grin only grows. We dated a few months. She wanted a commitment. I was married to the job. She transferred to my department, and I broke things off with her because it's against the rules to date within the department. That has me stiffening. Sheesh. When did I turn into a girl? But you'd still be together if she hadn't transferred? Even I hear how pathetically clingy I sound. But Logan, the bastard, grins broader. Number. It was just the easiest way to get the point across that it was over. You're the first woman to make me wish I could skip work, Lana. You make me question my priorities and if it's all really worth it. My stomach flutters with excitement. You know it's worth it. You stop killers. You're a hero. His smile slips, and he clears his throat. I don't always stop them in time. It seems like two spring up every time we take one down. And now this is happening. I put you at risk because of my job. Your life is sure as hell not worth it. I pull him down and kiss him again, and he grips me tightly, tugging me even closer. He lifts me with two hands on my ass, and I land on top of my dresser as he steps between my legs, still devouring my mouth. When I moan, he swallows the sound, and then someone bangs on the door. We need to roll if we're going to meet Elise and Leonard to deliver the adjustments to the profile. The girl hops. Definitely cutting her. Logan doesn't break the kiss. If anything, he kisses me harder, as though he's assuring me she doesn't matter as much as I do. As though nothing matters as much as I do. It's me who finally breaks the kiss, and his forehead rests against mine as we both take steadying breaths. Be careful, I tell him softly. Don't worry about me. And you do make a difference. He groans before brushing his lips against mine again, and he tugs me off the dresser, threading our fingers together. The Profiler X is waiting in my living room when we rejoin them. Call Chief Harris and tell him to send one of the guys off my list, Logan says to the guy profiler, as though he was just waiting for my permission. The chick just watches us before finally turning and walking out. Logan runs his fingers along my cheek one more time before kissing me quickly and following them out. The girl gets in the back of the SUV, and the guy gets in the front seat next to Logan, who takes the driver's side. Not surprising. I've noticed he's sort of a control freak. Not that I mind. As he backs out, he honks the horn twice, and a stupid grin lights up my face. I remember my neighbor always honking as he pulled out, as though it was one last temporary goodbye to his wife. And I'm back to being 2 steps away from that name tattoo on my ass. After shutting the door, I groan, realizing I never asked him about his relationship with Hadley. Damn women. How many of them should I have to deal with? I jog upstairs, head into my secret room, and touch the apple on my desk. It's a wax apple, brilliantly red, and there are 7 nails sticking out of it. Still many more to go. Glancing around, I question how stupid it is to leave a murder room inside a house with a cop. Logan respects my privacy and would never snoop. But this guy? I don't know anything about the guy coming to stay in here. I really hope that hidden door stays hidden. I also hope the metal door with a combination lock is enough to keep a nosy cop out if the door doesn't stay hidden. Chapter 4. Without feelings of respect, what is that to distinguish men from beasts? Confucius. Logan. He's been quiet for 2 days, Elise says, still studying the latest reports from the forensics found. He's being cautious. He wants attention, but he doesn't want me to win, and especially not before he reaches his endgame. What's his endgame? Lana, I say, gripping my pen tightly. We don't know that, Lisa argues. I ignore her. She's acting like a jealous girlfriend, after having not acted that way in over a year. I'm not sure what her issue is all of the sudden, but it's petty and pointless, especially now of all times. We have a problem, Donnie says, taking brisk steps on his way to my desk. We have a board full of problems, I remind him, gesturing to all the unsolved cases. 2 guys from Delaney Grove are missing. My skin prickles, and I sit up straighter. Is it just a coincidence? The unsub has been killing them in their homes. He's also been targeting single males who live in seclusion. Lawrence Martin lives with a roommate, and is a 29-year-old ad executive from New York. He went missing sometime in the past 10 or 11 days. Holy shit, Elise says. All of them have been found no later than 4 days. It has to be a coincidence, especially since he doesn't fit all of the victimology. Too coincidental, I tell her, then focus on Donnie. Why didn't the roommate report him missing sooner? He wasn't sure if Lawrence had hooked up with the girl, or if he was staying at the office. I also got the impression he didn't really care. But rent is due, and he said Lawrence is always there to hand over his half. He never showed up yesterday. He's been missing at work, and no one has seen him. And the other? Elise prompts. Tyler Shane, Donnie answers. 27-year-old tech analyst from West Virginia. Moved there from Delaney Grove straight out of high school. His girlfriend just reported him missing today. So he has a girlfriend? I ask, confused. Our unsub has been targeting single males only. He also has a wife, Donnie says, his eyebrows raising. Apparently she got pictures and screenshots of messages between Tyler and a Denise Watkins, the girlfriend, from an anonymous tipster. She left that day and hasn't been back. She didn't even know he was missing, and I don't think she cares. Any chance she's responsible for him missing? Lisa asks, glaring daggers through me. After all, crimes of passion are more likely than a serial kill. Everyone looks between us, as through they're asking questions, but I have no clue what her problem is. She's been in LA since she left, Donnie says, clearing his throat as he gets back on point. Her work requires a lot of travel, and she just decided to stay gone this last time and take a couple of days to herself. Across the country is a damn good alibi. Check it out, I tell him. Make sure she's legit. Check into Lawrence Martin's financials too. See if he made any large withdrawals. Same for Tyler Shane. Also check into the roommate and girlfriend. Our guy hasn't been taking them from their homes, and has only been targeting single, solitary men. And if it is our guy? Leonard asks, joining us. Then we'll need to revisit the profile and finally deliver the story to the media. A sexual sadist was a stretch to begin with. If these two are linked to our unsub, then he's not a sexual sadist. He's just a sadist. Look into anyone who might have tortured animals. I grab my notebook, scratching down some notes. There were never any hesitation marks, I say quietly, studying photos of the first victim. This guy is comfortable around death and killing. No patterns of rage have been found. He's only targeting people who have left town. Which means he could have killed before, Lisa adds. Hence the tortured animals bit, I say, shifting the photos around on my desk. He may be bitter these people left that town and have successful lives. We'll deliver the profile to the media if we find the bodies. They all nod, and I pick up my phone, dialing Lana. She answers almost immediately. Hey, you, how's the hunt? She asks, sounding breathy and happy. Quiet right now. Hadley is running some of the forensics in an effort to see if we can get ahead of him. Why do you sound out of breath? I'm on the phone. I'll be right back, she calls out to someone. Sorry, she says into the phone. I was working out with Duke. He's showing me some moves. My eyebrows hit my hairline as I stand up. Duke? Detective John Duke. He just showed up today to start bunking with me. He said everyone just calls him Duke. He's the guy you assigned to my house, remember? Number. No, I don't remember. It was supposed to be Marley St. James, an older guy who is on the verge of a promotion. He's been there since the day I had to leave. Why did they pull him? John Duke. I've never heard of him. What happened to Marley? I asked distractedly. He had something come up, I guess. I didn't pry for details. We never really spoke. He mostly kept to himself while he was here. I quickly lean over my chair, remaining standing, and type the new name into the computer as Lana continues. John Duke's picture flashes across my screen, and I almost drop my phone. Motherfucker. 28. Fit. Single. Ambitious. Newly promoted to homicide detective, a coveted spot. Definitely not ugly, can't believe I'm admitting that. And he's in my girlfriend's house. Sleeping there. Staying with her while I'm here. Alone together. I'm going to kill someone for fucking this all up. Logan? Lana prompts, sounding worried. You okay? Just curious how a homicide detective has time to come babysit, I say casually, grabbing my bag from the floor and heading toward the door. I'm due a few hours of sleep, and I know where I want to take those few hours. He said his boss dude told him to come here. The department is taking this threat seriously. Duke is who they thought would be best to surprise Blemons if or when he shows up. Throwing a tantrum is not on my agenda. The local PD want to make the arrest, and are using this as a way to get a leg up on us, since we're outsourcing her protective detail to them. Since I'm outsourcing her protective detail to them, I'll deal with Duke when I get there. I don't know him, Lana. They apparently sent in someone they want to take credit for any arrests. Kind of figured as much, she says quietly, but there's a mocking lilt to her tone. Why is that? I ask, getting into my SUV. Because there's no way you'd send that guy to come stay in my house while you're gone. I snort derisively, then relax when she laughs. Don't worry, Agent Bennett. I normally don't play with boys who wear badges. You're my only exception. Then there's that. I'm still confused about that. No criminal record means no run-ins with police. Unless there's a sealed juvie record, but nothing popped when Hadley ran her name through the system. Keep me awake while I drive, I tell her, not commenting on any of the other. You want me to tell you about how I broke my vibrator this morning? I swerve the car, cursing as a horn blares. Logan? You okay? She asks, sounding genuinely concerned. Yeah, I grumble. Fine. How'd you break your vibrator? This girl. I swear she gets off on surprising me. Every time I think I have her figured out, she throws me another curveball. She laughs slightly. Well, I pulled it out of my drawer, peeled my panties off on my bed, and when I slid it down my body, building up the anticipation as it buzzed. It slipped out of my hand, hit a crease in the bed, and crashed against the floor. The fun part broke off. Laughter escapes me before I can stop it, and I feel her smile. What if I told you your vibrator could retire for the night? I'd say duh. Because it's worthless now. I meant, I'm coming there, I say, still partially laughing under my breath. Really? You can get away? The excitement in her tone has me driving a little faster. On my way right now, I tell her, smiling when I hear her sigh like she's content. Well, good, then you can. My phone beeps with an incoming call, and I groan, cutting her off mid-sentence. You need to let me go, don't you? She muses. Yes. Unfortunately. I'll see you in about 20 though. Be safe. I hang up and answer my call without looking to see who it is. Bennett. I found a few things that could give us a lead. Where are you? Hadley asks. Just left a few minutes ago. Take what you found to Donnie. I'm going to crash for a couple of hours and get some sleep in an actual bed. Your bed? She asks, an edge to her tone. Number. Not that it's any of your business. Logan, we need to talk about something, she says hesitantly. Which is? After several long seconds, she finally exhales a loud, frustrated breath. Nothing. At least nothing for now. I'll let you know if I find something. Weird. Right. So get with Donnie on what you found, and, you seriously don't want to look over this yourself? She interrupts. Is it going to break the case? Will it lead us to him? Well, no, but, then give it to Donnie. I need sleep, Hadley. I'll be back in as soon as my eyes aren't trying to close on their own. A loud yawn sneaks out, as if cued, and she sighs harshly. Okay. See you later. Hanging up, I run the case over in my head and resist the urge to call Lana back just because I hate the idea of her being there alone with a single guy. A single guy who might be touching her because of their workout. A single guy who is apparently trying to connect with her. My grip tightens against the steering wheel. I have to get a hold of this jealousy thing. Chapter 5. To see and listen to the wicked is already the beginning of wickedness. Confucius. Lana. I dodge a slow punch from Duke, smirking at how easy he's taking it on me. He wants me to have some skill set in case things get out of hand. He walked in and demanded we spar so he can see what I need to work on. He's weak on his left side, constantly leaving himself open to attack. His form is sloppy, amateur boxing style at best. Most likely he was raised in a militant household where the father showed him a few techniques, archaic and outdated techniques. In a real fight, I'd have him pinned and begging for mercy in under 2 minutes. But I'm supposed to be a normal girl. I eat an excess of calories daily to stay a little soft, hiding the skill behind femininity so that I don't tone up too much and cast a sheet of transparency over my facade. Duke is grinning when I throw a weak, pathetic little punch at his left. He easily bats it down, and I bite back the smirk I want to reveal. I love little secrets. There's a certain high you get from fooling the world into thinking you're the lamb instead of the rabid wolf. Alright. Let's train on the wall. Clemens always chokes the women to the brink of unconsciousness. I'm going to show you how to break the hold, and you're going to replicate it. I nod, following along as he wipes sweat off his brow. It's good he's not as apartment at profiling as Logan. He'd notice I'm not sweating, meaning I'm in better physical shape than he is. You can't fake sweat. He stands against the wall and gestures for me. Hands on my throat. I do as instructed, overlapping my thumbs as I form a choking hold with my hands. It's a terribly inefficient way to choke someone. A little bit of wire does the trick much better. He grins down at me as I tighten my hold, and his arms dart up between mine, shoving them open in a blink. He spins me, and I let him, fighting really damn hard against my reflexes as he slams me against the wall. His hands go around my neck, and he arches an eyebrow as he squeezes just tight enough to piss me off. Do what I just did. Okay? He asks, squeezing a hair tighter. I feign imitation, acting as though I'm struggling to mirror his earlier movements, when I hear the door shut and something drop. What the fucking hell? Logan's voice has me grinning, but when I try to move, Duke holds me steady, gripping tighter to my neck. She needs to be prepared, Duke says, tightening even more. When breathing actually becomes difficult, my mind shuts down the little fuse that holds back my reflexes, and my hand shoots up between the stupid gap he's left between our bodies. A pained yelp leaves him as the heel of my palm connects with the soft tissue of his throat, and he falls backwards, choking on air as my senses slam back into me. Ah, shit. Logan smirks then recovers, banishing the reaction as Duke heaves for air. I don't think I hit him hard enough to collapse his windpipe. I hope. Sorry, I say with forced contrition. I panicked. Duke coughs and then a loud sound of an inhale resonates in my ears as he slowly stands. Thank goodness he's breathing. He rubs his throat, his cheeks flaming with a blushing hue. Good instincts, he says, swallowing hard. Just do that if he comes at you. Clemens won't leave that large space between our bodies. He's an experienced choke artist. Detective Duke is not. If you're going to choke someone face to face, you give them zero room between your bodies. But I obviously don't point that out. A good, sane, non-stabby girl wouldn't know that. I move to Logan, wondering if he suspects anything, but he looks like he's more amused than anything as he tugs me to his body, wrapping an arm possessively around my middle. You must be SSA Bennett, I hear Duke say from close behind me, but I don't turn around as Logan keeps me pressed to him. With one arm still around my waist, Logan reaches over with his free hand, and I look over my shoulder as Duke shakes it. Logan's hand that's on me slides down to my spandex-clad ass, and he rests it there, as though he's proving a point. He's cute when he's jealous. I wasn't aware homicide could spare someone to help watch after my girl, Logan says, though I hear the edge he tries to hide. A slow, calculated grin curves over Duke's mouth. We're taking the possible threat very seriously, SSA Bennett. I'm sure it'd be a dream come true to get an arrest this high profile, especially in a field that is always overshadowed by the FBI, since we're just down the road and all. Logan is taunting, Duke is arrogant. And I'm worried there's about to be a sword fight in my living room. And not with actual swords. You mean arresting a man you brought to DC? A man who is killing high-class residents because the FBI slipped up and let him get away, even after figuring out his name? Logan's jaw ticks, and I internally curse detective dipshit. Logan, I'm sure you're exhausted. I'd rather not waste what little time I have with you so you can throw down the gauntlet in a piercing match. Duke snorts, and I turn and glare at him. You shut up. He grins and walks down the hall, heading to his guest room. Remove him from my house, and that will solve the problem, I tell Logan, but he shakes his head and runs a hand through his hair. I have Donnie running a thorough check on him, but if he's as clean and decorated as his file suggests, then he's the best option for keeping you safe. I'm the best option for keeping me safe. I think it's adorable that he believes Duke to be more capable than me though. I start tugging at his arm, pulling him toward my bedroom. You look exhausted. Stop worrying about me and get some sleep. His eyes are heavy, and I can tell he's tired. The sun set a few hours ago, but it's likely he hasn't slept in over 24 hours. He follows me without argument, and I can tell he's already close to being asleep when he drops to the bed, fully clothed. Grinning, I start undoing his tie, and he smirks as I do. Don't get any ideas, I say, pulling away the black fabric and tossing it to the ground. Sleep first. More later. Only if you sleep with me. I help him shed his jacket, shoes, shirt, socks, and pants, getting him down to just his boxers. It's very tempting to run my mouth over all the lines of lean muscle, but I refrain. The exhaustion shining from his eyes curbs all of my other urges. In my tank and tiny shorts, I snuggle in next to him, and his arms come around me, holding me close. Wear pants around that guy. No more of this, he murmurs against my forehead, squeezing my ass through the little spandex shorts. Grinning like an idiot, I roll my eyes. You're a total caveman. Not normally, he says around a yawn. He doesn't even know how saying things like that does weird things to my soul, adding back the lost pieces I thought were forever gone. I feel more human with each passing day. Less like a soulless monster with a thirst for blood. Not that I want to stop killing, I just want to feel more like the carefree, happy girl I was before they stole it all. Before they ruined me. You should stay in a hotel with more security than this, he says, half asleep already as his body slowly relaxes. I'm fine here. You need to stop worrying about me. I run my fingers through his hair, and he groans as he leans into the touch, getting even more comfortable as he fights sleep. Hadley said you're loaded. You can afford something with higher security than any law enforcement can offer. I just want you safe, Lana. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you. My entire body goes rigid. Hadley? What else did she tell you? His eyes are closed, and I hate prying right now. She said you were loaded, and I told her to stop prying. Obviously she didn't stop prying. Were you two also involved? He releases a lazy rumble of laughter as his arms tighten around me. He keeps his eyes closed as he answers. We're a pair, aren't we? He asks in a soft, sleepy tone. How long before we trust each other? Trust? Yeah, that's a whole other issue for another day. I'm not talking about trust. I'm talking about a crazy girl who showed up with more information than she should have pieced together. I should have anticipated him asking me those questions, but I thought all was clear after the first few weeks. I never saw her coming. I hate surprises. Well? I prompt. He grins, still keeping his eyes shut. She's like a kid sister. I took her under my wing when she first started in our department. Hadley doesn't date, and when she does date, she doesn't date men. She's into women? Women only? A sense of calm washes over me. He's making me ridiculous. I have a kill list a mile long that could put me on death row, since some of the states still have death row. I'm playing a constant game of life and death. He snuggles in closer, content to just hold me. Instinctively, I continue running my fingers through his hair, and he moans as he slowly drifts off. When he starts breathing evenly, I know he's down for the count. I don't stop running my fingers through his hair. Something inside of me seems to fuse together, and my heart beats to a steadier rhythm than it has in years. His arms stay around me, and for once in 10 years, I feel safe. I feel treasured. I feel something other than empty. I don't even realize how much time has passed until his phone is going off with an alarm. My eyes dart over to the dresser to see it's close to midnight. He groans as his arms leave me, and a chill settles onto every spot his touch has abandoned. He cuts off the alarm, and he rolls back over, wrapping me into his arms again, and kisses the side of my neck. I bet you didn't have this in mind when you signed on to date me, he says in his sexy, sleep gruff voice. You warned me your schedule was crazy. I don't mind. I meant all the extra craziness, he says, running his lips up higher, nipping my ear enough to elicit a small shudder from me. His hand starts working down my shorts, and I lift my hips, eager to give him access. Then that damn phone rings. He curses. I mutter a few words. Everything okay in there? Duke asks from outside my bedroom door, reminding me he's in my house. A serial killer sharing a house with a homicide detective and a FBI agent. Life doesn't get more complicated than this. I just hope it takes Logan forever to find Tyler and Lawrence, that way I have him to myself a little more. He works too much, and I can tell he's exhausted. It's sad that I want to hide my bodies now so that my boyfriend gets a break and can spend more time with me. How twisted can one person possibly get? It's fine, Logan calls out, glaring at the door. He grabs his phone, answering it with his last name only, and I sit up to kiss his shoulder as he talks. No, I'm at Lana's house. Why? He grows stiff, and I remove my lips from his shoulder. When he blows out a harsh breath, I run my hand up his back. Yeah. Come get me. It's on the way. I'll grab a shower and something to eat before you get here. He hangs up before turning to me, brushing his lips over mine just barely. Care if I use your shower? I roll my eyes. You don't even have to ask. I'd ask you to shower with me, but we have another body. I need to be ready before Craig gets here. I gesture toward the bathroom, and he groans as he stands. Following him in, I hop up on the sink, admiring the view as he strips out of his boxers and climbs into the shower, turning the spray on. I grimace. That has to be cold. He doesn't so much as flinch. I feel like you're getting screwed out of all the good stuff and skipping right to the worst case scenarios, he says over the sound of their water. I'm currently not getting screwed. Did he leave more messages? He grunts, and I watch as he tips his head back, running his hands through his hair to wet it. I think shower times should get watched from now on. This is hot. I want to video it so I can perv more later, after I buy a replacement vibrator. Just his media name and the words you can't work out. 2 bodies in 2 days is a rapid devolution. He's getting too bold. I dropped 2 bodies in 1 day, but I hardly feel like now is the time to brag about my awesome efficiency. How's he choosing his victims? We shouldn't be talking about an active case. It's against the rules. But this one actually concerns me, considering I'm probably a target. So that makes it okay? He's choosing mostly brunettes in their mid-20s. All were low-risk victims, but none were put on display until he came here. This latest one was found tied to the top of her car, and the car was moved to the middle of the street. That's all I know so far. I think that over before responding. He's feeling the high. There's a certain feeling of invincibility when the killer finds it impossible to get caught. It probably turns him on more than the torture to see everyone quivering in fear. He's also approving of his media name, adopting the persona. Everyone fears the boogeyman growing up. Now he's reigniting that fear in adults. He blows out a breath of agreement, and I try to think of something to say. You can't? That's an odd message. Yeah. I'm sure it's a taunt. Maybe he got interrupted before he could finish. Maybe. When it grows quiet, I think of something else to say, just to make it look like I'm asking more questions than about the killer. Does it bother you that I didn't tell you I was rich? No, he says immediately. I like the fact you're humble. My stepdad always said that those who strive to be humble detest the ways of the arrogant. I like that. And for the record, I can tell your past is a sore subject, so I don't want to press for any information there either. I enjoy just getting to know who you are now, he adds, causing me to smile and grimace at the same time. He's bringing back parts of me that I thought were dead, resurrecting my soul from ashes. But all the shadows that lurk inside me, hiding the monster within. Those are parts he can never see. He shuts off the shower and steps out just as quickly, grabbing a towel from the rack. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't distracted by the way the water seems to follow all the lines of his abs to the towel as he conceals my happy place with the fluffy fabric. An audible sigh escapes me in dreamy fashion, and Logan smirks, arching an eyebrow at me. I'm not even ashamed that I'm ogling him. It feels good to crave someone and want them. I won't take it for granted or be embarrassed. He grabs a toothbrush from his bag. When did that get in here ? And sidles up next to me to start brushing his teeth. We look like a Sunday morning special right now, instead of killer and hero. As soon as he's finished brushing his teeth, he slides my legs apart and settles in between them. I don't protest at all when he kisses me, tasting minty and ultra fresh. My fingers tangle in his hair as I pull him closer, savoring this while I can. There's no telling when he'll be back. He laughs when he tries to break the kiss, only to be pulled back down by me. Unfortunately, his phone rings again, and I'm forced to let go. This time it's a text, and he reads whatever it says. He puts it away, his face expressionless as he looks up at me. I'll take you on another date soon. And another. And another. I'll make all this worth it. I'll also be back here tomorrow. And the next day. And the next. It's not much, but right now, stop acting like you're not enough, I tell him, kissing him again. I want to tell him he's too good for me. I want to beg him to save my soul from damnation. I want to plead with some powers above to take away the pain that drives me. To let karma step in and handle the rest. But I'm the only reckoning there will be. Scream for me, little Victoria. Scream loud. Always knew you were a little whore. Hold her down. Kyle says, laughing as I struggle in vain, holding back the sob on the tip of my tongue, refusing to let them see me break. Leave her alone. Marcus cries from behind me, and my heart clenches as excruciating pain slices through my body. Open your eyes, sweetheart. You don't want to miss this. Do it, Marcus. Do it or we'll make it so you never do it again. Hours and hours and hours of taunts. The night I should have died is forever seared into my memory. Their sins stained my soul with so much darkness that their deaths are needed to cleanse me. To make me feel whole again. I need to replace their taunts and evil laughter with the sounds of their screams. I sleep better with each new scream I get to add. The screams override the scent of their breath, the strikes of their hands, and their dirty, disgustant fingers. They'll never hurt anyone else. Even if they rise from the dead, they lost their tools of pain. The rest will join them soon enough. I can't stop now. Not even for Logan. Chapter 6. The superior man is modest in his speech, but exceeds in his actions. Confucius. Logan. All is quiet since that last kill 2 days ago, Craig says, stating the obvious. I nod, my mind buzzing 1,000 miles a minute. I've kept my promise, going back to see Lana, even though I spend all the time sleeping. She stays cuddled against my side, strumming her fingers through my hair, as though she has nothing better to do. He's smart. Police presence has increased, I say numbly. I've never felt so personal about a case. What does "you can't" supposed to mean? He asks, pensive as he studies the close-up of the writing on the body. I don't know. You can't stop me? I think he got interrupted. Then there could be a witness. I have that press conference coming up in 3 hours. I'll see if I can get anyone to come forward. I nod absently, running my finger over my lips. The director has put all our other cases on hold. This is currently our only priority, and we're to treat it as though it's our only case. Forensics came back on those fibers we found on the last victim's body, Hadley says, dropping a file to my desk. I looked into it, and you can only find that type of thing in an old factory that was closed down 4 years ago. Homeless people shack up in it fairly regularly. He could be there and blending in. It's about 2 hours from here. I'll send the address to your phone. I'm out of my chair and grabbing my gun in the next breath, and Donnie races to catch up with me as I head out the door. Hadley stays behind, but Lisa and Elise join us as we burst through the doors, practically jogging. Donnie makes the calls for backup, and I pull up my phone to see the address Hadley has already sent. He'd need a vehicle to get from there to here, so I call Hadley. "What's up?" You and Alan start sifting through any car thefts between here and there. "He's got wheels. I doubt he's taking the bus after soaking in a blood bath." "On it." She ends the call, and I pocket my phone, rushing my steps. We better catch the son of a bitch. Lisa and Elise take the lead in their SUVs, and I follow behind them with Donnie at my side, both of us turning on our lights. "Fuck," I hiss, whipping into a gas station when my low fuel light pops on. I call Elise as Donnie hops out to hurriedly push some gas into the tank. "You'll get there before us, but don't go in until we're on the scene." "Got it?" I say the second Elise answers. "Got it. We'll have to wait for local PD to back us up anyway." I hang up, tapping my fingers impatiently on the steering wheel as I wait for Donnie. Deciding I need to do something, I text Lana. "Me, you okay?" Lana, bored to death. "But fine. Playing cards with Duke and taking all his money. You okay?" Have I mentioned I really hate Duke being there alone inside the house with her? If she didn't need a protective detail, I'd be kicking his ass for seeing her more than I get to. "Me, I'll be fine once this guy is in cuffs." I don't mention the shoot-to-kill order. Lana, stop worrying about me. I promise I'll be fine. You don't know this about me, but I'm a survivor. 3. I don't know a lot of things about her. But a past doesn't make a person, and that's all she's holding back. I trust that she'll share that when she's ready. Donnie hops into the car, and I pocket my phone before cranking it back up and squealing out of the parking lot. Donnie handles organizing the SWAT team, telling them to pull back until we arrive on scene. A loud truck passes us, blowing its horn, and Donnie flips off the driver as I keep my tunnel vision, never slowing down. We're about 20 miles from our destination, when I slam on my brakes, my stomach roiling as I stare at the SUV off the side of the otherwise deserted road. The back end is crushed, the glass busted out. It's turned on its side, and Donnie curses before leaping out of the passenger side, racing to Elise and Lisa who may or may not still be in there. I dive out as well, juggling my phone free, and calling for an ambulance. Cursing my low battery, I quickly give them our location and tell them to hurry. Putting away my almost dead phone, I slide to the front, trying to see through the window. From this angle, I can tell they were T-boned from the road connecting to this one. Elise and Lisa are both unconscious, and Elise is bleeding from her forehead. Her side took the brunt of the impact, but I can't tell how much damage she's sustained from here. "Logan!" Donnie yells. I rush around, seeing Lisa's door jammed into the ground as Donnie breaks the front glass, trying to peel back now that he has something to pry open. Using the crowbar, he pries the top down, and I truss off my jacket, wrapping it around my hands to help him peel the windshield all the way back. Lisa is breathing heavily, and her eyes are dazed as she blinks them open. She cries out, and lifts her right arm, the one closest to her door. My eyes widen in disbelief when I see the blood flowing from the shallow cuts. "It was him," she says, sucking in a pained breath. "It was him. It was him." Her panicked breaths quicken, and Donnie tries to calm her down as I look at Elise. "Elise." She doesn't answer, but she finally groans. Relief washes through me that she's still alive. "He did this," Lisa is saying, still panicking as she points to her bloody arm. "He took our guns. He thought he got all of them. He had a gun. He hit us. Then he pointed the gun at us. We were still upright when he came to my side, telling us to keep our hands where he could see them." She cries out, trying to undo the seatbelt. Then he broke my window, and he used the glass. He used the glass to write this, she says, sobbing as she holds her arm up again. He was going to kill us, but I grabbed my spare gun when he dropped my arm to retrieve his gun. I shot at him. I shot twice. I grazed him. But that bastard. He had someone with him. A girl. He had a girl. He knew we were coming. But he carved this. Her sentences are all over the place, barely making any sense. All I can see on her arm are blood smears, but she wipes it off on her shirt and holds it up again. Donnie's breath leaves as he pales. Carved in her skin is the word keep. He knows us, Donnie whispers as Lisa breaks down into sobs again. He chose Lisa instead of Elise. There's a reason he targeted your ex. His tone is hushed, so as not to agitate Lisa, and my body tenses at the insight. Why keep? Why that word? He's bleeding, Lisa chokes out. I shot him enough to make him bleed. He'll need stitches at least. I look around, finding a light blood trail. It's not enough for him to die from though. Fuck. The truck that fucking passed us, I say through clenched teeth. It was him. He even blew his motherfucking horn. I slam my fist down on the car, and Donnie goes as stiff as I do. I hope that shoot-to-kill order remains, Donnie growls. Someone tipped him off. He knew we were coming. Is the girl his accomplice? I shake my head, hating what's going on inside it right now. Nothing in the profile indicates a partner. Nothing in his profile indicates a relationship with police either. Number. He's smart. Calculated, even. He had a fail-safe plan. If he was hiding in this town, there was a reason he felt safe. Look into their local PD. Find out if any of the officers who were aware of this raid has a daughter or a wife. Then go door to door. Find out if someone is missing. It wouldn't be reported. His eyes widen. You think he took a hostage? Yeah. And now that his location has been burned, he no longer needs her alive. And we let him drive right by us. That sick, narcissistic son of a bitch honked at us, taunted us, knowing we were on our way to him. And I never even looked up. I'm supposed to be observant of my surroundings at all time. My personal involvement in this case is fucking with my head, making me have tunnel vision, and knocking me off my game. He's winning. Chapter 7. Death and life have their determined appointments. Confucius. Logan. Lisa is okay. She's in a little shock, but otherwise okay, Donnie says as he hands me a cup of coffee. Our entire team is in a hospital waiting room right now. The security detail makes me nervous, because someone from the police force sold us out. Only cops with no kids or family at Lana's from now on, I say to Donnie, who nods. We've only been out in public once. It's possible he doesn't even know she exists. It's been her house mostly we've stayed at when I see her, and I'd know if I'd been followed. I take a sip of the coffee as he types out a text, probably relaying my request. Elise? I ask him. She's coming around. Her left shoulder was dislocated, and she has 2 breaks in her left leg where it got pinned on impact. She's not in shock, but she is fucking pissed. He smirks, and I laugh under my breath. Elise will take this as personally as I am now. Then again, everyone has a personal investment now. He came after 2 of ours, and called me out by name. It's our mission, our only focus, to bring him down. Hadley is typing furiously on her laptop. She hasn't been a techie for years, ever since she became the best in the field on forensics. But now she's dusting off her old skills, trying to find any footage of which girl Lemons might have had with him. Donnie and I described the truck, old Ford, beat up, jacked up, and big brush guard on the front. You couldn't tell it had been the tool to crash them, because it sure as hell didn't look like it had been in a wreck. Anything? I ask Hadley. Her eyes narrow to slits. Not yet. But I will find this son of a bitch. He could be somewhere in the hospital. He'll want to see this show. Or, if he has any computer skills, he may be hacked into the feed, I tell her. She nods. On it. I already informed the cops of something like that when we got here, she explains. They've been canvassing the hallways and such. Lisa shooting at him probably pissed him off. He hit them from the rear, sent them sliding around, and then slammed them again. It dazed them enough to give him an edge, Leonard says as he sits down. Then after Lisa shot him, he got in the truck, got a good run on go from that side road, and T-boned them, probably trying to kill them. He's a sexual sadist looking for an easy kill. Just to piss us off? Donnie asks, shaking his head. He wants us investing all our attention into him. He's winding us up, I say through clenched teeth. It's working, Leonard growls. A woman pokes her head in. Miss Clifton is asking for you, she says, looking at us all instead of being specific. Donnie, Leonard, and I stand up, and Craig comes jogging down the hall, joining us as we walk toward the room where they're holding Elise. Before we make it, my eyes land on a familiar brunette who is racing toward me with wide, terrified green eyes. Her entire body visibly relaxes when she sees me, and she launches herself into my arms. I grab Lana, holding her to me, as she shakes and trembles. Detective Duke is right on her heels, panting heavily as he doubles over, resting his hands on his knees. Fucking marathon runner or something? He asks between labored breaths. Lana doesn't speak. She just clings to me, her arms wrapped tightly around my neck. I was so worried, she finally says. They said your team was hit, Duke explains, running a hand through his hair. She drove. I couldn't talk her out of coming. They wouldn't tell us who was hit. I hold her for a second longer. 3 of my team members are staring at us with raised eyebrows, before I finally snap back to reality. Fuck. I drop her to the ground and push her away, ignoring the way she blanches. You can't fucking be here. I yell, then cut my eyes to Duke. Why the fucking hell would you bring her? His eyes narrow to slits. Did you miss the part where I said she was coming with or without me? I came to keep her safe. I gesture to Lana, all 5'4" of her. She weighs 120 at most. You're at least 200 with law enforcement training, yet you can't restrain her? Lana backs away, saying nothing, but my eyes are on Duke, furiously glaring at him. He glares back, just as furious. She's not a prisoner or a criminal. I can't legally confine her to her damn house, you arrogant asswipe. Donnie takes a step between us, as though he's preparing for things to go bad. He's possibly here or watching, and you bring her here? I'm not fucking stupid. You want him to find her. Especially now. You want a new promotion from a shiny little arrest for the highest profile killer in the nation right now. He takes a threatening step toward me, and Donnie wedges between us more when I take a step too. I couldn't give a shit about that. I came because I was trying to keep her safe. I don't have any authority to confine an innocent civilian to her home, and neither do you. I open my mouth to yell at him some more, when Lana calmly inserts herself into the conversation, her haunted eyes icy and detached, something I haven't seen in a while. You told me to have a protective detail, and I agreed, she says quietly. I swallow down my words as she continues. You told me to let a stranger stay in my house, I agreed, even though I didn't want to. I take someone with me when I leave. I've put my business deals on hold to appease you, not traveling and risking myself. I've sat in a protective bubble, answering all your calls and texts promptly so you don't worry about me. Her eyes glisten, but I can tell they're nothing more than angry tears. And I realize I've seriously fucked up. Chapter 8. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Confucius. Lana. Harsh. Oblivious. Arrogant. 3 words I never thought I'd use to describe the man before me. Unfairly confining me to my house, while not giving me the same option of knowing he's safe. I can't even put into words how pissed off I am. You don't even take the time to fire off a text that you're okay, I go on, keeping my tone even, refusing to show too much emotion. I don't bleed for the world anymore. He saw more than anyone else, and he didn't bother to care when it mattered the most. Lana, I get that you're pissed, but you can't be here, he says, his voice softening. I see that, I retort tightly, taking a step back. Sorry I cared. It won't happen again. Tacky and juvenile as that sounds, it's a bit a girl's prerogative right now. I turn and start walking away, but he follows, grabbing my arm. I rip it free from his grip. You don't understand, he whispers, looking over at a camera. He could be watching. We don't know what he's capable of right now, and his past is mostly a mystery. You put me in a bubble, and I gave you peace of mind. You cared. I'd do anything to ease your mind so that you didn't worry. I swallow down the knot in my throat, refusing to get emotional, disallowing my weakness or vulnerability to shine. I worry too, Logan. Duke got the call your team was hit, and you were all at the hospital. You wouldn't even answer your phone. Or send a text. Or respond to my hundreds of texts. I can handle a lot of things, but I won't let you walk all over me, then refuse to offer me the same peace of mind. And then get pissed at me? Talk down to me? Who the hell do you think I am? I turn and walk away, and he lets me, because he can't follow. He can't make a scene. The boogeyman could be watching. Let the sick bastard come. I need something to stab. Stay with her. I'll be there as soon as I can get free, I hear Logan saying. Probably to Duke as I keep walking. And someone find me a fucking phone charger. The first tear falls as I step into the open elevator and stab the lobby button fiercely. I ran up 3 flights of stairs, worried out of my mind that Logan was hurt when I couldn't get him to answer my 1,000,001 calls or texts. Turns out, I'm just someone he didn't bother to think of when I was going out of my mind with all the worst case scenarios. Dead phone is not a good excuse. Not when everyone on the team is here with their phones he could have used. Duke slides into the elevators just before the doors close, and he leans against the wall. He doesn't say a word, and I toss him the keys the second we hit the lobby. Silently, we make it to the car, and make the long drive home. I don't speak. The radio is silent. The only noise is the sound of my V8 Mustang vrooming down the street. My phone lights up with a text from Logan. Guess he got that charger, but I don't bother reading it. Just like he didn't bother with me. When we finally reach my house, I take the keys from Duke, but I cross over to the driver's seat. What are you doing? He asks. Giving you time to get out of my house. I don't want to be around people right now. All of you better be off my property before I return. His eyes widen. Look, Lana, I get that you're pissed right now. He's an overbearing douchebag who just acted like a thoughtless prig, but don't risk your own safety to punish him. Let us stay and protect you. I hold the door open, 1 foot inside the car. Duke's a good guy, but it's hard not to take this out on him, since he's the only one around right now. You have no legal right to be here. Just as you said. I can't stop you from loitering on the street, but you're officially trespassing if you stay on my property. Be gone before I get back, or, ironically enough, I'll call the cops. He groans and curses, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. Where are you going? Wherever the fuck I want to, I say, flipping him off as I get into the car. If Logan has a problem with it, remind him it's a free country, I add before shutting the door. Without giving him more time to argue, I crank the car and slam it into first gear, spinning on a dime in my driveway, feeling my rear swing around as I start barreling out. I don't glance back as I drive to the warehouse in town that Jake rented out. I also drive with my knees as I turn off my phone and pull the battery out. When I get there, I leave my car in the warehouse before grabbing the keys to the Altima. We have several cars I use when I go to collect the debts. No cameras are out this way, meaning no one ever sees me do this. The warehouse has the best security, and even if someone breaks in, they won't know who it belongs to. Well, unless my pretty little Mustang is in here when they hit. Not likely enough to be concerned. The cars are disposed of after they serve their purpose. I leave the warehouse, turning on a burner phone in the car, and call Jake. Hello? It's me. Find anything on the boogeyman? Number. This guy is pissing me off, he grumbles. How's Logan? He's in one piece and untouched. He's also recently single. He grows quiet, and I ignore the tear that rolls down my cheek. I can't believe I'm saying this, since I'd feel so much better if you weren't dating a federal agent or living with cops, but are you sure you're not overreacting? He didn't bother to care that I was going out of my mind with worry, even though I've jumped through hoops to keep him updated on my safe and sound state. Sounds. Betty. Sure you're not just looking for an excuse to get out before you get too attached? I'm already too fucking attached. I don't cry. I haven't cried since the day the tears stopped falling. Yet tears are breaching my eyes with a renewed vigor as I drive toward Jake's house. Petty is getting pissed that he doesn't call when he says he will. Petty is not being livid that he didn't bother to tell me he was alive. I can't do this, Jake. I can't live with cops in my house. Those badges. I want to rip them off and flush them down the toilet. They wear them with pride. They're not from Delaney Grove, babe. You can't confuse the two. I'm not. They'd be dead if there was any confusion. I just feel dirty. I don't want them there. I don't want him there anymore, not because he makes me feel dirty. I'm giving up too much by playing by his rules. I haven't even started Anthony's house yet. Besides the 2 cameras, I've jumped a leg on that one for you, since I knew it'd be hard to go put more cameras in a house if a cop was trailing you to keep you safe. Pretty sure aiding a murderer isn't what they had in mind. He's trying to be light and funny, but I don't have the headspace for it right now. Good. I need something to focus on. Feeling stabby? He muses, still trying to lighten my mood. Very. Where are you? Heading toward your house. Plotting a murder at mine isn't going to be easy for a while. Why the burner phone? And why don't I hear your Mustang? I'm in the new Altima we picked up. I've had a cop in my house for however long it's been, feels like years. I don't trust him not to call friends and put a whatever out on my ride. Also, the FBI have the ability to turn the phone on if the battery is in it, so I don't trust the GPS to not give them my location. Paranoid much? They can't do that unless you're a suspect. You're acting like they play by the rules. Don't forget Agent Hadley Grace hacked my hospital records. Well, Kennedy's hospital records. He blows out a long breath. I take it back. I'm very glad this relationship is over, even though I hate that you're losing the first thing that seemed to make you smile in over 10 years. Bitterness rises, but I swallow it down as I angrily bat away the fresh tears. I don't have time to cry and wallow over a breakup. It was stupid to think I could ever be in a relationship. I survived to avenge the wrongs of the past. Falling in love? It's the end of a girl like me. Speaking of Agent Hadley Grace, Jake says, breaking me out of my concentration. I dug up the dirt you need. And? I prompt, wondering if it even matters now. She was recruited by the FBI at 16 after hacking a secure file in their network. It was jail time or FBI time. It's a pretty common thing, especially amongst juvenile hacking offenders. She apparently became some sort of forensics prodigy though, and moved up to Logan's team. That's not dirt, I point out. No, but she was a hacker at 16 because she was a runaway. Her dad died in Iraq shortly after she was born. Her mother remarried Kenneth Ferguson when Hadley was about 10. Hadley was sent to therapy about 2 years after he came into the picture. Her mother was a major bank president, which means she was barely even at home. And the therapist diagnosed Hadley as a pathological liar within 3 weeks. I slow down, processing the facts, waiting on him to go on. She claimed Kenneth was touching her. Said he came for her on the nights her mother worked. They found no evidence of sexual trauma, and no evidence in his past that suggested he was a pedophile. So was he? She was wetting the bed nightly. I'd say there was some merit. Pathological liars believe their lies, I remind him. Pathological liars don't get recruited by the FBI. They also never really get better. She's never had any demerits against her. Her file is pristine. And her stepdad is now a social worker with unlimited access to children, Lana. He took a job in that field after she ran away at 13. It makes it seem like he needed access to other little girls. What about before her? He was married to a woman in Texas. A woman who had a 10-year-old daughter. A daughter who frequently wet the bed and had nightmares, According to this sealed file I just opened, no accusations were ever made there. And not buds in my throat. For all the bad shit that has happened to me, that's one thing I never had to suffer. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is hell no, Jake says after a spell of silence. How far away is he? Damn it, Lana. I just said number. We have a list, a specific one. We have a system. First we get all the 6 sons of bitches who wronged you and Marcus. Then we take out the ones who wronged your dad. That's it. We're not some avenging angels who can go after every pervert out there. He's a social worker with unlimited access to children, dejected kids who are far more likely to keep their pain silent so as not to feel more dejected. You said it yourself. Can you sit there and tell me you're okay with letting him continue on with what he's doing? Can you say that you're no different than that dirty town who knew what was happening to us and did nothing? He grows quiet for so long that I know I have him. He's not too far away. I'll text you the address. Don't use your mo. This can't be connected to the Scarlet Slayer. The what? I ask, amused. It's the name I'm going to let the media give you. You're going to let the media give me a name? Yes. Yes I am. Don't get seen, and then ditch the car in the usual place. I'll have that guy pick it up, and I'll come pick you up, same thing as always. No mistakes. Have you got any kill supplies with you? A knife in my boot. It'll do. I'll stick to rocks and sidewalks so as not to leave any tracks. As much as I'd like to cut his dick off, I'll refrain. If he's innocent, you can't kill him. Don't worry, I tell my overly concerned friend. They always confess their sins to me. Chapter 9. The cautious seldom Confucius. Logan. Frustrated, I try to keep my head here and not on Lana, who hasn't answered my calls since she walked out of the hospital 5 hours ago. Duke isn't answering his phone either. Which will have serious fucking consequences. My eyes settle on the SWAT team commander who is inside the interrogation room. The glass between us is a one-way glass, not that he doesn't know that. His hands are shaking. He keeps standing and sitting, acting as though he's jittery and ready to get out. His 20-year-old daughter hasn't shown up for her college classes in 4 days, Donnie says, watching him with me. The roommate says she had to go home because of a family loss. We're tracking phone calls to see if Blemons contacted her that way, maybe lied with the ruse of someone passing? The mother seemed genuinely oblivious, had no idea what we were asking so many questions about. Brunette? I ask him, still studying Lee Norris as he paces the room, then sits down, then stands again. He's definitely agitated. He's our leak. Yes, Donnie answers. Blemons taking her shows a level of organization that doesn't fit with his background, or what little we know of it. He felt like he was fooling us all this time, but when we found him out, he took it as a personal challenge to one-up us. I nod, agreeing. I'll go in. See if you can get a hold of Detective Duke. What did the patrols say? He tightens his lips, and I study him. What? I prompt. The guys said Lana kicked them off her property. I didn't want to tell you with so much else going on. She drove off and basically told everyone to fuck themselves. You included. I slam my fist against the wall, the sheetrock crumbling around it. I've never seen you lose your cool like you're losing it now, Logan. Maybe you should don't finish that sentence, I bite out, rubbing my bloody knuckles on my pants, ignoring the burn. Everyone is emotionally invested in this. Not just me. Send Leonard in with us. Norris will want to attack me within the first few minutes. You sure you got the head for this? He'll spill immediately. He'll blame us for getting his daughter killed. But he may also be the lead to catching this sick son of a bitch. My head is working just fucking fine. Find Lana. Call me if you do. I turn and walk out of the room, and head straight into the interrogation room, where Norris jumps up from his seat, glaring at me the second I step inside. What the hell do you think you're doing locking me in here? Do you have any idea what kind of subcommittee reports I could? Erica Norris is your daughter, and she's been missing from her college classes for 4 days due to a death in your family. There's been no death in your family, I say, shutting him up. He turns a scary shade of white, and his entire body goes lax as he falls into the chair, losing the ability to stand. "You just got her killed," he says in a rasp whisper. Then his eyes turn lethal as he slams his fist against the table, fury rushing in to renew his energy. "You son of a bitch. You got her killed." He lunges, but Leonard shows up just in time, grabbing him by the collar, as I continue to lean against the wall, keeping my expression blank. "You leaked the raid to him," I go on. "What phone did you use? Did he give you one? You bastard." He spits out, choking back a sob as Leonard restrains him. "You knew he had her and still brought me in? You cold murderer." I push off from the wall, moving to the table separating us, and prop my hands on it, leaning over until his eyes connect with mine. "We had him. You tipped him off. What did you think he'd do with her once she was no longer of any use to him?" He sobs, breaking in front of me. He swore he wouldn't hurt her if I alerted him to any threat. He swore I'd get her back. As long as I kept my mouth shut. He swore. Now you've pulled me in here and there's no chance of that. You're the reason he's out there. You're the reason we don't have him in custody right now, I remind him, an icy edge to my tone as I shut off all emotions for what he's going through as a father. He wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you and your fucking team. You set a killer loose in our state, and now he has my daughter? He'd be in Boston, Leonard says calmly, killing someone else's wife, daughter, sister. We didn't make the killer, Commander. We're trying to stop him. You took our best chance away. We finally had him. Norris loses it, sobbing so hard he becomes incoherent. His head drops to his arms, and he cries into the crook of his elbow. It's possible his daughter is still alive, but unlikely. I have to detach myself from the guilt that tries to wiggle its way in. Casualties are never easy to accept. But in this line of work, they're always there. If you don't desensitize yourself from it, you don't make it 2 months in this field. What he doesn't know, is that the best chance of his daughter surviving would have been for us to raid that warehouse. He'd have run. He'd have tried to get away. Bringing her along would have been too risky then. She'd most likely still be breathing, and we'd more than likely have him in custody. I don't tell him that. It's better for him to blame us than bear the responsibility of his own daughter's death. I can at least offer him that much mercy. Weakly, he trusses a phone out of his pocket, and Leonard picks it up. He sent that, Norris whispers hoarsely. Said he'd let me hear her voice twice a day. Did he? Leonard asks. Norris wipes his eyes, nodding grimly. 5 seconds at a time. Just long enough for her to beg me to save her. He breaks again, and Leonard walks out with the phone. By now, Erica Norris is either dead or wishing she was. She may have been wishing it for the past 4 days. Sometimes, the homeless turn a blind eye to anything going on around them. It's their survival mechanism kicking in, not their inhumanity. It's street survival. They've suffered for so long, that suffering more would be too much. But with enough incentive, they'll spill every word you need. Right now, the ones living in that warehouse are telling what they know in exchange for cash, unethical, but not illegal. But the info isn't much. Clemens claimed a back room and kept the girl chained there. He locked it with a padlock when he was gone. Took her with him at other times. Blood was found in that room. He's already had his way with her, possibly even sliced her a few times to get what he needed, but not enough to kill her. A couple of suture kits were found in there, meaning he most likely repaired the damage he did with crude methods, just to keep her from bleeding too much. For 4 days, she's endured him. For 4 days, she's likely prayed for death. For 4 days, her father kept his mouth shut and played a dangerous game he had no right playing. He should have come to us immediately, and Clemens would already be in custody. His daughter would be in her own bed instead of wherever she is right now. I walk out as he continues to sob, leaving him to cry in peace. See if you can get more out of him. When the first wave of emotion is over, I tell Donnie as he meets me in the hallway. Anything on Lana? He shakes his head slowly. Number. I asked Hadley to see if she could get a beat on her, since Alan is covered up in searching footage for this guy. I head straight toward Hadley's cubicle and find her pounding away on the keyboard. But it's not Lana she's looking for. She's searching the same footage Alan is. What the hell? Donnie said you're trying to get a beat on Lana. Lana isn't my priority right now, Logan. An innocent girl is in the hands of a serial killer, and I'm trying to help save her life. I love how she makes it sound like I'm a controlling prick instead of trying to keep someone else from landing in his hands. We know she'll be a target, especially now. If she wasn't on his radar before, she is since the hospital incident. Hadley ignores me, still typing. Damn it, Hadley. She spins, leveling me with a cold glower. I'm looking for the girl we know is in trouble. You deal with your girlfriend, who you barely even know, on your own. He's more than likely not skilled enough to hack the hospital feed. It's even more unlikely that he'd be stupid enough to have been there, given how organized and smart he apparently is, given our new predicament. Leave me alone. She spins back around, and I blow out a long breath. Fine. Find Eric Norris. Find him. I plan to. Thanks so much for your approval, she says snidely. I hate to admit it, but she's right. I have no business asking her to stop looking for a girl we know is in trouble to find my girlfriend. She'd be safe and tucked into her house with police protection if I hadn't lost my temper in the hospital. I should have texted her. My phone was dead, and I had no idea someone would notify Duke of what happened. I didn't want to worry her, so I was just going to tell her about it later. When she could put her hands on me and know I was okay, see it with her own eyes. Who the fuck is notifying Duke about anything? Why would anyone from our department let Detective Duke in on that attack? I asked Craig as I join at the board, where he's staring endlessly at pictures. Even he's trying to stop Clemens before he strikes again. I wondered the same thing, he says absently. His chief called him. The chief is being looped in on the case progression, considering we're sharing this case with local law enforcement to join manpower. He called Duke as a courtesy to your girl, but said didn't have specifics to share. Craig turns to face me. He had specifics. He just neglected to share, and our guys wouldn't give her any information or forward her calls to any of our phones. She's not on your call list. A chill washes over me. He knew she'd go there, I say tightly. The chief is playing us because he wants this arrest, Craig agrees. His department gets the least attention because we're their neighbors. All the high-profile stuff from DC goes straight to us, along with all the outlying cities too. It's more common here than any other place that we usually wait for an invitation for. So he lets her in on it through Duke, knowing she'd rush to the hospital. After we'd already told him we had local law enforcement guarding the hospital, checking anyone and everyone who resembled Clemens. We told him we thought he'd want to find a way to observe our pain and see the fear or panic he'd caused. And he wanted him to see Lana, I bite out. And possibly even follow her home, Craig says, his jaw ticking. Fucking son of a bitch. I called patrol. They told me what happened. But I'm sending one of our geese to help watch too. We have some we can spare, even though they're wet behind the ears still. At least one person understands that Lana is also a target, and where we know he'll eventually strike if he's even aware of her. I don't feel as paranoid or crazy now. Thanks, I tell him. He shrugs. People will see me as rational on the matter, but find it an abuse of power if you do it. It made sense for me to step in. But I'm stepping in because I see what you're seeing. Everyone else just sees Eric Norris. His expression turns grim. She's been dead since the day he took her, even if her heart is still beating right now. I know this, but I don't want to say it loud to everyone else. In the backs of their minds, they know it too. Our only chance of saving her was stripped away when her father played a sexual sadist's game, Craig adds on a long sigh. I don't have to be a profiler to know that much. Our only advantage is knowing Lana is most likely on his list. We should be concentrating all our efforts there. But we can't, I say, the frustration welling inside me. Because they want us looking for this girl, Craig agrees. And Lana is pissed at you. Her car's GPS was disabled shortly after she bought it. Found that out, unfortunately. And either her phone is dead, or she removed the battery to keep us from locating her that way. Clever if it's the latter. Any reason your girl would work so hard to cover her trail like that? Even I admit that's weirdly suspicious. Lana is extremely private. She's also not as trusting of law enforcement as I originally thought. He nods slowly. Makes sense. Most people don't trust the government in general right now. If she's big on privacy and civil rights, it'd make sense. Does she even have Wi-Fi? Because I can't seem to find that either. I don't exactly take the time to sync up to Wi-Fi when I'm there, so I have no clue. Well, anyway, I can't find her. I had Sarah from White Collar Crimes helping me out. She said the girl knew how to keep from being found. She saw this a lot when she worked sex crimes. Women who were abused repeatedly dropped off grid and became isolated and private. I doubt that's the case with your girl, since she seems comfortable in her own skin and unafraid, but I did find a lot of similarities in her privacy extremes to what Sarah was telling me. It's always the first conclusion she draws. My stomach plummets. Nothing about her has labeled her as a victim, but I think back to when I first met her. She was more detached, readily defensive, but didn't flinch away from my touch. Number. My head is too crowded right now, and I'm not thinking clearly. She's not running from anyone. If anything, she's too brave, not understanding the severity of her situation. Anyone who'd ever been physically assaulted in that way wouldn't be turning away cops, when she knows she's a potential victim for a sexual sadist. I want her in protective custody. The protective detail is no longer good enough. They'll take it seriously if you back me. Already tried that, he says, grim again. The director said you couldn't control your girlfriend using FBI resources. He doesn't see a threat to her that can't be handled with extra patrol. He doesn't see him going after her at all, since he wasn't even aware that you were involved with someone. As though he's the most observant person in the world, I growl. We focus on what we have for now, Craig says. They're increasing patrol, but there's very little they can do if she's banned them from her property. But due to what just happened with the SWAT commander, we're strapped as far as extra hands go. No one with any living family members will be allowed to know what's happening before it actually happens. That's a lot of background checks, and then locating him on top of that. I get it. The director wants all our attention focused on the now instead of the possible future. It's as smart as it is stupid. But I'm worried I'm biased. He claps my shoulder. I may be biased too, but only because you're one of the few who knows I'm prettier than you. I huff out a small laugh, and he grins before heading off. I need to focus. Hopefully Lana left to find a very secure hotel, and removed her phone battery because I suggested he might be skilled with a computer. How did this guy know the SWAT commander's name or his daughter's? I ask aloud to no one in particular. Because he does have computer skills, Craig says immediately, as though it just dawned on him too. We need to get our heads cleared and start thinking like we would with any other case, I tell the room as I turn around. Right now, he's in our heads, rushing our thought processes, and turning our emotions against us, me especially. Turning us on each other too, Donnie says as he steps out, eyeing me. The commander officially hates the very thing he's always stood for. Blemons may have a genius IQ that never got detected. There's a reason he suddenly craved the attention. A man who's never had something may be content in going on without it. But a man who's had a taste of something he didn't know he wanted, will work harder to taste more, Elise says, shocking us all as she hobbles into the room on crutches, looking battered and beaten, one arm in a sling. Damn it, Craig hisses, going to grab the emergency wheelchair from the corner. You try to put me in that thing, and you'll be wearing it when I'm done with you, she snarls, stopping him cold. Her eyes turn to me. I want to find this son of a bitch. He's messed up somewhere. He's too comfortable with this city. Too comfortable with this entire situation. He didn't show an ounce of panic until Lisa shot him. Even then he seemed more annoyed than panicked. And if we can't find anything on his past, it's because he found a way to erase himself. Let's get to work then, I tell her as she hobbles to her desk. I get first dibs on shooting the bastard when that time comes, she adds under her breath, causing my lips to twitch. As much as I fucking hate it, I have to stop concentrating on Lana. There's a slim chance Erica Norris will survive this, but I owe it to her to give all my effort to that slim chance. Chapter 10. Only the wisest and stupidest of men never change. Confucius. Lana. Kenneth Ferguson weighs more than I expected. These details are usually sorted way ahead of time. This guy is an obese beast, and rolling him to the water's edge proves difficult, especially since I've had to walk in the dirt and will now need to cover my tracks. At least he lives near the water though. Bright side. Monsters can come in many forms. A pretty girl who loves the color red, for example, the color her victims bleed when they are begging to be spared. They can also look like balding, fat slobs who hang out in their briefs and wife-beater tanks. Yeah. Talk about stereotypes. I've seen more ass crack than I care to remember. I wade out into the water, dragging the dead body with me under the cloak of darkness. I can remember a time that I was afraid of the dark. Now even the snakes fear me. He confessed. His sins were wrung out, and he confessed it all. Okay, I might have needed him to get to the nitty-gritty that had me swallowing back my own vomit, so I tortured him. Just a little. He broke quickly. He deserved so much more death. He deserved to die for days. But I can't do that right now. It's risky to be doing this at all. I swim under the cold water, washing all the blood off me, ignoring the way my tired muscles protest the chill. Pushing that beast uphill was a struggle. Not to mention those effing stairs. When I emerge, I watch him waver on top of the water. It holds him up with too much ease. Despite his size. The more body fat, the easier they float. As soon as the current grabs him, I head back, picking up the hoe near the water's edge, and start digging up my tracks with it. I take my route in reverse as I hold the small but bright flashlight in my mouth to see. It's 2 in the morning, but I had to wait until now to dump his body. The bastard has neighbors within earshot, so torturing him was a pain in the ass. Fortunately, he had a basement. Hence the damn stairs I was referring to. I also had to hose said basement down with bleach and water to get rid of the blood. Counter-forensic measures were needed for once. Killing is so much easier when it's on my list. Less cleanup. I want them found when they're on the list. Kenneth has too much trace evidence that has to be destroyed, so the large body of salt water will do the trick. Not to mention all the little critters in the sea will get a nibble before or if he's found. The pictures I found in his nightstand told the story before he could. 70 small children were in those pictures, mostly naked. Polaroids are a terrible creation, and pedophiles love their pictures. There was one picture out of all of those that I took. I'm not sure why I took it. But it was Hadley at age 11. He labeled them. Marked their ages too. For some reason I know she won't enjoy her co-workers seeing her face on their board if his body is ever found and those pictures are discovered. She's strong and prideful, and most likely felt like it really was in her head all this time. They convinced her she was crazy. Her own mother convinced her she was making it up. Paid a professional to aid in this, simply because the woman couldn't come to grip with the possibility she was married to a pervert who was molesting her daughter. Hadley ran away. She ran because she thought she was dirty and wrong. So many good people in this world, and it took a monster to end the suffering of so many innocent children. I have no reason to feel indebted to a girl who wants to take me down, but there's something forcing me to feel as though we're kindred. I'd have gone crazy or killed myself without Jake. She never had a Jake. Maybe Logan is the closest thing to Jake she has, which is why she came after someone she thought was playing him. I'd kill a bitch for Jake. Hadley doesn't deserve to be broken, so she'll never see that picture. I change out of my clothes on the gravel driveway, carefully watching anything that falls off me. My hair is bound tightly to my head and covered with a plastic wrap under a beanie. My clothes are nothing special, generic brand things bought at any local store. I'm careful to buy all things that are found everywhere, so as to have nothing special isolating me. The nail falls from my pocket, and I lean over, picking it up. I'm not sure why I'm taking a nail from his house. He's not on the list. Maybe it's a habit. Or maybe I really have adopted the serial method of trophy collecting. Where they die, a nail gets taken. His nail will go beside the others, finding a home with other perverted sons of bitches. Warm and toasty in my clean, dry clothes, I drive back to the drop spot, making one detour. An old woodshed is 20 miles down the road, resting on private hunting ground. I open the door, and hear a scurrying of motion. Scared eyes meet mine from the kid huddled in the corner. She's dirty, scared, and all alone. I'm here to save you from the monster, I say softly into the dark shed. The shaking slowly stops as she peers at me, her eyes wide and hopeful. Are you an angel? She asks, her throat raw and raspy, as though she's dehydrated. Compared to him, yes, I say honestly. She slowly stands, warily looking at me. She can't be older than 8. Do you know if he has anyone else? I ask her, knowing he swore it was just her, but it could be more. She shakes her head. The other girl didn't come back. My heart clenches. Come on. I'm going to take you somewhere you'll be safe. She nods, and even though she's terrified, she comes to me, ready to face anything terrible I could do versus anything he could come back and do more of. When she stumbles, I grab her, and she doesn't flinch away. Brave girl. She lets me help her to my car, and she slides in on the passenger side, tears already leaking from her eyes. Her hope was gone until this moment. I jog around to the driver's side, a risky plan forming. There's one place she can go to be safe. You don't have a family, do you? She shakes her head. I have a friend, a woman I knew in another life. She'd be a good mama. She'd take care of you. She pushes her dirty hair out of her eyes. Really? She'll keep me safe from him? I'll keep you safe from him. I can promise he'll never return. Okay? She studies me for a long time, more tears building in her eyes. I've scared the shit out of her now. Damn it. You really are an angel, she says at last, causing my heart to flip. I don't say anything else as I drive toward Lindy May's house. She's one person who can see a ghost but not flinch. What's your name? I ask the girl who is relaxing more by the minute. He called me pup. But my name is Laurel, she says around a yawn, leaning against the window. My grip tightens on the steering wheel, wishing I'd cut that dick off and sewn it into his mouth. Lindy May's house comes into view, and I debate this for a few minutes. She's a good woman. Just like Diana. Both of whom tried to seek justice for me. Lindy suffered a terrible fate because of that. She was 5 years older than me the night they robbed me of everything. I'll call the FBI. Lindy shouts. Go ahead, cunt. The FBI didn't give a damn about their father, did they? Kyle taunts, smirking. Dev holds her back, his face grim as she struggles to get to me. I'll teach the bitch a lesson later, Kyle mutters under his breath. Dev starts pushing Lindy away, practically carrying her as she screams for me. She screams for Marcus. She screams for help that doesn't come. Music grows louder, the sounds permeating the air with no concern for the screams they're trying to drown out. Now, where were we? Kyle drawls. Whose turn is it? Kyle did silence her. He didn't just silence her, he ruined her. Lindy suffered a loss trying to save me, but puts flowers on my grave every year. She talks to that grave, saying she's sorry she failed me. She goes back to that hell to speak to a dead girl who she thinks she let down. She's a true angel. It's fate that she's so close by. Fate tells me Laurel would forever be loved and cared for by Lindy. And I'm sure no one would take a homeless child away from a loving home after what this kid has suffered. Leaving Laurel here though? Knowing this will tie Kenneth to the killer I am? It's a huge mistake. But I can't leave this kid just anywhere. I pull into the driveway, and I see a set of eyes immediately peer through a crack in the blinds. All these years later, she still feels jumpy. She likely has a gun in her hand right now. I know the feeling. She suffered one monster. I suffered a town full of them. As I get out, the crack in the blinds disappears, and I gently open the door, stirring Laurel awake. Are we here? She asks, her voice still scratchy. Shit. I should have at least gotten her some water. This is why I can't take care of her myself. Well, that, and I'm sure it's not wise for a monster to raise a child. Lindy will make her loving. I'll turn her into a knife-throwing killer. Yes, I tell her gently, reaching down and taking her frail, light body into my arms. She wraps her arms around me without hesitation, adorning me with trust she shouldn't give so freely after what she's suffered. She'll survive. She'll overcome this. I know that now more than ever, because only the strong could handle touch after what she's suffered. Lindy opens the door, peering out as I carry the child toward her. Who are you? What do you want? It's me, Lindy. And I'm here to see if you're still as good as I remember. Just the sound of my voice has her stumbling through the door, her eyes widening in shock. She clutches the doorframe, trying to keep from sinking to the ground as her body shakes. I know. I'm dead, I say, tired of hearing that line. You really are an angel, Laurel says weakly, her head against my chest. Lindy's eyes swing to the child as she flips a light on, and the color drains from her face as she sees the torn clothing, the dirty skin, and the matted hair. This little girl has suffered too much. I told her she'd be safe here, I say to Lindy, watching as her eyes slowly come back up to mine. Don't make me a liar. She gestures us in, and I let her take Lindy from my arms. Lindy flinches ever so slightly, but she recovers just as fast. Lindy rushes her to the couch, putting her there and covering her with a blanket. I watch as the maternal instincts Sidetracked kick in for my old friend. She runs to the fridge, grabbing a bottle of water, and she rushes back. Laurel practically rips the bottle from her hand, so thirsty that she drinks it too fast. Slow down. It'll make you sick to drink too much, Lindy says with a soothing voice, running her hand down Laurel's cheek. Laurel leans into the affectionate touch, already growing trusting of Lindy. This girl is making me want to cry. I'm too emotional. This is too risky. But she deserves a chance at being safe, loved, and happy. I bet you're hungry. Laurel nods emphatically, and even though it's closing in on 3 in the morning, Lindy rushes to the kitchen, grabbing the bread and peanut butter. You like PB&J? Lindy asks. Laurel nods, still drinking the water. I watch patiently, a little in awe, as Lindy makes a sandwich and grabs another bottle of water. As she hands to small girl her food, Lindy looks up to me. What happened to her? Before I can answer, Laurel answers for me. The angel saved me from the monster. He won't ever hurt me again. The angel will keep me safe. I nod toward Lindy as she covers her own mouth. Tears spring to her eyes. That's all she needs to know. Laurel digs into the sandwich, and I gesture for Lindy to join me in the kitchen. As soon as we're in there, I check to make sure Laurel hasn't followed us. With barely a whisper, I tell Lindy, when this breaks the news, you come forward. Tell them a little girl showed up at your door, but you don't know who brought her to you. The man's name was Kenneth Ferguson. I'm sorry to ask this, but it's the only way they may find the bodies he has buried without me giving them the information myself. I hand her a piece of paper, and she swallows thickly, as though she's going to be sick. Is he still alive? I shake my head slowly. Good, she says quietly, looking over at the little girl. She stares at her, and I remain silent, studying her, trying to figure out what's in her head. You're really here? Alive? Looking so different. It's really me. She nods, her eyes still lost and not on me. You're going after them, aren't you? She asks in a hushed tone, her eyes coming back to meet mine. I nod once. I've heard whispers and rumors that some of them had died, but I haven't found it on the news. I was hoping it was true. I was wishing it was me who had the strength to do it. My lips twitch. Your strength comes from somewhere different. Somewhere more pure. Mine? Mine is hollowed out and filled with darkness, Lindy. I'm taking a huge risk by coming here. But you needed that little girl to be safe, she says, filling in the blanks. And you trusted me. You lost a lot trying to get me and my brother justice. Her face changes, a coldness washing over her. That's not your fault. I tried to tell everyone, but no one wanted to listen. Kyle tried to shut me up. He. Her voice breaks, and my lips tighten. I know. He'll have his day, Lindy. He'll suffer the worst. She nods, her strength renewing as she angrily bats her tears away. Antonio left me when he believed Kyle. Kyle said I had sex with him. I told my husband I was raped. He believed my rapist over me. Just left me. I nod, already knowing this. Antonio is on my list, but not for death. He's marked for penance. Should be fun. Jake has already started the process of ruining him, starting with bankruptcy. With any luck, the bastard will kill himself within the year when he's homeless, penniless, and pointless. No one cared. No one wanted to listen. No one wanted to be bothered with something so horribly, inconceivably evil. They wanted to pretend it just didn't exist. A dark smile takes over my lips. They'll never keep their silence again. They'll quake in fear every time the lights go off. They'll be the ones scared for a change. The town will burn, Lindy. It'll burn to the ground. Trust me. I have a plan. And no one innocent will get caught in the crosshairs. She blows out a shaky breath. I can't believe you're alive. She bats away fresh tears, looking over at the little girl, who is eating gratefully, oblivious to our conversation. I'll do whatever you need me to. Make Laurel understand she can't tell the cops I'm a woman. Make her understand she can't tell them anything, or else I can't stop other monsters. I won't tell them a thing, Laurel says from the living room, proving she's not as oblivious as I thought. She swivels her head, steely determination in her eyes. I want you to catch all the monsters. Maybe she's more like me than I thought. As she turns back around, returning her attention to the sandwich, Lindy whispers to me, I want you to catch all the monsters too. Your secret is safe with me, Victoria. A chill runs up my spine. It's Lana now. They killed Victoria that night, I tell her quietly. She nods, understanding. What about Diana? She tried to, I know. They threatened her son, I interrupt, waving off her concern. She's going to play a different part. My ducks are in a row. I've been patient. I've thought it all through. Now I just wait on the chips to fall in place, and while they play poker, I'll be playing dominoes. She smirks, leaning back to grab me a bottle of water. As she hands it to me, I take one last look at Laurel. She's strong. Make sure she turns out like you and not me, I say to Lindy, whose eyes turn a little duller. I'm weak. I quit fighting and ran away. You survived. You fought against a war alone. You're stronger than you realize, and you're exactly what she needs. I sigh as I look into her teary eyes. I wish I could stay longer. I have to go. I start to turn away, but suddenly she launches herself at me, and I wrap my arms around her, feeling a hug connect to so many dormant emotions. It's the first time I've faced my past with a face I didn't want to cut off. It hurts as much as it heals. She hugs me tightly, and I return the affection, though I am not sure how long we stay that way. As she pulls away, I hand her a piece of paper. She studies it, reading the directions, and nods at me, proving she's ready to play her new role. Just as I'm about to leave, Laurel stands on shaky legs and makes her way to me. I kneel just as she tosses her arms around my neck, catching me off guard. Slowly, carefully, I hug her back. Kill all the monsters, she whispers. That way they don't hurt anyone else. Lindy's breath catches, and I frown. I hope her influence outshines mine in the long run. I'll kill them all so you never have to, I whisper back, even though it's highly unlikely that it's the right thing to say. Good. You want a shower? Lindy asks her. She nods, tears coming to her eyes, as though she's never wanted anything more. Lindy swallows again, trying not to cry in front of the heartbreaking little girl. I'll turn it on for you and give you privacy. I'll even let you lock the door so you feel safe. She speaks from experience. I used to lock my bathroom door too. You feel vulnerable when naked and distracted by the shower. You feel like you're too easily a target. I know the angel won't let me be hurt. I don't like locked doors, Laurel says quietly. My heart flutters, and Lindy swallows again. I'll start the shower. She moves down the hall, and I nod toward Laurel, letting her know she's right. I won't ever let anything happen to her. She was locked up. Her scars are different from ours. She was held captive. She needs air like we need confined security. Lindy's scars don't run as deep or painful as mine. One man ruined her. So many more took a piece of me. But the pain is just the same. Just as scary. Just as unrelenting. She returns, and I see the bathroom door open. Apparently Laurel requested that. She has different scars, I say quietly. I'll learn to be what she needs. Thank you for trusting me with her. I've felt so pointless all these years, but if I can reconcile what happened to me by being what she needs, maybe it won't all seem like it was pointless. I know the feeling. What do I say if they ask about Delaney Grove? She asks quietly as the shower hums in the distance. Say nothing. Her brow furrows. Why? A dark smile curves my lips. Because there are so many more to kill. I'm not ready for everyone to know why. A cold look crosses her eyes. Then they won't hear it from me. I'll do whatever you need. Just make sure those sons of bitches never hurt anyone ever again. I hold up 6 fingers, and she cocks her head, confused. That many are already gone. Surprise flits across her eyes. Then you have a long list ahead of you. Chapter 11. Never contract friendship with a man who is not better than thyself. Confucius. Lana. When I reach the drop spot, I leave the car and keys in the parking lot, along with a couple $1,000 under the seat. The drop spot changes all the time, and they only get a 5-minute warning before I'm gone. I grab my bag of wet clothes, and the black bag from the trunk that has minimal supplies, just as all the warehouse cars have. I toss the clothes into a trash can, and start hiking down the road, ignoring the cars that pull over to ask if I need a ride. It isn't until a motorcycle rolls up that I smile and roll my eyes. Really? How'd you make it out of your house on a motorcycle? I groan, hopping on the back as Jake gives me a helmet. I didn't, he says with a shrug. I picked it up from the warehouse when I went to make sure your car didn't have any trackers or anything on it. I put my arms around his waist, and he pats my hand. Did he confess? More than you know. I don't want to talk about it right now. In fact, I never want to tell you the things he confessed to. I want to scrub it from my mind so that I'm not tempted to run down a list of every pedophile out there and repeat the same ending for them. However, there is something I need to tell you, but I'll wait until I have the energy to deal with your rant. He sighs harshly while revving the bike, and he drives me all the way to the warehouse. I'll send the link to the new cameras to you so you can watch Anthony in your free time, he says as I head toward my car. I'll be waiting. With that, I drive straight home, not even acknowledging the patrol cars at the end of my driveway. I can't stop them from hanging out on the street, unfortunately. My house is unnaturally quiet, something I find peaceful instead of eerie like most people. I hurry through the motions of stepping into the shower, feeling the warm spray of the water against my back. The sounds of footsteps have me turning off the water and stepping out of the shower. With silent movements, I wrap up in a towel and open the shower door, watching with a wary eye. Just as silently, I open the drawer, and pull out the gun I have hidden there. Why is there a gun hidden in my bathroom? Have you ever seen a horror film? The girl always gets stabbed in the shower. Or she runs into the bathroom and locks the door, but has no way to defend herself when the psycho killer breaks in. I could defend myself and have no plans of hiding in the bathroom, but a backup plan never hurts. Clutching my towel with one hand and holding the gun in the other, I carefully open the bathroom door. Movement has my hand jerking to the right, but a strong hand clamps around my wrist, and my eyes swing up to meet a devastatingly familiar pair of blues. Logan arches an eyebrow at me, and my entire body relaxes when I realize it's not the boogeyman in my room. You really do have a gun, he says as though he's surprised. Why are you in my house? I ask, still holding the gun while he holds my wrist, keeping the barrel aimed away from him. Care if I take this? He gestures to the gun, and I release my hold on it as he takes it away slowly, warily. He gingerly places it on top of my nightstand, turning the safety on. Then he turns to face me again. I'm sorry. I really am, Lana. You have every right to be pissed. I exhale heavily as he takes a seat on my bed, and I clutch the towel a little tighter with both hands now. He looks down at his hands as he rubs them together, leaning forward on my bed with his elbows resting on his knees. I didn't know you knew about the attack. But you're right, I should have called you right away. I didn't want to worry you, but I should have been prepared for somebody else tell you before I could. It won't happen again. Most of my anger is gone now that I've stabbed a man to death, which allows me to slowly digest what he's saying without too many emotions clogging up my logic. But to be honest, I have no idea what to say. Instead of speaking, I continue to hold my towel, watching him as he lifts his eyes to meet my gaze. I'm not leaving here until this is resolved. I'm not leaving here until I know this is okay. I believe him. Twice he's shown up after I've returned fresh from a kill. What happens when he shows up too early? What happens when I have to explain the real reason there's blood in my hair or on my clothes? What happens when he catches me? Staring into his eyes, I remember why it's so hard to walk away. Without the anger I had earlier driving me farther from his arms, I remember what it's like to feel. He looks tired, always tired. His tie has been loosened, hanging down below the top 2 buttons he's undone. The firm, tan flesh is visible through those undone buttons. His shirt is untucked, and his jacket is strewn across my bed, developing wrinkles as we speak. I mean it, Lana, he says, drawing my attention back to his face. His blonde hair is disheveled, and those firm, full lips are curved down. I'm not leaving until we're good, and you're in my arms, and you let the police go back to protecting you when I'm not here. My lips thin as I think over my options. Leaving here without him seems to create a massive hole in my chest. I've been avoiding feeling the loss since I left the hospital. The tears earlier overwhelmed me and caught me off guard. If there hadn't been someone to take the brunt of my overflowing emotions, I'd be a sobbing mess in Jake's house right now. Over this man in my room. A man who has the power to destroy me. A man I can't let go. Okay. My mind is screaming at me how stupid this is, as the solitary word of damnation weakly leaves my mouth. Never has okay held so much power. Okay? He asks, as the tears start to reform on my eyelids. I nod, not trusting my voice not to crack if I try to say more. I thought I'd rid myself of the emotions earlier, but they're back with a renewed vigor. Now. He springs to his feet, and my breath leaves in a rush as he grabs me at the waist with more speed than I was prepared for. He tugs me to him, pulling me flush against him before lifting me, clinging to me with a possessive, desperate hold. His lips find mine as I wind my arms around his neck, turning off the part of my mind that is still begging me to see reason. As my fingers thread through his hair, he drops me to the bed, jarring me as the kissing and touching ends abruptly. I look up, feeling flushed as my towel falls open, and he hungrily rakes his eyes over my body. A breath hisses out of me when his hands cover my knees and force them apart. I've been doing everything wrong, he says on a reverent breath, his eyes trained between my legs as he licks his lips. I've been skipping all the important stuff, giving you the middle instead of the beginning in every way. Before I can ask what that means, his head dips, and his blonde hair tickles against my legs seconds before his mouth fastens around my clit. My hips buck, but he holds me still, gripping my thighs to hold me in place, and to anchor his face right where he wants it. He's sucking and flicking his tongue at the same time, ratcheting up the pleasure with each passing second. It's almost too intense. It's almost too much. I've never let anyone touch me this way, and he wouldn't have had the chance either if he hadn't caught me off guard. My fingers grip his hair, possibly tugging too hard, but he merely growls his approval, the vibrations of his voice driving me that much closer to that powerful edge. It feels perfect and incredible and awesome. And all the other damn good words too. I cry out when something explosive crackles over me, the force of the orgasm taking me by surprise. I'm practically panting when he continues to suck, bite, and lick in perfect unison against the oversensitive flesh. He finally shows me mercy by letting go, and my whole body shudders as he starts kissing his way up my damp skin, sliding the towel out from under me with a hard tug. He tosses it away as my body turns limp under his lips that are still kissing their way up my body. "At least you're good at apologies," I tell him, albeit I'm still all breathy when the words come out. A rumble of laughter slips between his lips and plays against my skin that he's still teasing, now moving between the valley of my breasts on his ascent. When his lips finally reach mine, the kiss is hungry, and I forget why we were ever fighting to begin with. His hips settle between my legs as he kisses me harder, holding me under him in a way I never thought I'd be able to stand. But with Logan, it's as though I've never been hurt. I trust him. It's insane to trust someone so freely after being hurt so irrevocably in the past, but I do. I trust him completely, and there's no doubt in my mind that he'd never intentionally hurt me. I can feel it in the way he kisses me. I can see it in his eyes when he bares his soul. I can taste it in the way he breathes. And I sense his honesty like a predator can sense its prey's fear. "You're only with me?" he asks, breaking the kiss as I start stripping his shirt over his head, tugging his tie off too. It's not something we've discussed, but I think I've made it clear where I stand, and you've made it clear you don't want me with anyone else. I never even considered that being an option once we had sex. "You know I don't want you with anyone else," I tell him, confused as to why he feels this is the best time to bring it up. He grins as he nips at my lips and pulls back, reaching between us to undo his pants. "How long since you were with anyone before me?" 7 months, I say without needing to think about it. His eyebrows go up. "Yeah, I keep track of sex. Sort of happens as an accidental quirk after you've been through what I have and can finally enjoy intimacy again." "Good," he says, kissing his way across my cheek. "Birth control?" My heart clenches in my chest, and I swallow down the knot in my throat. "I can't have children," I whisper hoarsely. His head rears back, and his forehead creases in confusion. I could have just lied. I could have glossed over it and promised I couldn't get pregnant. I'm just sick of lying when I don't have to. Why? Instead of telling him another lie outright, I point the scars on my side. "I lost a lot that night," I say quietly. I push at his chest, and he lifts off me enough for me to roll over, giving him my back. I point the scars on my side, the ones closest to my right hip. "And a kidney," I add. His fingers trace over the scar tissue, but for once I don't tense away. Instead of it feeling like acid, it feels like a healing balm touching me for the first time ever. His lips brush my shoulder. "What else?" he whispers softly, running his hands along the curve of my ass where another long scar is. I close my eyes. My face. There's more metal in there than bone right now. There were a lot of very complicated, somewhat experimental surgeries to restore a semblance of bone structure. The man who worked a miracle is quite frankly a genius. He lives in Russia, but came to the States just for my surgery. Money can change the outcome of someone's life. Just a face. It's just a face. But it could have been disfigured. I could have looked like a monster. Then I'd have been just as ugly on the outside as I am on the inside. I turn my face around, looking over my shoulder at him running his hand along my hip, tracing the jagged scar there. "What's this from?" I don't have to completely lie. "Glass. It cut into me that night, dug so deep that they couldn't remove it right away for fear of me losing even more blood, too much blood. My blood painted the streets that night. Telling him the truth without telling him the whole truth is oddly therapeutic. I'm sick of constantly lying. Even a little truth makes this feel more real. I just don't mention that Kyle slammed a broken piece of a mirror there. The same mirror they broke after they used it to taunt my brother. I have a mirror for Kyle too. Several mirrors. He'll get to watch everything I do. "I'm sorry," he says softly, sounding so heartbreakingly genuine that tears threaten to return to my eyes again. "It's not your fault. I didn't want to ruin the moment, but I didn't want to lie either." "You don't have to lie," he says, the words making me bite back more truth than he could ever handle. "It's amazing you survived." He has no idea. I flatlined twice. Technically I died twice. Then I was reborn. At least that's how I like to think of it. His eyes meet mine, and he slides his hand up my side as he leans forward. His lips capture mine, and his weight comes down from behind me. It's another position I never thought I'd be comfortable in, but it's so naturally effortless with him. The kiss is reverent, soulful, and it actually means more than anything he could say right now. I don't stop kissing him, even though the angle is awkward. His hand slides around the front of my body, lifting my hips just enough. I moan into his mouth when I feel him pushing inside me, skin to skin. He slides in so easily, despite how tight the fit is. His hips rock, slowly pushing in and out, taking me as though he could fuck me all day. And I'd let him. His phone rings and rings, but he doesn't stop. His lips never move from mine, and his hands grip my hips, moving a little faster. I'm the one to finally break the kiss so I can suck in a sharp breath as one of his hands slides around, finding my clit. I rock against him as his pace quickens. He slides his knees under my hips, giving himself better leverages to push in harder, faster. The phone doesn't shut up, but we're too lost in each other to stop. His hips stagger, losing the rhythm, and I know he's close. Just as I think I'm not going to follow him over the edge, the orgasm comes out of nowhere, and I'm crying out his name before I can stop myself. He jerks against me, squeezing my hip tightly with one hand, while his other hand continues to rule me, driving my orgasm on and on. I collapse, and his hand finally stills, pinned between my body and the bed. He comes down on top of me, his body shuddering in the aftermath as he drags his lips over my shoulder. Your phone, I say, panting once again. I can run up 5 flights of stairs without my breathing changing at all, yet sex with Logan turns me into a sweaty, breathless mess. Let it ring. I have 3 hours before I'm back on duty. He kisses my shoulder again, and I grin against the pillow, feeling my eyes grow heavy. You're perfect, he says against my cheek as his lips brush a kiss there too. I wish, I say softly, lifting his phone from the nightstand where it is. Answer. It could be important, and I know you're only not answering because of me. I won't get mad. He groans, still inside me as he takes his phone. That's not the only reason I'm not answering. I'll never answer my phone if I'm inside you. Not even I'm that much of a company man. I snort indignantly, then laugh into the pillow, feeling him smile against my cheek as he kisses it again. He pulls out of me, and I clench my thighs together, already feeling the loss. And the mess. The mess I haven't felt since. I wait for the wave of nausea to wash over me. I wait for the panic to seize me. I wait for the buried memories to resurface and steal this moment away. But it doesn't happen. Another grin curls my lips. He's just healed another small piece of me. If only he could make me think like a normal girl again, I might could be the perfect person he wants me to be. But for now, I'll take the illusion he's offering. I'll savor it like there's no tomorrow. What the hell are you talking about? I hear him saying as he comes out of the bathroom, picking up his boxers from the floor. When did he get fully naked? I swear I lose all thought process when he's pressed against me. I head into the bathroom, giving him privacy since he's sitting down, still naked, on the edge of my bed. But even as I shut the door and start cleaning up, I can hear him. Hadley has been with the team and has been sleeping in the office. They can check the security footage if they need it. Oh shit. Then get clearance for them to see the timestamps of the window he was killed. She's been with us. There's no way she drove all the way out there and killed her stepfather. That fat bastard has already been found? Damn him. I should have stabbed him even more for ruining this moment. Number. They can't haul one of ours in for questioning. If they want to talk to her, they can do it on our turf with our rules. They don't get to fuck with her reputation for any reason. Understood? A harsh breath escapes him, and I lean against the door, listening. What kind of pictures? I hear him ask quietly, but there's a dark edge to his tone. I'll be right in. Definitely should have stabbed that motherfucker more. And weighed him down with stones. and chummed the water for sharks or something. Are there sharks here? There would have needed to be a lot of sharks for that douchebag. But sheesh. I'm only so strong. Not even I'm able to break the laws of science, and it was all I could do to push him out to the water. No, I hear him saying. We won't help them find whoever did this. They want to question her, fine. But fuck him and fuck them for trying to get our help on it after trying to haul Hadley in. Keep an eye on her. Don't let them near her until I get there. Understood? I opened the door, seeing him stab his legs into his pants, keeping the phone wedged between his shoulder and his ear. The sun has been high in the sky for a while now, though I've barely noticed it through my dark curtains. Logan never asked where I was all night. Or maybe he didn't know I was gone. Number. The cops at my driveway saw me come in. Yet Logan never questioned where I've been. Yeah, I'm at her house now. And I'm going to kick someone's ass for interrupting it. Then I'm coming back and getting a solid 5 hours of sleep. None of us are going to catch him if we're all running on empty. As for this Kenneth guy, I'm glad he's fucking dead. A small grin spreads on my lips. I don't know why it sounds like he's condoning what I just did. Or why I feel a sense of pride. I banish the smile, removing the crazy thoughts before I say something stupid aloud. Normal people aren't proud of removing a life from the earth and sending them to hell and all that. You're not kidding? I may bring her in with me, if she'll come. His eyes dart up, meeting mine as I stand in the doorway. Yeah, he says, still talking into the phone. I won't be staying long. I just want to make sure they aren't trying to pin this on Hadley. Then I'm coming back. He stands, coming to me, fully dressed now. He's probably a pro at talking on the phone and getting dressed. I'm still working on that part, but hopefully, he goes on, smirking at me. Be there as soon as I can. He looks down the length of my naked body, leisurely raking his eyes over me as I lean against the wall. As much as I want to keep you naked, I need to go in. I want you to come with me, because we'll be coming right back. I'm not ready to leave you alone just yet. I roll my eyes. The cops can sit outside again. Duke can have his room back. It's a horribly stupid concession. Duke got called away on this homicide they just called me about. Hadley's stepfather was killed. He's requesting to interrogate her. He meets my gaze again, and I try to remain a stone wall as I think over the real reason Duke is probably there. I doubt it's to question Hadley about the monster I killed. If anything, he wants to know the rest of the monster's secrets. The darkest ones he confessed to me. The ones I wasn't expecting. The ones Lindy will have to share. Then I realize an expression would be a good idea. Were they clothes? I blurt out, trying to recover from my cold as ice routine slip. No, he tells me, grabbing a dress from my closet and handing it to me. I arch an eyebrow and move past the proffered dress to grab some yoga pants and a t-shirt. As I pull on some underwear and a bra, he drops the dress to the bed, blushing a little. I'll wear a dress on a night when I have on makeup and can do more than pull my hair in a ponytail. Is she okay? I ask, imitating normal questions. All of my normalcies are usually an imitation. She ''s. I don't know. He's a sick bastard, apparently. Hadley just told me she was a confused kid back when she ran away. Now I wonder if. He cuts his words off and runs a frustrated hand through his hair. Let's go, I say, pulling my hair up as soon as I finish putting on my clothes. As if my life wasn't complicated enough, I'm about to head into FBI headquarters. Lovely. Chapter 12. Virtue is not left to stand alone. He who practices it will have neighbors. Confucius. Logan. Just stay here, I tell Lana, gesturing to a large break room. I'd let you into my office to wait, but it's restricted access. She squeezes my hand, giving me a small, reassuring smile. I'm fine. Go do your thing. I head out of the break room, leaving the door open, and walk straight toward Craig's office where he's waiting with Hadley and Duke. Hadley's red-rimmed eyes meet mine the second I step through the door, and she jerks her gaze away. My eyes shift to Duke, who glares at me. Why is it necessary to have you guys in here for me to ask her a few simple questions? Duke asks, annoyed. Call it an observation, but your chief put my girl in danger just to have a better chance of catching a serial killer. Then you show up, targeting one of my people for a crime she couldn't have possibly committed. His eyebrows go up, and a lazy smile curves his lips. Really? Agent Grace has so many alibis that it'd be a fool's quest to try and pin Kenneth Ferguson's death on her. Then why are you here? I ask, suspicious. His smile dies, and he tosses out several bagged pictures. Hadley's breath catches in her throat when she sees them, and she clutches the chair. These aren't all the pictures he had, but these children? They're missing. Some of them have been missing for years. Hadley doubles over, vomiting into the trash can. Duke actually looks sympathetic as he watches her. I need air, Hadley says, wiping the back of her mouth as she stands. I nod toward Craig, who takes her out, leaving me alone with Duke in the office. You wanted to see her reaction, I tell him as I sit down too. She ran away from home for a reason, Duke answers. She accused him of molesting her as a child. So you are trying to, I'm trying to get answers about what special places he took her, as terrible as that sounds. We need to find these kids, even if we're just recovering bodies. Someone killed this guy. But I'm looking for the dozens of kids who are missing more than I'm looking for his killer. He pulls out his phone, and I glance at the pictures that are on a desk. Most are naked little girls, spread wide on a bed. My stomach roils and I look away. Hadley never told me this part of her past. Ferguson left Hadley's mother shortly after Hadley ran away. That means the mother was no longer valuable after the child was gone. How can a mother ignore something like that? He asks. It's often easier for someone to believe evil can't exist inside someone they love, than to admit they've failed someone who should be more important. We see it too often. The blind eye effect is what we call it, I say absently. Just as I'm about to ask questions, he thrusts his phone at me, and my eyes widen in disbelief. Someone knew what this guy was doing, he goes on, gesturing to the picture. Kenneth Ferguson has been tortured. There's no doubt about that. His skin has been flayed off in numerous areas. There are black spots on the flayed portions, as though someone burned him. They used a knife. They used a blowtorch, possibly even the one he had downstairs for welding. And they hammered nails into his feet and testicles, 70 nails, to be exact. We found 69 pictures and 70 nails. They did all this before dumping his dead body into the water. I grimace, wondering why so many killers have to focus on the genitals. The water has bloated the body, turning the flesh a paler color and showing the blue veins. The eyes are white and glossed over. Was he dead before he hit the water? He nods. So the water was a countermeasure. We're dealing with an organized killer who has the stomach for torture. Could have been a hitman. Where? Were these kids' parents? One of them could know where these other kids are buried or kept if they're still alive. All of them were in the system, homeless, and hadn't been placed with a foster family. They were labeled as runaways. Ferguson was a social worker with unlimited access to files and folders with countless children he could take at his own leisure. The ages range from 8 to 15. Pedophiles have a selective age range from 2 to 3 years that they prey on. Never a gap as big as that. Unless what? He prompts. Unless he's a groomer. It's rare, but some pedophiles select children they can groom and have long-term relationships with. That way, when their bodies are old enough, he can take more than just some touching from them. He chokes back a sound, possibly swallowing bile. Sick fucker. Why kill them? If he killed them, it's because they didn't play their part in the fantasy anymore. Possibly became too distant or detached. Maybe even cried too much. He wants their tears as children. As women, he wants their submission. Most groomed children either break psychologically, or kill themselves. Some of these could be suicides. I want to find them. I want to at least give them a damn voice, Duke says angrily. No one cared. No one looked for them. And no one stopped this demon from carrying on all these years. Someone did, I remind him, curious. Maybe one escaped somewhere along the line and came back for vengeance. I released the information to the media, asking any prior victims to come forth. Is it wrong that I don't want to catch his killer? I just want to find the missing children, dead or alive. He looks truly torn. I can't answer questions of moral dilemma. When did you alert the media? His body was found 3 hours ago. So far no one has called in or stepped forward. He was killed in his basement, but the scene was compromised with bleach. The unknown suspect doused the room in bleach and then hosed it down. Seems like this isn't the first time he's killed. You said I tell him, frowning. The guy weighed a ton. There's no way a girl carried him to the water alone. There was signs of him being rolled to the water, but even still, that's a lot of strength. It was uphill for a piece. Then they used a hoe to dig up all the dirt where the footprints were. The tire treads we found weren't enough to get a make or model of a car. They were careful to stay out of the dirt or sand. Definitely organized. Too organized to have had just one kill under their belt. No hesitation marks, I say quietly, gesturing to the picture. We may be dealing with a serial. He tenses, his eyes narrowing. I'm not trying to take your case away, detective, I add, watching as he relaxes. I'm just saying you may have some Avenger seeking justice where the cops haven't. You may want to look into. The door opens, and Craig steps in. We have a little girl here. She's bruised and malnourished, and the woman who brought her in claims that she was left on her doorstep during the night. The little girl is a victim of Ferguson's. My eyes dart to Duke's as his widen, and we both launch ourselves toward the door, moving briskly. The little girl is whispering something in Hadley's ear as we walk into the room where they're seated, and Hadley frowns, studying the little girl. What? Duke asks. The little girl shudders when she hears his voice, harsh and demanding. Duke tenses, realizing his error. Sorry, he says softly as the woman puts her arm around the little girl. She was just found last night? Yet the traumatized kid is clinging to this woman. Sorry, Duke says again, his voice barely above a whisper as he takes a seat. I'm going to head home, Hadley says as she nears me, clutching my arm on her way toward the door. Let that girl stay with Lindy. Do not let them take her away. I need a moment. I follow her out, letting Duke speak with who I assume is Lindy. Craig joins him, sitting down with his iPad as he listens intently. I don't know. The doorbell rang, and Laurel was there when I answered it. I brought her in, fed her, gave her water, and then let her shower for as long as she wanted. That's when I saw the news, and Laurel gave me her story, along with information you need. I'll tell you everything she told me, but only if you promise she can stay with me. No taking her away. Yes, Laurel agrees adamantly. A bond that deep can't be forged so quickly unless Laurel and Lindy know more than I think they do. I'm distracted by Hadley as I shut the door on the room, focusing my attention on my friend. Are you okay? Hadley turns to me with tears in her eyes. No one is around right now, everywhere scrambling around to find Clemens. No, I'm not okay. I let them convince me it was all in my head. I thought I was sick and crazy, Logan. Now that little girl is in there. Those kids. All of this is my fault. She swallows harshly as she sobs, wiping her eyes. This isn't your fault, Hadley. I should have tried harder. I should have looked into it better when I started working here. No other reports were ever filed. I had it set to ping me. I honestly believed it was all in my head. Now. I just need to go home. I'll call you later. She walks away, never turning back around, and I blow out a long breath. She needs space, and I get that. I just hope this doesn't break her. I see her pause, eyeing the break room where Lana is. I tilt my head, confused as the emotion flees her eyes, turning into something more concentrated, but I can't see Lana. Finally, Hadley walks away, and I make a mental note to question that more later. Just as I start to step back into the room, Craig steps out, his face flushed and his eyes wide. Your office. Now, he says, heading straight by me. Confused, I follow, and I see him gesture for Donnie and Leonard to follow. Elise and Lisa are taking a sleep break, like I was supposed to be doing. As soon as we're all in my office, Craig shuts the door and he lays out his iPad. Lindy May Wheeler is the woman Ferguson's killer decided to leave the child with. Her name doesn't ring any bells. And Donnie prompts. Lindy May Wheeler is from Delaney Grove. The blood chills in my veins, turning to ice as goosebumps bubble my skin. Slowly, I make my way to the chair, dropping to it as the weight of the revelation settles onto me. She left 9.5 years ago, started new life, even dropped her last name, he goes on. She just goes by Lindy May now. What the fuck is going on in that town? Donnie asks in a hushed whisper. I was there. It was like the Andy Griffith Show. Everyone was smiling and happy, waving at us as we passed. No signs of something wrong. If anything, they live like it's the 90s, refusing to move forward with the rest of the world. Someone gets tortured and killed, and an innocent child ends up with a Delaney Grove resident. That's not a coincidence, Donnie says. No castration, Craig says. That's his one constant. Why would he deviate if it was him? If anything, this guy deserved castration more than any of the prior victims. As far as we know, I say under my breath, looking up as all eyes swing to me. He didn't want this tied to him. This was an impulsive kill. He wasn't prepared. The footsteps were dug up, meaning he may not have been wearing his boots. He may even be tricking us with his weight. He poured bleach all over the scene of the crime, washing away evidence. That's not in his MO, which means he's normally more prepared. What triggered this? We need to adjust the profile, Donnie says. Why? Craig asks him. Because a sadist would never take the time to deviate from his list and go kill a pedophile. This was motivated. There was something that triggered the unsub's need to kill this man, I explain. A sadist wouldn't take the time to find a child and see them off into the hands of someone they felt would care for the child. He wouldn't give a damn. There was no rage, Donnie says, knowing where I'm going with this. The kills were brutal, but each slice of the knife was controlled and calculated. No rage means no revenge. What if this unsub has been preparing for this for a lot longer than we expected? What if he's numbed himself to his emotions? Rage wouldn't be found in a kill. This would all be about inflicting as much pain as possible, hence the days and days of torture. As the words leave my mouth, an audible breath escapes them all. We need to dig deeper into that town. Something seriously fucked up has gone on there. What about Plemons? We're supposed to be working solely on that case right now, Leonard reminds me. I'm technically just supposed to be the middleman for the media. I can look into this without getting us in trouble, Craig volunteers. Maybe Lindy May can shed some light on that town. I'll go see what I can find out, Donnie says, standing and leaving us behind. I'm going to go listen in, I say to them. Stay on Plemons. Keep working that. This changes nothing as far as the priority goes, I tell Leonard. Revenge would have this guy contacting the media, Leonard says, lost in thought. He's killed 6. He'd want his story known. He'd want the world to know why he was doing this. It doesn't make sense. And targeting Hadley's stepfather? That can't be a coincidence, I point out. He's watching us. Studying us, possibly. He doesn't want the media knowing yet, because he doesn't want the world to know his motives until he's ready for his endgame. We have no idea how long that list is, which is why we need to know what happened that was so bad that a seemingly normal person who cares enough about a child to deliver them to a safe doorstep, would become a brutal torturer and killer. Definitely not a sadist, Leonard sighs. That's for damn sure. He stands, running his hand over his stomach as it growls. That town was too shiny for something this dark to be in its recent past. I'll see how far back I can go. I won't stop until I find something. Work on Plemons for now. After we catch that bastard, we'll dig into Delaney Grove. He nods, though it seems like reluctant compliance. Craig gets up, bringing his iPad with him. I'll go see if I can dig anything up. You deal with this. He pauses, studying me for a moment. What does it mean if a serial killer goes after someone who hurt a member of our team? I purse my lips as Leonard stands. When he goes after a pedophile, it means he suffered something similarly traumatic. May even feel a kinship with Hadley. I don't feel like he's targeting us. I feel like he wants us to understand him. But he didn't want this linked to him, I counter. That was forced because he wanted the little girl safe. He's cut himself off from all new relationships, forced to return to the ones from his past that aren't tainted with whatever happened. I look over at Craig. You said Lindy May moved 9.5 years ago? He nods. Look around that time frame. See what you come up with. He immediately starts pulling something up on his iPad, and I glance over at Leonard. Call Hadley. Tell her what we've learned. It's better to err on the side of caution. The cautious seldom err, he quips, quoting Confucius as he exits the room. We'll revisit the entire profile, examine the evidence from a whole new perspective after we deal with Clemens, I tell him, following him out. This changes everything, he agrees. I walk into the small conference room where Duke is still speaking to Lindy. Donnie shakes his head, letting me know he hasn't asked anything yet. She already told you she never saw the person who took her there, Lindy says, glaring at Duke as Laurel rests against her, not seeming the least bit timid. She knows something. She knows Ferguson is dead, but not even that would put a scared child so at ease. She's already bonded with Lindy May. Something like that has a reason, and more to it than simply feeling safe. And why does she feel so safe? She was too exhausted to even open her eyes, Lindy goes on. She has a protective arm around the child, showing instant maternal instincts. She's bonded with Laurel as fiercely as Laurel has bonded with her. In less than 24 hours. So she has no idea how she ended up on your porch. And you never saw anything? Her eyes narrow to slits. I came in freely, willing to give you information. You still haven't agreed to my terms, yet I've told you all I could except for what you really want to know. Yet you're interrogating me. I should have stayed home. Duke opens his mouth to speak, but I put a hand on his shoulder, drawing his attention. You said you wanted to know where the other kids were, so why are you grilling her about who brought the kid? His lips clap shut, and I cock my head to the side. Finally, he blows out a long breath. It doesn't add up. Even you know this sounds wrong. What information do you have? I ask Lindy. She glares at me now. I'm not telling you anything until you promise me that Laurel can remain in my house with me. You have to promise no one will take her away. Laurel clutches Lindy's hand, still leaning on her. Donnie, make some calls, I say, tightening my head. Make sure Laurel doesn't get removed from Miss Wheeler's home. May, Lindy immediately corrects. My last name is now May. I don't use Wheeler anymore. Why is that, Miss May? I ask, acting as though this is news to me. Sometimes you just need a fresh start. Same as I'm trying to offer Laurel. Why are we being treated like criminals when we just came to help? Duke slumps in his seat, a look of regret crossing his face. He's trained to ask about the suspicious answers. She's definitely hiding something, but I'm not sure what. Donnie walks out, his phone to his ear, making the calls we need. Why'd you leave Delaney Grove? I ask her. No surprise flickers in her eyes, but her back stiffens. Laurel's hand clutches hers tighter. She definitely knows something, and I'll bet Laurel knows a piece of the puzzle too. I got a divorce, decided to change my world for the better. Delaney Grove isn't as grand as it seems. Craig gave me all the info on her, and I'm looking at it on my phone now. You were married to Antonio Gonzalez, correct? She nods curtly, a coldness washing over her eyes. He still lives in Delaney Grove, I go on. Duke is watching me, a confused expression on his face. Why'd you come here instead of the police station? I ask her. The local PD is who broadcasted that they needed the information on Ferguson. You should call him the monster, Laurel interjects, surprising me as her eyes darken. There's a fury there. A dark, deeply laced fury. There's not an ounce of fear in her eyes, just determined hatred so out of character for an abused child. The bruises on her arms and face and neck suggest he wasn't gentle about his ways with her. Has she even been examined yet? Lindy ignores my question, but I already know the answer. He sent her here. Has she seen a doctor? I ask Lindy, changing my line of questioning. We're going to see one today. She doesn't say more. How severe was she injured? Bad enough to leave scars on her soul, but not to the extent it could have been. If you know what I mean, Agent. He hasn't raped her. She's too young. But he's forced her to do other things, and that's bad enough. Lindy speaks like a victim herself, as though she understands the trauma on a different level. The unsub knew this, because that couldn't be a coincidence. She knows him. And she's apparently for whatever crusade he's on. I won't get an ounce of information out of her that tells me who he is. Whatever happened affected more than just the unsub. But why not tell me what happened? What the fucking hell is going on in Delaney Grove? Miss May, I know this is difficult, but can you at least tell me what led to you leaving Delaney Grove? Maybe something that affected more than just you? Her eyes shift, and a calmness comes over her. I left to start anew, Agent. If you want to know about Delaney Grove, maybe you should visit it. So he asked her not to tell. She spoke with him. There's no doubt about that. He saved the child. The child feels safe because he's the Dark Knight that slayed the monster who has haunted her for months, ever since her disappearance. Our unsub handed her over to this woman, who he swore would keep her safe. She trusted him. She was cared for by Lindy, and the bond formed instantly. That much makes sense. They both owe him their silence for a reason. They'll never talk. And I'm not in the business of bullying victims who've suffered enough. I'll find out another way. Donnie walks back in, and I look over at him as he nods. Laurel is yours, I say to Lindy. Paperwork. I want it in writing. He coached her on this. Told her to make sure she got custody by leveraging information. Unreal. We had him all wrong. There won't be animal cruelty in his past. He'll have been someone gentle, possibly naive and trusting, too trusting. Trusting enough to have been someone's victim. Instead of it shattering him, he came back for cold vengeance. But why target so many? What did they fucking do? Donnie walks out again, going to get something in writing. Duke taps his pen impatiently, his knee bouncing under the table. Across from him, Laurel whispers something into Lindy's ear. Lindy presses a kiss to the child's forehead. I watch, fascinated by the fact Laurel doesn't seem appalled by the affection. An instant maternal bond has been brought forth by two victims bonding with a killer. A killer they feel slays the monsters of their nightmares. A killer who won't stop. They don't realize how dangerous this guy will become. Revenge killers have no limitations on who dies. The smallest of infractions is a death sentence. They take justice into their hands, become judge, jury, and executioner, becoming too immortal in their own minds. Donnie returns, a paper in his hand. He hands it to Lindy, and she reads it carefully, searching for any sort of a trick. I take the paper and sign it. This is me calling this the truth, I explain, watching her gauge me. She must trust whatever she sees in my eyes, because she pulls a piece of paper from her purse and hands it to me. Duke stands and comes to read it over my shoulder. It's a map to the burial ground, written in blood with a calligraphy penmanship, with most likely a calligraphy pen to disguise the unsub's handwriting. He knows calligraphy? So organized it's eerie. How long has he been preparing for every possible outcome? Signed in blood is one name, Kenneth Ferguson. Only it's not in calligraphy. It's still signed in blood, written with most likely his finger. The strokes are shaky, as though he was trembling when the unsub made him sign this with his own blood. That's a level of cold that had us profiling him as a sadist. There's an X marking so many graves, the names of each child written in calligraphy. The only structure on the map appears to be a shed of some sort. The graves are all around it. The map goes from his home, the road names marking each turn to take. He went and visited them. The sick fuck knew exactly where he'd buried each and every child. 69 photos. 70 nails. Those words come back to me, reminding me they were spoken. I dart out of the room, leaving Duke behind to deal with the murders that have him sagging to a chair in disbelief. I grab the page Duke left in the office, one listing all the children's names. Our people must have run facial recognition against all the kids in the system. After being runaways, their names and photos are reported. There's a list of names for each photo. 69 names. The same names and ages are written on the photos themselves. Only one is not listed. Hadley's. He spared her the indignity of our team seeing her photos next to these. He sent Lindy here instead of to the police. He knew we'd take it. More personally, knew there was a stronger chance of Lindy getting custody of Laurel. He definitely feels a kinship with Hadley, and could possibly want to see her reaction. Hadley doesn't answer, so I tell all that to her voicemail, hoping she hears it soon. Then I head into the break room where Lana is drinking a Coke, kicked back with her feet crossed at the ankles as she stares at the TV. I lean against the doorjamb, studying her easy grin. She has no idea at how sick the world is. I hate that I can't take her home right now. Hate that this got more complicated and now I need to stay. She's the only thing keeping me sane right now. So much for spending some time in bed apologizing even more. Chapter 13. Be not ashamed of mistakes and thus make them crimes. Confucius. Lana. Logan is gone for a little while when I suddenly see Lindy walk in front of the break room with Laurel. I guess she was watching the news closely, ready to follow through with what I told her to do. Lindy's eyes widen in shock when she sees me, and I wink, holding my finger over my lips as the universal SHHHH sign, while using my other hand to gesture to my visitor's badge. She masks her surprise immediately, and Laurel grins at me, giving me a small wave. I get a little worried when I see Hadley suddenly approach them, looking in at me. Laurel diverts her attention to Hadley, as Hadley narrows her eyes at me. "Can I help you?" she asks. A guy walks up, and he gestures to Laurel and Lindy. They have information on the Ferguson case. I escorted them up, but I can't find SSA Bennett. My stomach flips just hearing his name. I hope he doesn't let me down. My instructions were for Lindy to seek out his team, but not by name. He'll get her custody of Laurel if he's the man I think he is, without treating her like a criminal for being linked to me, the monster I hide from him. I'll take them to Conference 3, Hadley tells him, eyeing me suspiciously again. Laurel glances at me one last time, but Lindy remains a face of stone, carrying out her part perfectly. Laurel thinks I'm an angel. She probably thinks no one else can see me. In her eyes, I'm keeping a close watch on her, making sure she stays safe, just as I promised. She's clean now. She's also wearing new clothes that Lindy must have picked up for her on the way here. "Hey, what's going on?" I hear a familiar voice ask. "Craig? Is his name Craig?" "I think so." I don't hear anything after that, because they get too far away. Instead, I feign interest in the TV, drinking the soda I bought from the vending machine in here. Lindy probably thinks I'm ballsy as fuck for being here right now. She has no clue how tangled up I've gotten myself. But they're looking for a monster. Not a girl who loves red. Not a girl who is falling in love. Not a girl who died 10 years ago. More time passes before I feel eyes on me, and I dart a glance to the doorway to see Hadley just staring at me. Her eyes are definitely suspicious as she appraises me without any discretion. Surely Laurel didn't tell her. And certainly not Lindy. Then again, I'd be in an interrogation room if they had. She's been suspicious of me from the start, so she's obviously still beating the dead horse. To be certain, I arch an eyebrow at her, as though I'm daring her to say something. She doesn't speak. Her eyes are rimmed red, as though she's been crying. Surely she didn't care about Ferguson. So why cry? Finally, she breaks the stare down and walks away, never saying a word. I return my attention to the roast that's going on. It's actually pretty damn funny. Besides, no one expects a laughing girl in the break room to have recently tortured a guy and dug up dark secrets no one even knew existed. After some more time passes, I feel eyes on me again, and I jerk my head to the doorway to see Logan watching me with a small smile on his lips. What? I ask, relieved he's smiling. You're just so . I guess you're sick of hearing perfect. But it's true. I slowly stand, smiling at him. I'm damn glad I'm not a suspect. I worried Lindy wouldn't have the backbone she needed for this, but she must have proven herself. Laurel has a home. I'm sure of it. You okay? You've been gone a while. His smile slips. Sorry about that. Had a lot to do. The only good thing besides seeing you right now, is that a traumatized homeless kid has a safe place to live. I breathe out silently, feeling a calm wash over me. He didn't fail me. I knew he was perfect for this. Are you ready to go now? I ask, moving toward him. He grabs me at the waist, pulling me flush against his body, and he bends as I get up on my toes, meeting him as far as I can as his lips find mine. No, he says, a sigh following as his lips stay on mine. I have to stay. He pulls back reluctantly, regret shading his eyes. I'll give you my keys. You go home. This could take a while. Shit. They've definitely linked this kill to me, well, the me they can't name, rather. I knew they would. Now I have to let him do his job, trying to find me. Okay. I see Lindy and Laurel walk by, Craig escorting them out. Laurel waves at me again, and I wink at her, while Logan is distracted with running his lips over my forehead. Craig fortunately doesn't notice the wave goodbye either. I had to run a background check on a woman tonight just to make sure a killer chose wisely, the guy who was at my house says as he walks into the break room, not noticing me on his way by. This day is so fucked up. They know I chose her. But apparently she never talked. Good girl, Lindy. Thank you. Donnie, you remember my girlfriend, right? Logan asks, and my heart does little cartwheels for reasons unbeknownst to me. I'm his girlfriend. I have a boyfriend. This isn't news, but it's still making me gush like a 13-year-old who is hovering over the phone. I don't even think about the fact he's the guy trying to catch the killer I moonlight as. Donnie whirls around, surprised to see me. Sorry, he says, then nods in acknowledgement as he pours a cup of coffee. I didn't even see you. I just smile, looking all sweet and shit. No ruthless killer here, boys. Just a harmless woman falling in love. That's all. Here are the keys, Logan tells me, placing said keys into my palm. I'd walk you down, but I have a shitload to do. I'm so sorry. I shrug, and some random guy walks over, apparently ready to escort me out. I'll see you later? Logan's lips find mine, answering that question without words. A throat clearing comes from behind me, Donnie. But Logan doesn't stop putting on a show, his tongue toying with mine as he pulls me as close as possible. I melt against him, uncaring if the world sees how head over heels I am. When he finally breaks the kiss, I'm dizzy, and maybe a little high. He cups my cheek, staring at me for a long moment. Later, he says, then turns and leaves me behind as Craig meets him halfway. I don't look back at Donnie as I let the other guy lead me out. He never says a word, and I don't speak to him. He's blushing fiercely, as though a little PDA shocked him and embarrassed the hell out of him. Such a sweet little guy. He escorts me all the way to Logan's SUV, and I drive away, heading home to get some much-needed sleep. I'm glad I no longer have to hide my exhaustion. The patrol cars at the end of my driveway are gone, apparently called away to deal with the latest homicide case that involves several missing children. It's a terrible pun, but I nailed that bastard's balls to the wall. Well, I actually nailed them to a chair while he cried for hours on end. Thank fuck for gloves. No way was I touching them ugly, wrinkly, hairy things with my hands otherwise. My phone rings, and I see Jake's name on it. I told him not to call me on this phone anymore. What's wrong? That girl, Erica Norris? The boogeyman let her go. What? When? Don't know. She's demanding to speak with your boy. Says she won't talk to anyone but Logan Bennett. She's about an hour and a half away from you. How do you know this? Hacked the FBI cameras. Don't worry. They won't know it was me. They'll think it was a Russian guy who has been dead for 2 years. Why would he let her go? beats the hell out of me. I'll let you know when I know. This badass is still on the case. I grin, rolling my eyes. Only Jake. Hanging up, I walk up the steps to my house. Weirdly, I hear music playing when I walk in. I must have left it on. I shut the door, locking it. Just as I turn the corner, something collides with my face like a hammer, and I'm thrown against the wall as a cry of pain escapes me. My keys and phone are knocked out of my hands and crash to the ground, but the sound is nothing more than a distant echo. Before my eyes can adjust to the darkness, an arm bears down on my throat, strangling me, while my dazed head tries to catch up, still reeling from the explosive pain. My hand shoots up, trying to connect with something, but a strong, vice grip encases my wrist, twisting it painfully. Feisty. I like that. And so pretty. Agent Bennett picks them well, a deep, sinister voice says from the darkness, chilling my blood to the core. Just a glimmer of light highlights malicious eyes too close to mine. He left you all alone finally. Tell me, princess, are you afraid of the boogeyman? End of Book 2.